Sunrise, blooming afterlife, daylight, dawn comes as a surprise. I am so hot, I see heaven's light. Through the chaos, you're still on my mind. When the sky falls down, we'll make it out together. When the world is still, we'll disappear forever. When the sky disappear
to live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
Hello and welcome to the OMEN VALORANT Challenges South Asia 2025.
Virtually no velocity moving right.
और हाथ में एक शरीफ एंगल ऐसा बट बैट है एक बड़ी अंडरस्टैंडिंग लगाई बट की जस्ट पुशिंग इट डाउन एक एक करके फ्रैग इन्हें हमारा ने सिचुएशन कंट्रोल शुरू करी है लेकिन जी पकड़ेंगे शाउट स्टेप के और कैटिनर एक परफेक्ट फ्री एक सेकंड में कामयाब
The teams are soaring higher than ever, and some are going to fly over the sun, while for some, their wings will be burnt, ladies and gentlemen, as we move to another high-stake day in OMEN VCSA 2025 Split 3. And it's going to be me, Skadiet, and alongside me, we've got Shadow. And Shadow, the stakes are absolutely high today, because today we've got the upper brackets for the group stages.
Yeah, upper bracket matches definitely are going to be more intense and extremely fun to watch, because both the matches, both the BO3s are going to be really interesting, especially after what happened yesterday with Asterisk and Reckoning. I'm up for many more surprises.
Oh my, oh my. I was really thinking that maybe yesterday is going to be one of the fastest days of 2025 VCSA scene entirely, because of how quickly those matches were going on. Revenant XSpark pulling in a 13-0, and then Reckoning on the side against Asterisk pulling a 13-1. I was really ready to pack my stuff up, and then Asterisk eventually just woke up. It seems like Junvo said, arise, and eventually they started off in that Super Saiyan mode, bringing in the reverse sweep, 2-1ing Reckoning Esports on the other side. And I'll be very honest, no one was expecting Asterisk to be in the upper bracket on Group B, but man oh man, there's a lot of surprises out here. Maybe some more could also be unfolded, but let's have a look at the schedule for the day, as it's going to be Revenant XSpark, first of all, taking on S8UL, while Asterisk on the other side will be taking on the Behemoths VLT.
And VLT, if you remember what really happened in Split 2, VLT versus Reckoning, if you can do the maths, if A is equals to B, B is equals to C, and A is equals to C, going by the same logic, Asterisk did defeat the players of Reckoning, and Reckoning was able to defeat the players of VLT. So there is a strong possibility that if Rinsat comes online today as well, they might actually win against the players of Velocity Gaming.
Shadow, hopefully your prediction is much more better than your math out there, but let's have a look at the group brackets right now. For the Group A, it's going to be Revenant XSpark, who had their first matchup against Exe, and we saw the first 13-0 in Split 3 itself, while S8UL played all the way back in the opening day with a 2-0 scoreline against Global Esports Academy. Now, this matchup in the upper bracket of RNTX and S8UL is technically that fated matchup that also happened, Shadow, all the way back in Split 2, and it was a 2-1 scoreline. Very close, but Revenant XSpark were able to close things out, and that was one of the big reasons why we did not see S8UL even on the LAN stages itself, because then they faced the Wolves, and Wolves were just technically too strong of an opponent. Now there are so many other teams as well who are looking so good against each other, but I'm pretty sure that the improvement that S8UL have shown till now, I think so, it can match up against this lineup of RNTX.
Well, going by the stats, in Split 1, it was a 2-0 affair in the favor of Revenant XSpark, but in Split 2, S8UL was able to steal one map, so maybe in Split 3, they can actually win against the players of Revenant XSpark, because after yesterday, I'm not making any sort of prediction, but looking at the stats of the players of Team Revenant XSpark, Georgie has always been fantastic, and so has been Aziz, always top fragging. 36 total kills for Georgie, 35 for Aziz. Venka with that outlaw last time looked so absolute beast, 22 kills to him. But looking at the ACS as well, 313 ACS for Georgie and Aziz, both the players.
That's the whole thing. I was just about to say that it's pretty unconventional to see Venka having an ACS less than 200. But one of the big reasons is because Georgie is putting up so big numbers. Aziz, even on that duelist role, is just absolutely bonkers. But we have constantly seen this team to be super solid, right? Because Venka having 7 first kills for his entire team, that also shows a different class of him entirely. And you'll always love to see this kind of Revenant XSpark where you've got a couple of proper duelist players who can also flex onto a couple of other roles itself, and that makes it very difficult to deal with. But with the lineup and with the performance that King Kappa and Miz are putting up, I'm pretty sure SATUL can put up that competition.
Even the first kills, if you notice, Miz is having the highest first kills, 12 first kills. That means this guy is always getting the opening frag for the team. And after that, King Kappa also follows up. Damage per round is also pretty high for King Kappa. And headshot percentage, looking at that, all the players almost have same percentage. Hawks is lacking on that number, but that's okay. At least he's getting those kills. The ACS is also favoring him. The entire team of SA2L has definitely improved massively as compared to Split 1.
And fun fact, I like the fact that you mentioned about Hawks itself, because it brings me back to the first matchup against Global Esports Academy, where when they were playing on the map of Split, Hawks was playing on Smokes. And I kid you not, the way how he was playing Omen, it was so much more better than many of the Smoke main players that we also have in Split 3. And I'm pretty sure if they're ready to pull some shenanigans like that one more time against Revenant XSpark, they will be able to catch them off guard. And also their Pearl was looking so very good. Wasn't really the prettiest out there as if we compare it to Revenant XSpark's Pearl, but I think so that still means that they've got a pretty good amount of confidence on that map itself. So we'll have to see what kind of map Veto will eventually unfold in front of us, but I'm pretty sure we might actually see Split.
There's a strong possibility because what really happened yesterday, Revenant XSpark getting a 13-0 victory yesterday, they're rolling high on the confidence. So I think SA2L are up for a very big challenge, because when the team is having such high confidence, winning against them itself becomes really challenging. And if the opponent is the winner of Split 2, that makes the challenge 10 times more.
The land demon is what we really call antidote throughout our community, because every single time this guy shows up on a LAN in South Asia, you know that he's there to either pick up the trophy or if anything just end up at the first, second or third place. And I'm pretty sure we haven't really seen him on the second or third place. It's mostly always that first place itself, the trophy in that man's hand. And this map of Ascent, Split and Icebox might eventually help them to move one step closer for the Split 3 trophy too. I'll have to say, Shadow, this is very bold of SA2L to pick Ascent against Revenant XSpark.
And Revenant XSpark also going for the split pick, like you said. It's all because what happened yesterday. A 13-0 victory. Icebox is going to be the decider map. So the best chance for SA2L to win against the players of Revenant XSpark is they have to convert the map of Ascent at any cost.
There are some unique things that I've seen right now, and that is the fact that Revenant XSpark banned off Lotus, while SA2L banned off Haven. If you're really looking at the data itself, we have seen both of these teams super comfortable on the maps that they have banned out. But you know what? I'm absolutely down for a series right now, because looking at the agent composition of both of these teams on Ascent, one of them, it's a bit weird one for Revenant XSpark. It's a double duelist composition as well, but with their playstyle, it works super well. While SA2L used to play the Teho instead of the KO, but I'm not quite sure right now if they're still going to stick with that, or maybe they're now going to pull things back up though. But it's still clear, right? SA2L have played it once, haven't really won it, while Revenant XSpark haven't lost it.
I'll tell you what's the reason behind Revenant going for the Lotus ban, because if you remember what really happened in the upper semi-finals in Split 2, it was a 13-4 loss for the players of Revenant XSpark. SA2L did get a victory, and that's the reason that Revenant XSpark this time went for a Lotus ban. And SA2L also, if you remember in Split 2, they lost against Reckoning, they lost against Global Esports Academy. So Haven is not one of the strongest maps. So I do understand the reason behind going for those bans, but Ascent has never been the strength for the players of SA2L Esports. They lost against Revenant XSpark, but that was an overtime. That was a 16-14 scoreline. So I can't say it's very weak map for SA2L. There is still a solid chance.
Yeah. That is the exact point which I wanted to mention as well, that yes, the scorecard shows that they have lost it to RNTX, but 14-16, one round here and there, and things could have been entirely different. So I still feel that they're very evenly matched up. Icebox is a new territory though. Now that's something we have not really seen SATUL explore a lot. So I'd be really happy if we actually move there. But right now, we're going to kick things off on the map of Ascent itself, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm pretty sure we're going to see some changes in the agent pool at least. Maybe we might not see those Euros, or maybe we're going to see those double Sentinel compositions too with a Deadlock Cypher. But Shadow, what are your predictions after seeing what we have in front of us?
I love the Euro pick. Honestly, I love it. Both the sides, SATUL, Revenant XSpark going for that Euro pick. Then Sova, the staple initiator on the map of Ascent, has to be there. Cypher for the lurk plays. But look at that. Deadlock from the side of SATUL and Jet from the side of Revenant XSpark.
What did I say? Just a few seconds ago, what did I say? Maybe we might see the Deadlock Cypher composition. Now, this is the exact same comp that even Asterisk picked up yesterday against the lineup of Revenant Esports, and we know what happened there. So I really hope that SATUL have prepared those lineups. They have studied how the structure of this composition works, because they are starting on the attacking side, just like how things happened all the way back with Asterisk. So I really want to see some of those lineups. I want to see some of those set plays as well. I want to see them take control of the map systematically, utilize that grab net at the perfect possible moments in those choke points, trying to play aggressive, sometimes using it early in the round and then waiting for the cooldown to get over to then head towards the other part of the map with that after clearing it yet again. I want to see some proactiveness from their side, because Revenant XSpark with the Euro and Jet will W key gaming them.
I think they need to be a bit cautious. W gaming might not really help the players of Revenant XSpark at this point, because going by the stats, last time when they went against the players of SATUL on the map of Ascent, that was an overtime victory. Even Split was not such a dominating victory for the players of Revenant XSpark in Split 2. That was a 13-10 victory for them. And I'm sure SATUL this time they have rectified their mistake. They're looking much better and much stronger as compared to Split 2. So if Revenant XSpark gives even the slightest chance, or if they go for any sort of silly mistake, SATUL Esports is just ready to capitalize on it, and maybe we can see one more upset today.
Really hope so, because SATUL is definitely a team that can pull something like that off, and the read is spot on. There's only Georgie out here holding his side down, and that too without any tripwires out. It's been taken care of. It's already going to be a full-fledged push down. A triple P coming in. Georgie's been taken down, isolated out here in the open, as Venka is the man who's all the way back in the boathouse and is sending the others to fish for C. And it's going to be every single one of them falling. Venka's hold at the boathouse sets things up for RNTX.
Yesterday, if I'm not wrong, Antidote did say that Venka is one of the players who is known for that outlaw. He has mastered that weapon, but seems like he has mastered the pistol as well. And the way this guy, like you said, maintained that entire boathouse control, everything just went in the favor of Revenant XSpark. And now, obviously, they have the weaponry advantage, and it's a save round for the players of SATUL. There is a chance, solid chance of Revenant getting the second also on board. But a 3K in the very first round, Venka close to getting that ultimate online.
You don't really want to see that dimensional drift up in round number 3 itself, because we have seen potential for this team to convert rounds. And here's the fun fact, Shadow. Talk about that in a second, as it's probably down to Raw Fuel to maybe hold this push.
Oh, Raw Fuel, yes, getting 2.
Wait a second.
Georgie 3. Wait a second, after the opening frag, it was entirely a Georgie show, and Revenant XSpark, they don't need weapons. Even the pistols are enough in the hands of Georgie to get the round converted. A second one coming for the players of Revenant XSpark, and that was expected. But this is going to be the crucial round, scared, because SATUL, now they have got the bye.
It's going to be a crucial one indeed for SATUL, I agree. But you know, if Georgie is going to play onto angles like these and get 2 from Stingers, I'm pretty sure this bonus round will still look pretty convertible for RNTX. And there's a change in the setup this time around though. For the previous 2 rounds it was towards the B, but right now Georgie has shifted towards A. And Aziz is also holding a bit of an aggressive angle out here with his outlaw. All players with full HP out there, so Helif is actually going to survive. Wanted to go for that Revenant lineup. Actually, it's going to be an A split, by the way.
It certainly is. And Aziz, you can't peek Hawks just like that. Instant punishment coming for Aziz, so that means no duelist for the players of Revenant XSpark. Only one duelist. My bad. Antidote. Trying to equalize the numbers. Gets one onto Hawks. A very slow approach from the side of SA12 this time. But look at the angle where Venka is. If Techno tries to push into the side, I think he can get punished instantly by Venka.
Yeah. Georgie's angle is going to be crucial for this one. He's pushing out of his own cage itself, and the Stinger along with the Spectre in this close range is exactly the weapon they need. And Helif can't seem to land a shot of his weapon, as they'll all deliver it to the other side. Revenant XSpark convert their bonus round on defense of Ascent. Now we know this is a very defensive map, Shadow, but Revenant XSpark on their attack look almost flawless. So it's, if SAQL really want to stand a chance in winning this one, they need to get a lot of rounds on the attacking side, but that is just not happening.
Bonus has been converted by the players of Revenant XSpark, and this is a big problematic situation, and seems like the follow-up is also going in the favor of Revenant, as Aziz with that outlaw gets one onto Helif. They don't have the weaponry, they don't have the numbers, nothing really favoring the players of SA12 at this point. Going for that mid push out, but like you said,
Oh my
Fuel
goodness.
holding the entire market, but Venka gets a one onto Techno. It's a done and dusted round. The fourth one for the players of Revenant XSpark now. And maybe a flawless.
As soon as you say it.
I
It's
don't
absolutely
jinx.
fine though. Georgie is just trying to take that space. Miz with a recovered weapon. Stealing a decent amount of damage though, but again, I don't really have any kind of shields or anything else apart from that. Not really be best. Miz, if he wins this fight, this might be doable. And he's absolutely winning this fight. Aziz having no damn idea.
Spike planted.
Reposition
Weaponry
is
is
impeccable.
recovered.
Yeah, that's the best part about it.
Golden opportunity now for the players of SA12 to get this round in their favor. The power flash goes in on the back of it. Hawks gets Venka. And he gets more fuel as well. And SA12 finally converting a thrifty round in their favor.
And that is what you call a domino effect, Shadow. Miz finding the first one with that sheriff in tree, picking up the rifle, getting the second one, and then finds a perfect timing onto Aziz, who had absolutely no clue. And for some reason, Venka was fully blinded by the flash that he threw, and Hawks dodged. Seems like these old pals really know what the other one is trying to do out here. Hawks is like, I used to IGL you, my boy. I know what you want to plan.
My ult's ready.
And this can be a big momentum shifter for SAQL. Because that's a thrifty round, and it's also going to keep the flowing economy of RNTX in a bit of a check at least. Now, SA12 have systematically taken the main control. Because look at that sonic sensor as well. That's going to provide them at least some passive information. And they've also cleared the entirety of mid with the drone. I'm pretty sure they're going to wait for their utilities to refresh and then go and head for a side. But they don't really have any deep site information. So they probably will run down on towards the ace stand.
Yeah. Dimensional Drift play coming into the mix. Miz with that Dimensional Drift gets all the information of the side, but Aziz was there with the operator towards Heaven, gets Techno and Miz both. Even Hawks also goes down. That operator becoming a nightmare for the players of SA12. The second, I thought after getting the first round, maybe SA12 can get the second one. But that operator itself denied everything to the players of SA12. Although they get one onto Aziz. The entire information which Revenant needs is there. Kappa, being a cheeky one, gets two onto the players of Revenant XSpark and also equalizing the numbers. Now the sudden tables have turned in the favor of SA12 as Helif is going for the plant.
Gun here.
They have every information available as well. And the heaven is blocked off by the barrier.
Time to jump.
So you've got to break that mesh out there. Annihilation being pulled out to try and buy some even for more time, LF. RTX will have to just wait it all out. Benka, this TP could be massive.
No surprise.
Yeah.
One enemy remaining.
And finally, Helif gets Venka. Rawfuel gets a trade onto him, but King Kappa was there to get a trade onto Rawfuel. And once again, SA12 converts one more round in their favor. Just one round deficit from an equalizer. But the mid-round conversion for Revenant XSpark is suddenly becoming a problem scared, because if you notice in the last 2 rounds, although the initial frag went in the favor of Revenant XSpark, but despite that, despite having the numbers advantage, those mid-rounds are becoming a problem for them.
I'll just say that it's SA12 who are giving out some insane mid-round calls on the back of these plays. It was a 2v5 that was converted, and it all fell down once Helef found the opener on Aziz, and then King Kappa made his way lurking through the tree, which entire area was cleared out by the dimensional drift early on by Miz. I love the idea how systematically they again took the map control and then went forward. Right now, seems like there's a straightforward call. A split.
The solo anchor is there, Georgie, along with Antidote. Actually, 2 side anchors are there, and Andy having the perfect angle, but Kappa gets a timing onto him. The Hunter's Fury also coming in, but get nothing at all, as Helef also deals with Georgie. The numbers advantage once again with the players of SA12. This should be an easy plant. The retake. They do have the dimensional drift in the hands of Venka, even the Blade Storm and Hunter's Fury. Good, just one going away. This can be an alt heavy round, but seems like SA12, they're not going to allow anything to the players of Revenant XSpark, as Hawks gets a timing onto Venka. Now a 2v5 retake, and barring King Kappa, every single player is almost close to 100 HP.
That's just not happening right now. What a lovely round from SA12 again. They have realized that they're getting mid for free, and they're just utilizing that fact in every single round. Again, this is probably the 3rd round out of the 6 that we've played where they have gone for an A split. It was not really working early on, but now it is. And the fact behind all of that is, after sending that entire cavalry, they first flushed out Antidote from the switch corner, and they also utilized the Hunter's Fury midway to make sure that it's Antidote who's peeking into the players of SA12. And then to maintain the control of that part, they sent out a sonic sensor. I wanted to talk about, or rather mention the point that SA12 themselves broke the door, and Hawk speaking while Venka was stunned up because of the sonic sensor was the reason for that. It goes here. They have ideas and they're executing it so very well.
They most certainly are. And Aziz this time has got the Blade Storm. Revenant XSpark not having enough crits to go for a full buy. It's only 2 rifles and a stinger, and the Blade Storm is the only win condition which they have. And the angle where take no was caught completely off guard. Aziz, those blades are not going to give anything to the players of Revenant XSpark in this particular round at least. And the Outlaw in the hands of King Kappa can actually be that ugly thorn for Revenant. Once again going for that mid push out. SA12 entire mid control is with them, but look at the position where Venka is. That lurk can actually go in the favor of Revenant XSpark.
It's all about timing, if they're able to catch that though, but not really happening for their side as they're losing down the numbers. Georgie with the stinger, you've shown a lot of things. Techno, my guy, is just wide stepping off like an absolute madman. Hoax gonna be caught, but King Kappa answers back. Very solid round conversion from SA12 though, not really coming down to those weak buys, but Aziz was really just walking down in the park out there. It seems like, yeah, they wanted to make an aggressive play, but that was a bit too ambitious.
It certainly was. Few mistakes have been committed by the players of Revenant XSpark, and that's the reason that RNT, they have called for a timeout because they have lost back-to-back 4 rounds. After the bonus conversion, they were not able to get even a single round in their favor, and SA12, that thrifty conversion gave them enough confidence to get the follow-up rounds also in their favor, and now they are running high on the confidence. They have finally found a way to breach into the defense of the players of Revenant XSpark, especially those off angles, be it Techno or Hawks, getting those opening frags, and King Kappa as well has been doing wonderful.
And I'll have to say the preparation of SATUL is very good, because last time when they were playing against RNTX, they were getting caught on their ecos. Whenever Aziz had his own Blade Storm and they wanted to make an aggressive play outside of the A main with the updraft, SATUL were getting caught by that. But this time around, the preparation, the homework is working so well, because you could clearly see as soon as they heard the Blade Storm, they just ran all the way back, giving the entire control of the A main and Gelato, and Techno was just all the way sitting down there in mid on top of the boxes with the off angle. He was waiting for Aziz. They're reading the tendencies of RNTX to get over aggressive in certain scenarios and then utilizing that to their own advantage. A good cloud burst, because that's not going to scan him out, Aziz. But he still will use up his tailwind to jump all the way back. Another change in the setup, Georgie. Setting strips up all the way towards the B side. One of them is actually, both of them technically are those kill trips.
Take flight.
And that's why Georgie as well as Raw Fuel, they're both playing over towards the backside.
Operator both sides, and Aziz is having that entire mid control with that operator, but this time SATUL going for a direct B hit through the B main, and Miz also gets an opening onto Raw Fuel. Georgie still maintaining the control of the boathouse as he gets one onto Miz. The numbers have been equalized, but Anti coming from the B main gets two. But wait a second, Hawks, he's also going for the lurk. Anti needs to be very careful. It's a 2v3 situation. Can go in the favor of SATUL as Techno also gets Georgie. Still a possibility. Venka also goes down. A 2v2 situation. It all comes down to Hawks. And yes, the TP play is there. But Hawks, the timing can be there towards Antidote. Anti is not even aware. And wait a second. What?
It's a round that Anti has eventually pulled for his team in his clutches now. Can he get one more is the big question. Techno, seen the cross? He's absolutely seen the cross. There's no utility to flush him out. And his shoulder is there. You anticipate Aziz. He missed out the shot. And you've also seen the jump. You've got all the information that you have. And Techno will stand up for his team when the time called for it. But I really have to talk about the fact, Shadow, as to how the heck does Antidote get two after TPing out in literally the brightest place possible. Look at that. King Kappa's job was to save Helef. Was setting up the lineup, and then him getting another pick on Hawks is just absolutely unreal.
The last one should not have been allowed. Hawks was the one who connected the first bullet to Anti. Maybe he thought he has killed the player. I don't know what really happened in that moment, but Anti should not have been allowed to get a pick onto Hawks.
Yeah, but it's again on the back of that now. Revenant XSpark are all the way down to their ecos yet again. The Spectre, a Bulldog, 3 Sheriffs in the mix. Got a couple of ultimates that they can eventually pair up with the Dimensional Drift and the Hunter's Fury to try and catch at least one.
Time to jump.
But I don't know if they would want to invest onto that right now.
SATUL, despite being outnumbered, are able to convert major rounds in their favor. This also showcases, yes, SATUL has improved, but also showcases that Revenant XSpark is also making few mistakes. They need to rectify whatever is happening wrong.
Look at Helef. He's got all the possible timings in the world that he would want to have out there in mid, and he's going to catch both of these rotators off.
Oh, Aziz.
30 seconds left.
Helef is not even aware. Aziz can get a timing onto him, but whiffing a lot of shots, and finally Helef will shut down Aziz. That constant counter strafing that AD did help Helef get one. The location has been revealed, and King Kappa and Miz gets two. Venka gets a trade onto Hawks, but that won't be enough as Miz was there to get the trade. A 2v1 situation for the players of SATUL. Spike goes down, and Anti in a 1v2 retake. Still possible for Antidote.
It's possible, but it's all about... Oh, he sees the barrel, but it's Miz with the operator. He was the one who started the round with the operator on the attacking side itself and just TP'd all the way in, picked up the weapon of Georgie, if I'm not wrong, that was a Spectre, then got a beautiful trade on to Venka, who eventually was just out of his dimensional drift and was able to take down King Kappa. But I really love the play what SAQL did there. Again, realizing that mid has been open, they're constantly exploiting that avenue.
And now they've got two
really-
ultimates as well.
Yeah, they've got not just two ultimates, they're also just one away from the Hunter's Fury. So after this orb, they're gonna get ready, and there we go, a fast set play.
Yeah, Hunter's Fury, Dimensional Drift being invested. And Dimensional Drift also gives information about Georgie's position under Heaven. And he gets one, King Kappa gets a trade onto him. And after that, Mural Theft also being invested by Georgie, getting him one onto Miz. It's an entire Revenant XSpark round. It's a 2v4 situation for the players of SA12. But Techno, wait a minute. The operator gets one, but Rafuel and Venka are going to deny anything else to the players of SA12. Finally, the fourth round comes in the favor of Revenant XSpark now.
It was messy, one corner not being checked, an antidote, just spamming it down from that one place. Eventually was able to buy enough time for his team on the back of that early paranoia which he sent out in the choke point too. The rest of the team was able to rotate and flood in on site. One-dimensional play attempted by SAQL to try and make things up for them, but finally, their 6-round streak has been broken. Revenant XSpark with some solid counters on the other side now. The operator is going to hold down mid. Holy smokes! Aziz is cooked, man. He should not get any from this point. And he's absolutely not getting even a single one.
That Hunter's Fury and the timing of Techno. Aziz was left with only 8 HP. Poor Aziz. He did try his level best with those smokes, but nothing was allowed. Techno was just there to get a pick onto him. And finally, the location has been revealed. Information has been passed on. And Georgie gets one onto Miz. Still holding on to the side, still anchoring a side. Can he get one more? King Kappa gets one, Hoax gets one more. And now it's only raw fuel remaining. In a 1v4 situation, should be an easy task for the players of SA12. And raw fuel in a 1v4.
He's saving it.
Is he going
He's saving
for the
it.
save? No, actually not. That won't be allowed.
Exactly. He wanted to go for the save, but not on SAQL's watch.
Last round in
That was the only difference. I love the anticipation. My goodness, SAQL sending out a cage down in mid and then Techno TPing into it. On the back of Miz's flash, they were able to push Aziz in the corner of Pizza while spamming him down, not letting him push away, and then also adding Hunter's Fury into the mix to again flush him out in an awkward position. They are so hard countering Revenant XSpark Shadow, and I told you that this series is a banger, and it is delivering.
Here's
Hold
the
on,
thing,
hello?
Scared. They have the double sentinel composition, and they have already got 7 rounds in the attacking half. In the defense, SA12 can go for such major lurk plays. Revenant XSpark, I don't know what they're going to do in the attacking half, how they're going to counter the double sentinel composition of SA12, but a 7-5 is the best first half swap for the players of Revenant at this point, and they already have the numbers advantage. It's only Aziz who has been lost. 4 players still remaining, where Georgie is still maintaining the entire control of the A side with those trip fires. The Outlaw itself can do a lot of damage to RNTX in this.
Here's the thing, those A hits have not really been looking clean for as long as they've been going in from just one choke point. The more that they go for those splits, that's when they find that success over towards the A side, but they do not have the numbers to do that. Lovely crouch peek, or rather a crab peek from Miz. Gets the better of Venka out there now, and the B side is open for business.
It most certainly is. Raw fuel, better be careful. The fake decoy goes in, but Raw fuel is very much aware that it was just a fake decoy, a pure move. Still holding on to that CT. Recon goes in, but gets no information. Miz gets one onto Georgie. Georgie made the mistake of pushing on the smoke, and he instantly got punished. Techno also gets one onto Anti, so that means Raw Fuel is the last man standing. It's a 8-4 swap, unless and until Raw Fuel pulls off a 1v3 Okay, a 1v3 has been converted to a 1v2 situation. Still possible. He has got a shock dart.
Had out it. Techno is just watching the lane angle with the outlaw, while Miz just holds down the other part. It's got absolutely nothing, and it's done and dusted. Miz with a lovely 4K on this round, setting things up for his team when he picked off Wenka. And Shadow, this is probably the third round which we have seen where SATUL were in a disadvantage. They lost the early few picks, and even after that they were able to pull themselves back up and win the round. But that's not the only person who's winning something, people. Even you guys can win some Valorant points. All you need to do is just answer this question by scanning the QR code. Which player had the highest headshot percentage in OMEN VCSA 2025 Split 2? Deathmaker, SK Lightning Fast, or Disease? You know, there's a website that starts with V. You can quickly go there, search for the answer, and then eventually scan the QR code by filling out the form and win out some important VPs. But for now, it's even more important for Revenant XSpark to try and win out this pistol round in order to set things in the right direction.
Here's the thing, if this pistol round goes in the favor of SATUL Esports, it's pretty much done and dusted. We can call for it that SATUL Esports are going to win on the map of Ascent. Once again, Aziz going for a fast hit, but wait a second, Hawks was just ready over there. Gotta pick onto Aziz. The fast hit might not really work in the favor of Revenant at this point, but Andy gets the timing onto Hawks. So the side angles are down. Should be an easy plan for RNTX as Georgie also gets one onto Techno. Back and forth trades, and suddenly, once again, things are going in the favor of SATUL as King Cup also gets one.
Hold on, hold on. A bit of individuals being thrown out there. Miss. A lot of flash to try and catch something, but that distraction was absolutely enough. And the trades are even better. Hell, have started with a couple of whiffs out this map in, but now he's looking fired up. Now he's looking warmed up. And the pistol secured by SATUL means that they will probably reach the double digits unless we see a force buy from Revenant XSpark.
I doubt they'll go for a force buy. Or maybe they can actually. I remember VLT also going for the force buy yesterday. And that did really work in their favor. So maybe there is a possibility that Reven can also try to do the same thing. Nah, they're not going for it.
Throwing net.
Also an outlaw on the other side, so you would really not want to risk it, considering how SATUL are actually on the defense as well at the same time. And look at this wide spread setup. They've got a mid-control trip. They've also got a market trip on the back of which there is a couple of players who can eventually play off. And then you've got one sonic sensor already deep in A main. So if anyone wants to take a fight in that choke point, they are going to be stunned up. And you can pair up it with the paranoia of Techno as well. So that is a trap play. Helif is just watching out the angle of tree, and the internal clock is just so beautiful for this guy. And Georgie has already given out the sound that he's there.
Here.
Techno onto the Jane. Might get a timing onto Aziz. But Aziz was quick to use that util and quickly dashed away. Surviving on 30 HP now. And RNT, they don't have enough creds to go for a buy. It's an eco round for them. Should be easy 10th one for SATUL. But the main thing is Revenant would try to
30 seconds left.
drop as much weaponry as possible for SATUL so that the bonus doesn't look that great. But Venka also gets a timing onto Helif. And Aziz gets one on King Kappa despite being on low HP, and not just one but two. On 30 HP, this guy gets two.
The trading is absolutely impeccable, but they don't really have a lot of time out there. But guess what? They've got enough bullets in the magazine for Aziz. A 4K for this man. And the eco conversion that we were potentially talking about happened perfectly. And Shadow, it all kicked off when first Aziz took care of that sonic sensor in A main. First took that down, then took the first contact with Techno, and then went in all gung-ho on towards the side by getting all of them down. That was such a nasty sheriff round from RNTX.
And I was mentioning the same thing to Necro also, that when he was saying .exe is good with those sheriffs, and I was like, wait till you see the players of Revenant XSpark. Revenant is one of those teams known for those ego conversions, and seems like that Revenant is once again back in the action. The ego conversion, I really hope Necro is watching. I really hope that. But finally, a timeout from the side of Exe Esports. They do have a lead, but Exe knows the opponent team is someone who is capable of staging a comeback even from such a score line. So that is why they don't want to take any sort of a risk. But that's the reason a timeout has been called, so that they can go for the 10th one in this particular round.
I more so think that it's not for this one, but rather the next one. And to make sure that they don't really repeat what happened in the previous round too.
I want one more eco conversion, this time from Exe.
That's
Yeah,
a bold call that you've made out there, but try to push out all the way towards the B side where Georgie was anticipating something like that, and that's why he's playing all the way towards spawn. Also
They're
dealt
just
with the DP, so
classics.
you know that there's something. Now this is a trap play inside the smoke. Got to refresh that.
Spike down A.
Not happening.
Yeah, with just classic, getting an eco conversion is too challenging. But
Wow. You don't turn back on your statement like that, Shadow.
for a second I thought maybe they'll go for the sheriff by least. But seems like even the players of SA2 were not hoping to convert this round. And like you said, this time you are the correct one on the desk with the prediction. The timeout was for this particular round. Not the
I mean,
previous one.
to be very honest, given the early play that they actually made out in B main, yeah, I might have been off on my read there, but you might have actually been correct. But as we saw things happen, Revenant XSpark anticipating some kind of SATUL shenanigans on the eco rounds. Now eventually ready for this one, and it's just 1 point shy from Dimensional Drift as well as the Blade Storm, so might be actually pretty crucial for this one.
Revealing area.
Very good recon from the
Yeah,
side
it
of
was-
SA2L.
It was eventually broken down though, but this deep trip into B main is going to give them so much passive control though, but it seems like they don't really want passive control, they want active control. They want to actually push out forward and deal with some of the utilities out there. 4 players in front of them, and it's going to be a barrage of utils thrown right towards the boathouse as well.
Tripwire destroyed.
Here's the thing, King Kappa's position inside the B site along with Hawks towards the boathouse is very critical, but seems like Aziz was just prepared for King Kappa. The smokes were there so that no backup was, mono support was there for King Kappa, and both side anchors have been taken down, and even Antidote, who was on a flank angle, finds a timing on to miss. It's almost done and dusted. This should be an easy round conversion for the players of Revenant XSpark, but Techno gets one onto Anti.
If only he was not in his... Yeah, if only he was not in his smoke animation, maybe things would have changed though, but Techno has already got 3k Shadow, maybe he can convert it.
Well, every SA2L fan is hoping that they convert this one. But Aziz also had got the Blade Storm, but I doubt Aziz will use the Blade Storm in this particular one. Back and forth trades, and LF lands the final one, and Techno with a 4k. The round goes in the favor of SA2L Esports, all thanks to Techno and his 4k, and of course Helef with that last frag which he got. 10-6. SA2L did fumble at the very start of the first half, especially in the initial first 3 rounds, but after that, the way SA2L have picked themselves up, back and forth round conversions are coming in, and now finally they have hit the double digit. Maybe they can get a victory on this map.
That to Shadow in a 2v4. Again, this is another round added into the list of their disadvantage beginnings round, which eventually turned up for them.
Get out of my way.
They can make a montage out of this entire map for only those rounds. Right now, mid push out, and this is ambitious from Helef. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Winka, I don't think so. He noticed how the players out there, and they're so early on this flank as well. Look behind, people. Hunter Spear being sent out all the way in main, but that flash is impeccable. SATUL, and the call is just out of this world. Winka's out here to maybe save the day as it dodges the annihilation for a second. It's all down to these two players, Winka and Georgie, in a 2v3, and they're absolutely caged.
And already a weaponry has been recovered by Miz. It was an eco round for the players of SA12, and that entire lurk changed everything. Revenant was not even aware about anything. And Venka gets one onto King Kappa, but Miz gets a trade onto Georgie. Still a 1v2 situation for Venka. Seems like an impossible task.
30
Venka
seconds left.
coming all the way from the event. Can get a timing, but no, he has been spotted down by Miz. The flash goes in. Venka needs to be a bit careful because it's not just one but two plus standing right in front of him. He gets one, and Helef once again was there to get the trade. An 11th one for SA12.
And a thrifty one yet again. That was an absolutely beautiful call. Do not retreat back from Cat, but go for a very early flank. Reading this A split picture perfectly, because that is what Miz did in round number 4, if you remember. So it was basically their own play. And that is such an on-the-fly play from SATUL. Counters that instantly. Now you've got an operator in the hands of Miz. Kick things off. Yeah, he didn't really want to send it out there. That's a bit of a mistake.
It's
okay, Venka. Sometimes you can't hide your mistakes.
Are you talking about yourself? We'll come back to that, but Rafuel gets a timing on to Tekna, who was hiding in a corner towards the mid, but Georgie also finds Miz.
Everyone hiding.
Can be the 7th one, but wait a second. SA12 is known for those outnumbered clutches, round conversions where they are on the numbers disadvantage. So maybe a 3v5 conversion once again can be there. The paranoia hits perfectly towards Helef, and he gets one.
That's the spike!
Down A.
Yes, the spike has been dropped. That's a big win for SA12 if they convert this one. But Georgie gets one onto Helef. Can get the spike as well. And now they have the spike. They have got everything. A 2v4 retake for SA12.
And now it's not happening. All the players are going to go back to their post-plan positions. SA12 have already made the call, even before the spike went down, that they're going to go for the save.
Yeah.
As the operator as well as the Vandal. A bit of a whiffy start for SATUL in this one. Miz
Don't
not
talk
being able to
about
land the
whiffs.
operator shot as well. Yeah, exactly. It was.
It was just a whiffy round for SA12, but this was an entire whiffy map for Revenant XSpark. That's why I said don't talk about whiffs when it comes to SA12. They are actually playing really good.
I'll just say that SATUL are very good at strafing.
Yes.
They're making them as more difficult target to hit. But again, finally, Revenant XSpark now seems to have a footing in this map, at least with the double duelist composition. You were really worried about this comp early on, considering SATUL had double sentinel. But here's the strength of the Yoru Jet. You have that double dive. Both Wenka and Aziz can do almost the similar things, and it takes what, one snappy round from them to eventually convert things off. But I agree that there have been a few instances where RNTX are getting caught by the chaotic play of SATUL. And I think so that controlled chaos is exactly what they need, just like this judge.
Scared, I was not concerned about SA12 in the defensive half about the double sentinel. I was actually saying they do have a very strong chance of converting rounds in defense because of the double sentinel composition. And that is why I was saying that Revenant XSpark struggling so much in the first half is not going to really help their case, considering they have got Deadlock, they have got Cypher, and this composition is actually helping SA12 a lot in the defense as well. And just one more round, and after that SA12 will be on the map point.
My camera cage
Oh,
triggered.
the Cypher cam.
Why
King
destroy?
Kappa knows exactly what is planned
Cage triggered.
by Revenant XSpark.
Oh, he can't Can't anchor down. Oh my goodness, Hoax! That was not the prettiest one, but he still was able to hold it down now, and Miz quickly goes in for the dimensional drift as well. Look at the barrage of utilities. Should be a bingo call as Techno with the judge was able to DP all the way from the A side towards the B to anchor it down. Such a fantastic call from SATUL.
30 seconds.
This round should be dusted.
Yeah, it should be the 12th one. Kappa gets one more with that operator. Wait, wasn't Andy aware about King Kappa's position and that operator is there?
He just tried to make a hero play, that's the main thing.
What's really happening to the
10
teams who
seconds
have
left.
qualified already for the Ascension qualifier? Be it Velocity Gaming or Revenant XSpark. VLT's last performance was also against .exe. Not that great. .exe actually gave a very tough competition to them. And today, Revenant XSpark against SATUL. And that too on a map where
point.
SATUL is not really that strong.
I'm gonna take, you know, again, I have a different look on this tangent though. I know that I'm really the man who always talks about the stats and the facts, but reading into this, I did mention that even that previous series was a 14-16. You yourself mentioned that, Shadow.
Yeah.
That was a long overtime, and that series could have gone anywhere. And it seems like SATUL did their homework well. If there is any team that has shown consistent improvement throughout all the 3 splits, then that has been this one. The Hoax Helif lineup. An addition of Hoax in split 2, which resulted in this team to almost making it to the split 2 LAN. Just falling 1 win short. And then moving here, right now in split 3 against a lineup that have given them nightmares in the past. Standing not just toe to toe, but rather doing one better.
Deep breath.
Scared.
Sounds
Just
like the
look-
second awakening of SATUL.
Just look at the journey of SATUL. In split 1, 0 map win against Revenant XSpark. In split 2, 1 map win against Revenant XSpark. And on split 3, maybe a 2 map win against Revenant XSpark.
A bit too ambitious, maybe.
Not really. The way SATUL is playing currently, I don't think I'm being too ambitious. There is a solid chance of SATUL winning against Revenant XSpark if they are prepared for map of Split and Icebox as well. Hunter's Fury coming in from the side of Hawks. Gets one. Raw fuel. Goes down. Numbers advantage once again with the players of SATUL. And Georgie, look at his HP. Down to 9 HP. Should be an easy round. Should be the 13th one for the players of SATUL, especially Techno getting a one on Georgie, and that information has been passed on.
I kid you not. That seemed like the recon darts tag actually killed him down and not really Techno, because that's how that came out on the screen. That was a bit funny out there, but alright, here we go. Aziz eventually tagged up as well.
30
Know
seconds
his
left.
position. Both the players are just being held down, pinned down in mid. And that's a side control smoke being sent out.
Oh, wait a second. Aziz Venka trying to
What?
get numbers and getting the numbers advantage as Venka gets one with a shorty. Suddenly the tables
10
have turned.
seconds left.
It's only King Kappa remaining in a 1v2 situation, although he has got the neural theft. But
Spike planted.
I doubt Kappa. Can you really convert this one?
Off angle by both the players.
Oh no. And Revenant XSpark finally giving a taste of their own medicine to SATUL. A 8th one coming for the players of Revenant XSpark.
It seems like we can rename this series to who gets more 2v4s.
We
Currently
can
it's SATUL who's definitely having the advantage, but oh yeah, how long that's gonna stand. But this from Techno.
Player standing.
Production, you are so nasty for replaying that twice. I really want to have a talk with you, my man Adi. That is nasty. But on the back of it, maybe Revenant XSpark can now club one round at a time together. S8UL down on their eco shadow.
Who's next?
S8UL has done eco conversion previously as well, but this time Aziz gets one onto Techno. And Venka, what is Venka doing with the shorty? Every single time this guy gets one with the shorty and one with the rifle. And now it's only 2+ remaining from the side of
Spike
S8UL.
planted.
Seems like a 9th one for Revenant XSpark. Is actually, what's your prediction by the way for this map?
When everything is going so good, why do you have to ask me that question?
I just want to know.
Some mysteries are better left unsolved.
One
Not this
enemy
one.
remaining.
This is the exact one that is better left unsolved.
I really want to know your prediction, Scared. Did you say in the morning that Revenant XSpark is going to 2-0 the players of S8UL? By any
No.
chance did you make that prediction?
I never did. You know that. We were discussing that.
Cage 3.
If anything, you were the one who was giving in that call. But
What's
for now,
your prediction actually?
it was never my prediction. Hold on. Listen. If I give that, you get to call it on me. If I don't give that, you don't get to call it on me. I never said that. I
God.
said that it's
This
going to go
guy-
map 3.
This guy has been jinxing teams from the very start of the VCSA. Oh my god, I knew it, you gave the prediction.
This proves that you never listened to me. This
A guy
exact
who
conversation
always,
for the past
a guy
1
who
minute.
always jinx everything, why should I listen to him?
Sure, Shadow. Whatever
Okay,
helps
okay,
you.
okay.
Whatever
Who
rocks
is
your
winning
boat
the
out here.
next
But
round? Who is
I'm
winning
not
this
telling
round?
that. I'm absolutely not telling that. Depends on how many shots Miss can hit with the operator. He's been smoked off though, but that's the main thing. Mid control now being established yet again. But I actually like that deep trip. Hold on, oh my god. That's a nasty shock dart lined up by Raw Fuel.
Revenant XSpark trying to push the entire series to an overtime. Let's see if they can really do so. But this time, Venka gets one onto Hele. And he gets one onto Techno. Venka is stepping up majorly in the previous few rounds. Miz finally shuts down Venka, but seems like Venka already did his job. Got two on Techno and Hele, both. Aziz also gets one onto Hawks towards the spawn. Should be a 10th one for the players of Revenant
my
XSpark,
eyes are
especially
down.
King Kappa's Cypher Cam gave all that information about the market.
Yeah, and they're gonna pull in the rotations as well. It's a nice shot by Miz, but not really gonna help them at all in terms of saving this round for their team.
Seconds left.
I'm
Spike
sure them
planted.
probably might want to go in and call for a save though, but he still wants to be a hero. And there's only individuals that are going to be offered to him.
Two 2v3 still possible. They're not going for the save.
Risky.
It's all about the timing. Miz ready with that flash play.
Well, that's
Oh,
such
no.
a
Now
that's
they
such a
have to go for
nice
save.
smoke from Antidote on site again, giving you so many angles to play around with it. It's gonna be a save for the operator, right? Very nice judgment shadow. But again, Revenant XSpark. This map is what we always call as the mid-dominated map. The team that controls the mid will control everything, the entire macro. S8UL were doing that early on. But then Revenant XSpark now have been focusing entirely on that. King Kappa's strip fire was broken by Raw Fuel Shock Dart, and that helped Aziz to be inserted all the way up in mid-top, rather than mid-bottom. And he was able to pick off Hoax all the way in spawn. Now, S8UL will have to be wary of these kinds of plays. And again, Techno was having a decent start, but now it seems that his confidence has dwindled a lot, Shadow.
Yeah, of course. But I have a feeling Revenant XSpark can actually push this entire series to an overtime. Last time when these two giants went up against each other on Ascent, same thing happened. And if it goes into OT, I doubt S8UL can steal this time. there is a chance of Revenant XSpark winning if they are able to push the entire series to an overtime. So this is the best chance for SA2L. If they really want to win, they have to stop Revenant XSpark in their tracks and win in this particular or the next one. The next 2 rounds are really important one for SA2L. The operator is being carried forward. The rifle is there.
Water read. Shadow. 3 outlaws for RNTX.
Oh no. And Antidote was actually mentioning this yesterday in the interview as well, that now the boys have started reading the economy of the opponents, and that is why 3 outlaws are there. They're already aware.
Miss. That's a budget operator for you on the other side.
Doing the job as well.
Tekno is lucky to be alive there. I just have to say, Tekno is really lucky to be alive there, because look at how far Venka is pushing. SCT will have absolutely got no clue about where he is.
Take flight.
Venka's position, like you said, is really important. Daulron towards the A gives the information about the 2 side tankers. One of them being Helef. In fact, both the sentinels are towards the A side. Tekno, you can't whiff such shots.
I know exactly.
30 seconds.
I wouldn't really blame him for that one. It was just a very wide peak or a fast peak.
Last player standing.
King Kappa as well struggling. Venka is feeling himself, and this is the man you do not want to fire up at such a stage. Round 23. Stolen yet again by Revenant XSpark, and the timeline is all red. And so probably the hopes of SA2L of closing it out before the overtime. Shadow, one last chance, one last opportunity.
This is a nice spot.
One last chance for SA2L to convert the map. I'm repeating again, if this goes into an OT, there is a very high chance of Revenant getting a victory. But what a comeback by Revenant XSpark.
I agree.
An outlaw, an operator, this time from the side of Revenant. And they're actually going for the mid control.
Get out of my way.
If anything, they had 4 to 5 chances to try and close it out now. This is a deep smoke all the way in, I mean. Now that threatens an insert over towards the wine. So you need someone to clear that one part of the map. And SA2L are positioned to stop the hit that might come in from the tree. So Venka, if he goes big, he goes big. But he absolutely sees 2 and falls down to the pressure. It's a high-low setup and a lovely one which has been broken just right now. Georgie will get another. Makes it down dead even as Aziz quickly jumps in the sight, and the right click is absolutely impeccable.
It most certainly is. Rawfuel going for the plant, and finally a 3v4 retake for the players of SA2L. They have got no major ultimate except for from the shadows. The paranoia is also there. The shocked out is there. But Georgie gets one onto Tekno. Now it's only 2 players remaining. A 2v4. Both the players are coming all the way from the Haven angle, and Aziz is aware, gets one and can get the second. Actually, Anti gets the second, and now we are going to witness an overtime. What a comeback by Revenant XSpark.
Sides. Overtime.
SA2L had 5 chances to close it out, but that is still not enough. An 8-4 swap on both the halves, and this series is absolutely delivering, Shadow. Just like it did the last time we see both of these teams face up each other.
One enemy remaining.
Seems like it's not only SA2L that grows, it's also Revenant XSpark. They've got all the momentum in the world.
Everything. They've got everything. The confidence, the momentum, everything.
Cage triggered.
I'm still not not able to grasp the fact that SA12 allowed Revenant XSpark to stage a comeback. Let's be honest, SA12 was a team who was actually winning those 2v4 rounds in the entire map.
SATL have looked really solid on their attacking rounds now, and their A splits have worked. They're going in for that one more time. But Antidote is the one who's actually watching this, and there's a tripwire as well out there in tree. This could be very big, Shadow.
Cover going out.
That decoy eventually revealing out that tripwire. That's big info.
It most certainly is. Let's see how much they can capitalize on that information as Anti gets one onto Kappa and LF as well. And Rafuel gets two of his own. Seems like a complete slowdown on the players of Exe Esports, and most certainly it is. The 13th one for the players of Revenant XSpark. One thing's for sure, whenever these two giants are going to go up against each other on Ascent, every single time we are going to see an overtime.
That was an absolutely nice read from Revenant XSpark, Shadow. Anticipating another hit from the tree, because that has been working for them. And then eventually pinching all the players who wanted to take control of that space from three different avenues. Antidote, Rafuel, and then Georgie pushing out from the switch as well. That was such a good call by Anti. Was able to outcall Hoax in that moment. And this has been an absolute annihilation. That's 6 rounds in a row now that RNTX have been able to convert. And this is the third and the last timeout of SA2L. 2 in the first 24, and then 1 for the OT.
Yeah, just one more round is what Revenant XSpark needs. And Revenant is not looking like they are feeling any sort of pressure. They are looking very comfortable. Just look at their faces. It feels like they are very sure that no matter what, they are going to get a victory on this map. But SA12, once again, a really important round. Whatever hard work they did in the entire map will go in vain if they lose this one.
Time to jump.
Going for the mid push out, and it's not just one but actually two players watching out the mid, and one towards the tree.
Aziz, oh my goodness, already down. Rafuel though still answers back with 2 of his own. Hoax with a shock dart tries to even out the odds. The trade's even better as Venka still comes out on top at the last few seconds. You peek in on to Hoax, one after the other, and the double setup is there finally.
Switching sides.
SA2L reading onto what RNTX were doing constantly for the last 5 rounds of their attacking half, and they're finally able to counter that.
A double overtime is what we are going to see now, and Scared, it's high time you actually give your prediction, man.
Absolutely not. Enjoy the game.
Will find you.
We most certainly are enjoying, but
Exactly. Let's keep it that way, you know. Let's keep it that way. Let's not try to add jinx into this.
so you agree, you actually do jinx the teams.
Cage triggered.
I'm not going to say anything. You said it, you walked into it. But,
don't-
you know, the players are trying to walk towards the A main.
Enemy killed.
And Aziz gets one onto Miz, and as well Kappa. Kappa was aware that Aziz is standing there. What is happening,
Camera
is it,
taken
Will?
out.
Venka and then Georgie. Happened onto them. It's a flawless round conversion. RNTX on the defense. They were able to hold it down, save it down, and
With smile on
SA2L after a long while.
Antidote's face.
Enemy killed.
Yeah, I mean, cool,
That was a-
calm, collected as always.
That was more like a very sly
This
smile.
is a nice spot.
Like a cheeky, like he knows what's gonna happen now.
Recon eventually out in the B main, not being sent. So that could be big. Miz out in an off angle though, which will be checked up. Winker has the one, and that is a big reveal. Got 3 people, but now not the advantage, not the numbers. Winker is just 1 away from Zone Dimensional Drift as well, as King Kappa stands the position in market where can be taken down. Double re-clear towards the mid. There's only Techno who's anchoring down towards the A side. This hit can hop in. This hit can pop in from at any possible second. And Georgie is holding for this push. LF, that is ambitious. That is very, very ambitious. But you have to be bold in a scenario like this. And he's still holding the position down, Shadow.
Most certainly is. A few 4v4 situation, and now the entire team of Revenant XSpark is going all the
30
way
seconds
towards
left.
A. A pivot is coming in where, if you notice, George is still holding on to the mid tiles. Trying to go for that mid, trying to create some distraction, and Ascent is not even aware. The entire team of Revenant XSpark has moved all the way towards A, but finally King Kappa gets a timing onto Georgie, and the rotations are
10
also coming in
seconds
from the side of SA12. But before that, Venka with the Dimensional Drift trying to get all the information. The Parano goes in towards the Jen and takes
Oh,
with a
lovely!
shorty. Gets one, Hawks gets one, everything, a complete mow down of Revenant XSpark.
The play that Techno made right now has very well saved this entire map of S8UL. He sent out the Paranoia first Shadow towards the switch and then jumped in with the shorty in hand, because he knew all he needed to do was just get that one pick on the planter and they will win the round. That was an absolutely crazy decision making. Just look at this play. Mind blowing. And then they just wrap the board up now. This is a big momentum shifter. And S8UL can eventually
A triple
so the
OT.
coffin of RNTX in this on this map. Yeah, I'm pretty sure though. But look at the trips of Georgie this time around over towards the A yet again. And both of them kill trips. Try and catch a few players, but that's not where S8UL is going. It is towards the B side.
The main question is, are we going to see exactly same scoreline what we saw or what we witnessed in split 2? 16-14, Techno gets one onto Venka. The shorty, Techno and Venka, these guys are absolute beasts with those shorty plays.
My god, S8UL, claustrophobic, no space to breathe, no space to move, but they still pass through. Who the heck are they craving their path through the mountains like Dashrath Manji and Georgie? They're just trying to bang them through the wall with a few shots of his own. 5 HP on Miz, and there's his Dimensional Drift now. A lot of questions to be answered. I don't know if RNTX do have those answers or not.
Miz just 5 HP, it's all down to Hawks.
One enemy
90
remaining.
HP, a 1v2, a 1v1. He gets Georgie. Miz is also there for the distraction, but Hawks with the shorty gets antidote. A 15th round for SA12. Just one more round is what they need.
I kid you not, the way Techno has redeemed himself in that one OT round, in round 28. It has finally now forced Revenant XSpark to take their own timeout. Shadow, what are the chances that this might actually be a 16-14 yet again? An absolute cinema of a map. A phenomenal double peek onto Venka, catching both of them. Now this was a moment where I thought that they are going to be claustrophobic. 3 of them moving down through the stairs and only 1 in the form of Hooks moving it through lane. But again, the unison, the timing onto that peak just worked out brilliantly. They lost 1, but they still were able to outtrade their members and then move up in a numbers advantage. And Miz with that Dimensional Drift and that reposition, phenomenal. Just created a big question mark and gave the opportunity to Hawks to play around in the boathouse. Now what has Gobs planned for his boys in this one timeout, the last one that he could have called in for?
A glass cannon operator from the side of Miz.
Bold.
Yeah. Indeed. The question is, are the players of Revenant XSpark anticipating that operator? Especially outside A main, because that is exactly where RNTX is moving at this point. A slow walk up. Hard peek. Miss, you can't miss that shot.
And the fact is that he's now sent out his TP. It's lucky to be alive there that Rafuel did not send out his shock dart to try and flush him out, because just one and miss could have been done. But one good thing for SATUL is the fact that they've taken the space in B main. They've given one part of the map but gained another territory.
Time to jump.
The fact that you're hiding your prediction makes me really think what actually you predicted at the start of the day, that we are actually witnessing so many overtimes in the very first map. Whatever your prediction is, give that prediction every single day, Scared, because I love to see such gameplays. Not those 2v4s and vivs, but
30
double,
seconds
triple
left.
overtimes. You know what I mean. Oh no. Yes, with what is
Again?
happening?
Yeah, that's a bit of a struggle out there with all the people flowing all the way up so very quickly, but all of them falling onto the side. Techno holds it down, Shorty in the hand, gets the second as well with the help of King Kappa. All they need to do is just hold their ground, and King Kappa is becoming an emperor out here. 3 more seconds and they're bought enough time.
Win.
SATUL have done the unthinkable. Revenge on the map of Ascent, a storyline of the season. 16-14 to close things out. What a way. My oh my, Shadow, that was such a beautiful display of Valorant out here from both of these teams, and the redemption of Techno. He literally saved his entire team in there.
Not just Techno, I think the entire team of SA12 was actually playing really good, especially those shorty plays which Techno was bringing in so many times. No one anticipated that. So yes,
True.
the scoreline is same once again, a 16-14 on the map of Ascent, but this time SA12 is the one winning actually. They have taken their revenge against the players of Revenant XSpark, and now they are coming so very close to getting a overall victory against Revenant XSpark. All they need is just one more map. But here's the thing, Scared, this was their own map pick, and the next map pick split is a map pick for the players of Revenant XSpark, so getting a 2-0, the chances are really less. But
We've
still
both
possible.
we've both been witnessing this entire lineup of SATUL play all the way from Split 1 Shadow. We
Yeah.
both know how Hoax and Helef, they both used to love to call on that map of Split itself. So I'm still, thinking that we might actually see this series end up a bit sooner than we expected. But, that's something we're going to keep the discussion for the next map itself. Right now, bringing the conversation back onto Ascent. Both these teams looked so comfortable on the attacking side, ending the half at 8-4. It clearly showcased that the ideas that they had, they were cooking, and they were cooking really hard. Specifically with those deadlock plays as well, inserting certain players in mid. Yes, we did see SATUL do that early on, and even though the scoreline was 12-8, or rather 12-7, when Revenant XSpark started to do the same thing on their attacking rounds, they were also finding a lot of success. And I think so a lot of credit is to be given to Wenka, and with how snappy he was getting with his 2Ks.
I agree with what you said, that yes, both the teams were looking really strong on the attacking side, but SA12 was also looking really good in the defense. And looking at the highlights, you can also already see in the defense also SA12 was not struggling at all. But on the other side, Revenant XSpark was actually struggling in their defense.
Bit of a struggle, yes, I agree. But that's the thing about this composition, or rather both of these compositions. You look at them and you think, alright, it's a double sentinel composition. Technically you should have easy time during a defense, but that rarely happens. For some reason this comp, it works so very well on the attacking side, and one of the big reasons for that is the Gravinet lineup. It is the barrier mesh lineup. and how you can just put out sonic sensors in different parts of the map after claiming that territory on the back of the deadlock util firstly that you used up. And I think so that gives you a lot of strength, while when this comp shifts onto the defense, all the attackers need to do is just play a bit slow. And that was the adaptation after the timeout that Gobs took, the second timeout. He asked his team to play slow, wait for the deadlock's wall to get off, wait for a timer to run out, and then they started to flood in onto the other avenues, and that's why they were able to push it through this O2.
Well, certainly, whatever the coach did tell the players, it was a fun Valorant from both the sides. It was a very close call. A triple OT is what we witnessed, and after that SH12 claiming that victory. But both the teams, we can't say that this team was struggling, that team was struggling. They both were actually playing really good. Yes, few rounds were there which should not have gone in the favor of SH12, especially those 2v4 rounds. Few mistakes were there, but I don't really want to see who is the MVP, and it has to be Techno from the side of SH12. 25 kills, 239 ACS and 4 first kills. Headshot percentage slightly on the lower side.
It doesn't matter, to be honest, at this point. Quite a lot of kills that he got were from the shorty itself as well, playing up close and personal. But yes, there was a bit of an iffiness in one of the previous rounds where he could not land at the shot on Wenka, which eventually spiraled out of control into the overtimes that we saw. But then in round number 28, still cannot forget the fact he jumped in 1v3, the paranoia picture perfect, and then with the shot he was able to deny the plant down.
God.
20 freaking first kills of Revenant XSpark is bonkers.
That's the highest in the entire 3 splits, right? If I'm not wrong.
Absolutely correct.
No one has even came close to 20 first kills.
This is an insane shadow. That's all I'm going to say. The only difference that eventually goes in is the fact that SATL were able to take 2 thrifties for themselves, and maybe that's going to hurt Revenant XSpark a bit out there in their back pocket. But Wenka was out fragging everyone here. 31, 20 and 9 with a 302 ACS, and he's also got 5 first kills in his own hands. Want to know how many Aziz has got, but apart from Techno, not a single player in his team is positive in KDA.
Yeah, Miz 19 and 23. I'm sure the operator was not really helping Miz at all, but he has got a good assist. King Kappa 18 and 20 on the other side. Even Georgie was playing really good from the side of Revenant XSpark, 22 and 19. Aziz 29 and 18. Good stats from the side of Revenant XSpark, but the overall victory goes in the favor of SATL Esports.
It's hard to say at this point, you know, so there are certain unique matches where we don't usually see the team who's out fracking the other one win and take the map itself. While this map, again, being so close, you would never really expect 4 out of 5 players in the negative KDA for one of the side. Now that clearly showcases the team's strength and synergy, that they were not really relying on individual plays, but were playing together as a tight-knit unit. That's something I like about SATL, and I think so that's going to help them in the next map itself, which is going to be our split. But ladies and gentlemen, how things are going to go in that one will be revealed, but after this very short break. Don't go anywhere.
Here we go! What's this?
Why do they doubt the kid? I'm about to prove them all wrong again. I got a low tolerance, cause they don't even know what the problem is. It's me. Why do they doubt the kid? I'm about to prove them all wrong again. I got a low tolerance, cause they don't even know what the problem is. It's me. I ain't taking no loss. Look, I'ma always win. And I'ma do it again. Watch me win. Then watch me do it again. I'ma always win.
to live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
I go way up and paving my way through the smoke and the flame and the cold and the rain. If you wanna be me, but I stand out. You on flat earth looking at my cloud. Standing tall to the test. Standing tall to the test. 精神也很顽强，地球过不了，我是宣扬天空变化莫测，境况让人深思。快是白了也都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮就无奈，你生命也不受崇拜。Standing tall to the test. Standing tall to the test. 你看我的 set 就知道我的团队在团结。Team is the best， 他们值得 respect， 我们之间有巨大的差别。连我妈妈也叫我永远的神。我一回家，她说大儿子你很 tough， 一直不带不能被取代，比我更努力的人也不存在。到时我起来和盐酸奶直接出来，那 I'm great， I go way up and paving my way through the smoke and the flame and the cold and the rain. If you wanna be me, but I stand out. You're on flat earth looking at my cloud. Standing tall to the test. Standing tall to the test. Standing tall to the test. 我的精神也很顽强，地球过不了，我是宣扬天空变化莫测，境况让人深思。快是白了也都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮就无奈，你的生命也不受崇拜。我的精神也很顽强，地球过不了，我是宣扬天空变化莫测，境况让人深思。快是白了也都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮就无奈，你的生命也不受。Standing tall to the test. I'm a true to respect. Standing tall to the test. I'm a true to respect. 精神也很顽强，你掌握不了，我是宣扬天空变化莫测，境况让人深思。快是白了你也都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮就无奈。Now we see
Here we go. Here we go. What's this?
A series that lasted for 30 rounds. We did not see 30 rounds combined in two of the maps that we saw yesterday with a 13-0 and 13-1. This was a never-ending affair. And you know what? It's going to get even better, ladies and gentlemen, because this time we've got Necro with me, right next to me, my man. I know you were so excited witnessing the entire map from the sidelines out here, now being back here. How excited are you for the map of Split?
I'm absolutely excited, right? It feels like as a duel, they just need 2 players on the board because the amount of 2v4s they pulled off in the previous map, it's unbelievable. And then Revenant XSpark pulled off a 2v4, especially when they were on the brink of losing the map. I think this is an absolute cinema. I would love to see what's going to happen on the map of Split. Let's not forget, yesterday, Revenant XSpark just absolutely destroyed their opponents in a 13-0 manner, so I feel like they've got the wind in the sails on that map.
I mean, if you're really talking about the wind in the sails as well, I'll still say that SATUL are now soaring even faster because they had a 2-0 victory over Global Esports Academy too, and now stealing away this one map. But you know what? This is also something that happened previously. It was on the map of Lotus when SATUL first won that map, and then it was the OT on the map of Ascent. So I'm not quite sure if the momentum that they're carrying right now, that could be continued, because RNTX always like to bounce back on map 2.
RNTX at the end of the day is one of those teams that does pack a lot of potential, right? And let's not forget, this is also one of those teams that's an absolute powerhouse when it comes to the mechanical skills. They've always been on point. While Ascent, they like to think a little bit more with their brains. I'm not saying that RNTX does not think with their brains, but majority of the times you will see a lot of that aggression output from the side of them, while Ascent likes to play things a little bit more defensive. And I think so the previous map was a prime example of it, especially when we saw the stats flash on the screen.
Absolutely, but since that was all that happened in the previous one, and this one, the map of Split, Revenant XSpark love to play on it, and their attacking win rate has been looking impeccable, specifically considering the composition that they really go with. It's not the standard composition. It's like, it's working for them, and they're going to continue for as long as it works for them. SATL, on the other hand, though, even though this, I'll have to say, this record shows a different story, but I still feel that Hoax likes to call on this map. He still has got some good plays out here. SATL, maybe they've got some new things up in their backpacks, but I really want to see what kind of agents they do pick this time around.
I mean, look, yesterday we did see a few changes coming in from the side of Revenant XSpark, right? We did see the roster, not exactly the roster, I mean to say the agent composition switch up a bit, so I hope maybe we're going to see the same thing replicate over here too. And yes, Revenant XSpark, the agent composition's on the screen. They have pretty much selected the same agents that they did yesterday too, and we are seeing pretty much the same stuff even coming in from the side of SN2L. We just see that Omen pick instead of Astra.
That's the main thing. And honestly, my whole focus actually went on to the pick of that Raze normally. The composition that we saw was with the Reyna, but that's not really going to be the case. This is the exact same RNTX comp that they picked up against VLT2 and then won against them 13 and 11. Probably in that series. It was all the way back in the upper finals of Split 2 that we saw on LAN. So I think so SATL, with the considering the prep work that they did in the previous one, I think so they've got some kind of anti-prepared for this one as well. But they are on the defense right now. And mid is where they're going to have some extra members.
They picked the same composition yesterday too against XOIND, and they 13-0'd them. So let's be honest, this composition is definitely quite deadly for Revenant XSpark. They have been proven pretty well. And so far, thinking of taking that early mid control, they've actually got it too. Now trying to funnel all the way deep towards sewers. Ropes is still being held, and King Kappa this time instantly gets eliminated. First man down, SN2L starting things off with a bit of a disadvantage, but they're used to it. Even the previous map, Revenant XSpark had a lot of first kills, but still SN2L was the one to come out on top. So SN2L is used to starting things off with a bit of that disadvantage.
The re-clear coming in from Miz as well, taking so much space out there in mid. This has forced both the players of SATL to still anchor down towards the A side.
Once again, Revenant XSpark pivoting towards that site. It's not like they're going to be changing any decisions this time. But still a bit of back and forth, but Revenant XSpark once again finding themselves on the advantageous footing. It feels like SN2L, they're trying their best to get something done, but all the floodgates are now closed, and SN2L, they might just be done with this one. A 1-on-3 left to be executed. Miz all by himself, gets caught from the back. A beautiful wrap-up from Aziz.
Lovely call coming in from RNTX. They realize that mid normally is one of the weak parts of SATL, specifically in the pistol round, when you would rather not put a trip down there in mid. They were able to quickly flush out King Kappa, and on the back of it, just take so much control around the map by pushing Techno towards the B heaven, then creating that opening on the side. And a lovely maneuver as well. And even by Raw Fuel, just winning out that crucial 1v1 against Hoax on the side. Got a bit of weaponry as well in the loadout, a couple of rifles with a couple of ghosts. That means they're already preparing for the bonus round.
Yeah, it feels like SN2L's got no intentions of actually investing any sort of stuff in this round. Just playing with 5 classics. That means SN2L isn't really thinking of this round too much. If they're able to get a few picks, of course, that's going to be the icing on top of the cake they're looking for. If they're not, it's completely fine. King Kappa all by himself towards the A site. Camera broken. Now the man goes for the peek as well, since he's all by himself with just a classic. That's range. It's not going to be viable. King Kappa getting spammed through the cage as well. Man needs to be a little bit more cautious. The spike gets planted. And this is where SFTUL will be in a big world of trouble, because now they're going to be flooding in or funneling in from that same entry point.
Yeah, because the Heaven is really just blocked off by that big wall. Pun intended. I don't even know if they would actually want to flood in this time around. Maybe they're just going to hold that crossfire down and either play for exits if RNTX want to push out, or just fall down to the spike, denying those ult tops. So
exactly.
Still, if you're really talking about that also is a very solid round for Revenant XSpark, because either ways, they're going to be making sure that both of their rifles are being carried forward for the next round, and they've got enough to build in. Raw fuel. It's absolutely fine. All he had was a ghost.
Exactly. It's completely okay. I think the game plan was to get as many guns away as possible, getting the exit frags, but since everyone from Revenant XSpark decided to go away from the main itself, and no one was going from the screen, so it's all good and dandy. No guns taken away. Revenant XSpark looking extremely good and solid. While SFTUL, a bit of a rough start.
It's interesting seeing all the half shields across the board as well. And it's not like they
conserving.
don't have the money. Yeah, they do have the money for the full shields too, but it's more like that Fnatic strategy, and SATUL are not reading into this.
This time around though, once again, Revenant XSpark taking it up close and personal. 2 quick picks, and that's going to give them the massive advantage. Now they can go wherever they want. B's open, A's open. They start to flood in, but what about watching HLF? 2 quick taps on the skull. Aziz eventually shuts him down, but now it's taken down with 2v2. Aziz, position compromised, even gets trapped in that wire. Still, the man's okay. He's got his hands on the paint shield too. If he wants, it will toss that nade towards green. Aziz's position compromised, just 85 HP and no armor. Big world of trouble.
Discipline.
Yeah, he needs to be a little bit more passive, and that's what he's doing. But at the same time, time is off the essence. 40 seconds on the clock. Aziz needs to make it count. He does not have a lot of HP either, so the room for error is extremely low. And that quick peek from King Kappa will end the day.
I just love the anticipation and discipline from King Kappa. He had that 1 kill trip on site, but he realized that it's a 1v2. There's no need to peek Aziz. His either way is going bonkers right now. He just held his ground. We saw the spike as well all the way out in front of him. That was such a good decision making from this guy.
Yeah.
But again, Necro, we've constantly mentioned, we saw that in the previous series. SATUL only had 10 first kills. That means out of the 30 rounds, in 20 of those rounds, they are at a disadvantage. They were still able to convert that. And the same thing repeated in the previous round.
Yeah,
a 3v5 converted.
It's a game of aggression versus patience. And SFTUL, they're pretty good at showcasing patience. While Revenant XSpark, they're pretty good at showcasing aggression. SFTUL pretty much won the most crucial round, so now you can't say they've got the advantage on paper, but since the weaponry is still pretty stable on the side of Revenant XSpark, it's anyone's ball game.
True. And another mid walk up, just like the previous 3 rounds.
Slow and steady. Revenant XSpark, they've always been able to find those first picks, because SFTUL, they're playing it as defensive as possible, letting the players take the space they want, respecting them.
A bit too much.
Yeah. Folks, he's giving them the control they want. This paranoia, it's definitely going to paranoia the opponents. Miss, he's holding quite the off angle, will catch the one, but that's all he got. 1-for-1 trade.
30 seconds left.
4 players alive on both the sides, and Hoax is in quite the weird angle, gets caught by Georgie. Not sure exactly what the man was thinking. A lot of shots whipped from Techno, and will now need to pay the price for it. Georgie! 4-piece taken, on the verge of converting an ace. And he knows exactly where the last man is too, but HLF still that repositioning. It might just catch Georgie off guard, and that's what happens. 1-on-3 left to be executed. SFTUL, they're not in a good spot, and HLF is making the right option, which is to save.
I'd rather have Aziz go on a hunting spree this time around, as he's just 1 away from his showstopper as well, and you'd rather not have HLF save that weaponry. We've seen what SATUL can do in some of those thrifty rounds. They had 2 in the previous map.
Yeah,
that
it's
was
fine,
eventually
though.
the...
I still think it's completely fine, right? If they go for a bit more of that proactive take towards the mains in the upcoming round, they can easily get that showstopper up. And on the back of that Seekers, they can utilize that showstopper much more easily.
Exactly. But SATUL will have to stop respecting Revenant XSpark so much. They're literally just walking down mid. The only pieces of utilities that we have seen from them, and that too all the way in round number 3, was the Gravnet as well as the Paint Shells, which they sent all the way in the winds to push Techno back. And apart from that, they've literally been just walking down smokes. I want to see SATUL go in for some kind of adaptation, some kind of change.
Yeah.
Maybe a trap, maybe a paranoia setup, a spring which can trigger quickly.
Yeah.
And this round could probably be something like that because they are on an eco buy and Stingers hurt in close range.
SATUL's strength is team play and set plays, while Revenant XSpark's stronger suit is the mechanics and individual prowess. It's not like Revenant XSpark does not rely on team play. Of course they do, but it's about the majority of the takes they do in the duels. And that's what it says. Once again, off the grip, Revenant XSpark trying to be as aggressive as possible.
Yeah.
SATUL. This time I like the proactive control towards
King
B-main.
Kappa.
The man was pushed quite deep.
King Kappa's position is going to be crucial. If he wins this 1v1, he can delay just enough for the rest of the team to hop on the site. But look at Aziz. His position again. He's just re-wrapping around everyone.
Yeah, and that's going to be the first pick. Techno down. The man's already opened up the floodgates. Seekers out as well. Enough to cause a lot of distraction. Aziz clearing out the entire elbow, and now the sight's in their hands. Tough to stop the flood now. Revenant XSpark. They just seem clean. There is still a Vandal available up close and personal. Miz shuts him down. Gets his hands on the Vandal. That Stinger was definitely able to sting quite a bit. But Miz, he whiffs those important shots. And in the end, it will be Revenant XSpark once again just smoothly sailing through.
Georgie and Aziz, these duo, man, these imports. Working so well for Revenant XSpark. Again, Aziz finding that opener onto Techno, and even though King Kappa got one, he needed a multi in that position, and that's just too much asking for him considering he's got a Seekers right up in his face.
Yeah, and once again, let's not forget, Antidote's currently sitting on 0 frags.
He does not care. Because he's still going 0 and 2. If you can square that up and give it to 2 other people on the other side. That's what Miz and Hoax are going through.
Pretty much. Revenant XSpark, as long as they're getting those rounds, that's all that matters. And once again, they're pretty much doing the same thing. They've realized one thing. All the map is split. Getting the mid take is extremely crucial. And Revenant XSpark is constantly doing it flawlessly.
And in order to counter that, SATUL did put up a tripwire this time around. And I think so. It's still done a decent amount of job because it's flushed out quite a bit of utility out there from the other side. But you still have full of Georgie. And the operator in the hands of Miz. He's been holding down A constantly for a very long time now. And they haven't really gained any other part of map.
Yeah.
So SATUL, they're still conceding that mid. They haven't gained a space towards A main. They haven't really gained anything towards B main as well because the Trailblazer cleared everything. So they're going to be pushed all the way towards the spawn, and that means no fast rotations to the side or not even a proper site anchoring towards A side.
Oh no, but Hellef!
30 seconds.
There we go. The man's starting to kick things off. Venka pushing quite deep with the deadlock. Gets spotted. There's a paranoia available. Venka still somehow escaping that. The man's alive.
Camera cage
Man advantage in the hands of SATUL, and this is going to be massive.
10 seconds.
King Kappa's position, it might just not be expected, but it is in the end as he gets cut off instantly. Techno, though, still on the site, is bringing in a lot of crucial value. And Techno, with the 2-piece on the site, he insanely stops that take.
One of the most crucial ones as well with that anchoring. A picture perfect job being done. Not enough to pull any kind of fake over towards the A side, as B was the only part that was being anchored down. And Revenant XSpark. Necro, we saw the similar thing on previous map. round 28 on Ascent. They tried to run the clock down. They wanted to utilize it to utmost perfection, but SATUL were able to get those crucial picks on the side just on the back of that time pressure.
Yeah.
That has happened again.
Techno was the massive playmaker. He must save the day. The showstopper will be extremely deadly. Does catch one. Controller out. Still Venka. He gets that trade instantly. 1 for 1. But that trade is still quite good. Since now Revenant XSpark, they've got no controller. Which just means taking the site in their hands now gets extremely tough. They would need to rely on their heroics and mechanics much more. Roombot was utilized to try and clear out the wings. There is still King Kappa up close and personal. Aziz gets shut down eventually, demolished and ready. Venka wants to pop it at the right direction, but he does not catch anyone.
Lucky for King Kappa to run away, but a return neural theft from the other side, so should have a good amount of information as Helif has just thrown every single thing in his arsenal. Raw fuel for this late lurk. It could be disastrous.
Oh my god, what about watching Venka? This man is just flicking on skulls. A 3K to save the day. Revenant XSpark. Oh man, this team is just running away with the lead now. And SATUL, if they keep on giving away the lead like that, it's going to be tough to catch up eventually.
Yeah.
They need to stop it. They need to start winning a series of rounds right here, right now. And that's why this tactical timeout is necessary.
Because they also used their 2 of the big ultimates in the previous one. Sending out the showstopper first and then the Nightfall as well for the retake. They could not really capitalize on either one of them. So now that's not going to be close for the next few rounds, while Georgie as well as Aziz are already halfway through their own ultimates. So they will be up faster. And this is the attacking side of Split. Now, history has constantly shown us that SATUL really like the attacking half on this map. They sometimes do face some difficulties on the defense, but it's attack where they sometimes thrive.
Once again, right, it's time to understand the basics, though. The more rounds you get off the rip on defense, if you're someone to start things off in defense, that just means the more room for error you get when you're on the attack. Yep. And if SATUL does not really get a lot of rounds right here, it just means they will just have less chances to screw things up once they're on the attack. So it's better to just have that cushion. SATUL needs a lot of rounds on the defense. If they mess things up, that just means Revenant XSpark for them, it will be an advantage.
They already have a big one right now. Even in terms of weaponries. A deep sonic sensor be placed as well, which could be dealt with a bit later on, but Diligent re-clear. They're walking out of the smoke.
Oh my god!
Here with my copy.
But still, at the end of the day, they got those 2 picks instantly too, so it's completely fine. SATUL did get 1. But on the back of losing 2 players, so it's not a positive trade at the end of the day. And SATUL, this is what happens when you respect the opponents a bit too much and when you're struggling with confidence. And it all started from that previous map.
You know, I just feel that, yeah, Techno is giving a bit too much respect for Revenant XSpark.
It's not just Techno. I feel like everyone on SATUL is doing that. Even Hoax, right, towards B. Feels like the man's falling back a little bit too much. There should be a certain time when the man decides to fight, right? But this time, maybe Hoax is fighting back. Trades happen back and forth. It's taken down a 1v1 in the end, but Aziz, it's the weapon diff that comes into play.
Almost pulling it off, Techno. Just one more body that needed to be landed, but it's absolutely fine. The damage control has been done by RNTX. They did lose out the weaponries, but the economy in the bank account is absolutely stable, and Aziz is now just one away along with Georgie for their own major ultimates. This is a buy round and operator being invested, and potentially one of the last proper buy rounds for SATUL in this half.
Yeah.
You have to deny those orbs. You cannot let RNTX free roam around the map. And because of the early round mid conditioning, Revenant XSpark can easily stack 4 people towards this part of the map. Because 2 of the SATUL's defenders will have to hold mid down. It's just their early conditioning.
Once again, SATUL just sticking to the defaults. Waiting for at least the first initial contact. And there it goes. Trailblazer down. It's not going to do much though, since the man's position is already noticed. And he's got the operator for up close and personal combat. Not a lot of value gained. And once again, Revenant XSpark just getting the sight in their hands without any problems. Players just keep on falling apart for SATUL. No matter what they try to bring in, they're still failing. But Techno, this man is like an impenetrable wall, standing strong. 1-on-2 to be executed. Not a lot of HP in the back as well. 20 HP, 8 bullets and a dream. Needs to go for the fresh magazine in my opinion, but he does not want to give his position away either. But the moment he drops, his position's going to be noticed. Good screen. It's going to block the visual off the man on the opposite side, and what a shot that was! Techno, he's a monster! Might just make it happen, but he needs to connect a headshot. 2 bullets and a dream! He's going for the defuse, but since there's the pull, he's not able to come through properly, and in the end it will be antidote. All the advantage was stacked with the man.
And such a disciplined play as well from the IGL of RNTX. Patience, diligence. That's the first skill he's got in this entire map. And what a time to pull it back up. Not just breaking the economy of SATUL, but also the chances and hopes into equalizing this half.
This shot, disgusting.
Nasty, I agree. That's gonna build his confidence back up as well.
Yeah, the confidence is up, but what's going to build their economy? That should be the main question. They can't afford to keep on losing rounds like that. Now, at this point, it feels like a community giveaway. SATUL, they need to get things back in the court. Once again, Revenant XSpark, same intentions as they were in the previous round, but this time applying a bit more of that pressure towards Heaven. There's a big chance they might just go back all the way towards B while they're trying to execute this fake. And generally speaking, that's what it feels like too.
This is such a solid hold from SATUL. Can't really brute force your way through this part, and you've got 55 seconds on the clock as well. But
risky.
It just feels that, yeah, RNTX, they really want to brute force this.
Yeah, it's quite risky. Since Revenant XSpark knows that there's only pistols available against him, so they can't go for this brute force, and the risk is paying off. Sheriff's not able to find the proper clicks, while Revenant XSpark, the weaponry advantage is making a lot of difference, and Rawfield single-handedly just clearing out the entirety of that site. SATUL, not a lot that can be done. Miz was able to find one on the back of that paint shell, but once again, it's not going to matter. Not something that's going to create a lot of difference, but this man does get his hands on the Phantom. What?
Whoa!
How does this even happen, Hoax? A 3K to save the day. Unbelievable play. I am not able to wrap my head around on what just happened.
It all kicked things off when Miz got another pick on Raw Fuel with the paint shells. This is the second round that has been able to pull that off. But on a retake towards the A, that's the first opener, and then an individual being offered. Hoax had seen that barrel long ago. He just wanted Wahinka to be flushed out from that place, and as soon as he did, just quickly TP'd on, picked up the rifle, and then isolated both the duels.
Yeah, please tell me it was a joke. I can't believe he was able to convert that. Every single thing was played so perfectly. Even though they were double peeking, it's still the man somehow isolated the duel. He threaded that needle perfectly.
Yep. That's how...
I just can't believe it happened. I just can't believe it.
That's how picture perfect you need to be if you're the IGL of SATUL and playing against RNTX, my guy Miz. He's got to be giving up that space now, and the Annihilation is also being sent, but not on his way. He was sent out to catch Techno. There's a tripwire down there, so if anyone wants to push, they will be met with resistance, but over towards the B.
Oh,
it's going to be a big problem. Now the paint shell's going haywire.
Oh no, those paint shields could have delayed the push for such a long time. But since he missed the mark, it's now not paying off that well. Antidote, another man's head cut off. And just like that, It's a domino effect. SN2L's defense just completely crumbling apart. And Aziz, this man is in their brain, just constantly eating them alive. He's eating them inside out. King Kappa, last man standing.
Satchel out.
In my opinion, just go for the save. That's the best possible thing the man can do. But I'm still thinking that King Kappa's main decision is to get the exit frags and steal as many guns away as possible.
No, I think so. He's just trying to play a bit more smart out there. He knows that RNTX will be going in for the hunt, and you really just move to the farthest side possible for the hunt. So maybe he might have overcooked out here a bit. My goodness. The diligence, the anticipation. But he was able to pick Aziz off, so that's one good thing. But Georgie. Yeah, he just knew. And that's an 8-4 already. Revenant XSpark in such a comfortable spot in the driving seat on this map. It's exactly the opposite of what SATUL were doing to them in the previous one.
This series, it's way too intense. And mind you, we're not even at the penultimate yet. Once again, whoever loses this one moves down to the elimination bracket. So it's not like they're going to be completely eliminated. They will still have a second shot at life. And a timeout pulled out by the players of SN2L since they realized they've been losing too many rounds. Even that save that they try to come through from King Kappa is not there anymore. So what do they need to do to get this round in their hands?
We've been mentioning how they've been giving too much respect to the members of RNTX. Now, normally when you play this map, there are certain moments when you want to push out, when you want to go for a trap play over towards one or the other extremity. Could be mid, could be B main, could be A main. But you always need to send out that one doubt in your opponent's mind that this could happen. It has not happened till now by SATUL. They have been playing all the way far back, constantly passive, waiting for RNTX to make a play and then react. And that reactive play does not work when Venka and Aziz are snapping like that. And it's not even Venka per se, it's Aziz and Georgie who've been snapping up like anything.
True that. But this Wiper's Pit, though, it's going to be essential. Blocking off the entirety of mid, at least as of now. But since the man gets spotted, now they know exactly where Techno is. And Revenant XSpark showcasing that fake presence towards mid, slowly and steadily pivoting towards B main. There's going to be flood coming through soon, so hopefully Hoax is ready. And this one-way smoke will definitely help Hoax to spot out anyone that tries to cross on. Smoke fades away instantly. It's going to be a push. Paranoia is ready, and Hoax, this teleport, this might just be a big brain move. The man's still not revealed his position yet, but maybe the footsteps will give it away, and it does. Revenant XSpark, not a lot of cracks in their breach, while SN2L, too many cracks in their defense, and those cracks now get abused. Revenant XSpark just making it look way too easy. Rafuel is being a big pain in the back now. Someone get rid of the man. Stinger up close and personal, it will find the value, but not enough. And Rafuel with a 4K. This man just dominates the round.
Switching sides.
A big attempt there. But a phantom moment, unfortunately, for Hoax, and Rafuel capitalized on the back of it. And that was such a good pathing again as well. As soon as the Paranoia hit their face, they turned around towards the ropes quickly behind that box and then double peeked onto the rest of the members. That was super, super cool. Just like the Tempest cooling system that Omen laptops provide you. Because you've got the Intel i9 processors in that, and you've also got NVIDIA RTX 5080. So that needs a good amount of cooling, and Tempest Cooling Pro is exactly what you need. And fun fact, these laptops come with customizable RGB lights as well. And there's one more offer out there, Necro, that you can eventually get some of the HyperX headsets as well, which are worth 11,000 only for $999. Make sure people you scan the QR code in that.
Where are you?
Hellband, and quickly check out those offers while we check out this trap play from RNTX in mid.
Oh, this can be deadly. This can be deadly. Burst on towards the site. Antidote instantly backs away. Can't believe they actually let Antidote back away like that from the pillar. Antidote now, since he's managed to escape such a massive danger, the execution for the retake just gets even more easier. Miz does not really have a lot of HP. That means the risk-taking factor as well is taken down extremely low. Miz's position still not found out. No one's got clue that Miz is right underneath that drop.
Good
Miz
flash.
with the off angle can definitely get a lot of things done, but since there is a player coming through from main, and Ascent not respecting the boundaries anymore, they're breaching through, bursting through the defense.
Player standing.
And Revenant XSpark, they somehow still on the verge of pulling it back. 1-on-2 left over. Man advantage not exactly with them. Hoax up close and personal. Chips away. And Aziz somehow takes it down on 1v1. But Techno, he's still alive to get things back in their court. But that was way too up close and personal.
It absolutely was, but another great mid-rounding from SATUL. Even though Antidote was able to run away, Georgie sent out that flash to set Aziz up in B main to try and pinch Helif from both Heaven as well as B main. But the fact that Helif was able to move on side and then SATUL pushed towards the spawn to take some space away which they were losing from B main is what resulted in this round still being converted for them, because the trades, again, going back and forth, they had the numbers advantage going into that one.
Yeah, this needs to be
Good
stopped.
call.
This definitely needs to be stopped, especially when you're 4 players up and you still somehow lose to a 2 players team. That just means that you are pretty much just throwing the round, but hold on to that thought. SATUL, once again, they kick things off on an aggressive note. 2 quick picks. That means that will be a massive advantage converted.
Yes.
And now it's up to them wherever they want to go.
That's an important one as well, right? Because we saw in the last map where the second pistol was won by SATUL. But they eventually threw up the very next round after that, the anti-eco.
Yeah.
So holding on to these weaponries, it means a lot for them for this one. Specifically, in a 9-3, the curse only activates once you're able to get the pistol, and then the rest of the few rounds too. And their diligence knows absolutely no bounds. Should have an idea that it's an empty site now, as the rest of the 3 members of RNTX are gamble stacking the A site. It's going to take them eons to even rotate.
Yeah. And I'm pretty sure Revenant XSpark is just going to try to deny all these kills.
Yep.
So that they can deny those extra bit of credits and even the ultimate warps.
You know, now I realize why Rafuel is hitting some nasty shots this time.
Why?
He's using the Paper X Classic.
Okay, buddy. Alright. So you're someone who likes to believe in superstitions, huh?
Yeah, I do tend to believe that you will somehow push the rank in Valo.
Well, you see, sometimes people just don't really care.
Absolutely.
And just like Revenant XSpark in that previous round, even they did not really care about winning it, so...
True.
Yeah, now they're going to move on with a refreshed economy, get their hands on better weaponry. Their goal is going to be simple, no matter what, win this one.
This is still a very winnable round for SATUL. There are 4 people with the half shields for RNTX, and there's an outlaw on the other side in the hands of King Kappa. But the fact is that this guy is struggling this time around. Normally when we see SATUL on the driver's seat, King Kappa is normally the one driving it. But this time, it seems a bit more aggressive.
Yeah, and the aggression once again towards the A main, just like the place Revenant XSpark did on their attack.
Kappa.
Applying a bit more of that pressure, and what was that shot? Heads cut off. The man peeked out for a split second. It was a jump peek to get the intel, but what a disgusting shot that was. Insane reactions. Revenant XSpark, defense cut in half, one towards the A site. Just 2 players trying to stop the entire flood. SATUL utilizing every single piece of utility to gain as much intel as possible. Both the players pinned on towards the site. Venko wins that initial duel. I don't understand why SATUL is going for 1-by-1 duels, and that's one of the main reasons why they're losing out on the man number 2. But still, it can be under control. Aziz, he finds a quick 2-piece. brings it down to a 3-on-2. SNTUL, man disadvantage with them, but now they equalize it.
Seconds left.
A 2v2 to be executed. Revenant XSpark on the defense.
One enemy remaining.
Things can still be pulled back in Raw Fuel. He finds a crucial pick. Spike gets planted. Techno all by himself. Needs to hold the off angle, catch the players off guard too. Techno in a big world of trouble, 2 players in the front. They're walking straight to the site, and he's got the timing as well. Catches the first man. That's a great isolation. Techno, he's clutched it just like this in the past too. And he can make it happen once again, and Techno! The man just makes it look so easy. The savior of SNTUL in that round.
The isolation was absolutely perfect. Catches Raw Fuel first and then denies any potential for Antidote to trade that. Mind-blowing stuff from this lad. And brushing off the jitters of the previous map, that too so very quickly. That requires experience. And it's reeking out of him, and that's a bonus conversion by the way, Necro. And I'm pretty sure that the audience prediction that they were predicting to win is actually going to go haywire right now.
Yeah, everyone's going to be surprised and shocked.
Double push out. This time around RNTX trying to take that space though. But this is all technically a bait for SATUL to move towards the B side, which is technically the sagged part of the map.
Oh no, Georgie gets chipped up pretty low. It's not a good look.
Cage trigger.
Can't heal himself.
Yeah. King Kappa wanted to get rid of that camera. And does get rid of it too.
Oh, Venka?
Yeah, this
Why
man's
are you
already pushed up
here?
way too deep, and no one's got a clue that Venka's in the back. He's pushed up way too deep. Now he's pivoting towards mid. He might just find a gold case in his hands if he moves in at the right time, but the timing's not going to be good enough. Good pull from Antidote. Might just be able to isolate one duel, but the man's completely trapped. And Venka, he finds a vault, but he's still not able to reap the benefits. Gets instantly denied. Mez walks into a crossfire, gets shut down eventually. SNTUL, the site falls in their hand. And now it will be unstoppable. As he's
What a
all by
round.
himself with just a Guardian.
What an absolute beast of a round from SATUL. Mind-blowing stuff yet again.
Clean.
They gave up the space towards the A, then took control of the B main and then moved towards mid, all the while keeping it in mind that they have lost the spawn control, so someone might lurk, and Techno turned around at the perfect possible moment. Otherwise that could have been deadly. Antidote did everything in his own position with a grab well as well and trying to survive behind that box, destroying the haunt, eating up the paranoia. It was all to make sure Venka gets someone from the backstab, but Techno just destroyed their plans. And here's the thing, there's another change in the Viper wall right now. It's going towards the B yet again. This gives you such a good angle to walk all the way through.
Yeah.
Considering there's also the Poison Cloud D, but hold on.
Big pick. Massive pick. Cypher's
It's a
down.
lurker.
That means the possibility of lurking up and flanking, they have been activated. But are Revenant XSpark really gonna exceed the limits and start pushing up? Once again, camera towards that same position, gives the position away, double satchels on towards the site, and Miz finds the value. Showstopper getting the maximum amount of value, but then you've got a man like Antidote who jumps on top of the heaven, and he finds a 2-pick instantly. SNTUL, the take that they had in mind towards B is now just completely down the drain just because of that one play from Antidote.
But how many times have we seen these 2v4s being converted? And how many times has it been Helif? It's the last man standing.
Yeah, but not on this map.
I'll find you.
We haven't seen a lot of 2v4s converted on this map from SNTUL.
20
In the
seconds.
previous one, yes, we did a lot. But since SNTUL's got so much of that breathing space, they're moving all the way towards A from the back.
Venka.
And he
Venka
knows.
can win the round.
He knows he's ready and primed. Crosser's placed to perfection behind the screens, hiding, and he spots the first man, but he whiffs! That could have been the opportunity. Venka taken down to 1 HP. No time left. And that's going to be it. SNTUL. They whiffed the most important round. LF wants to keep himself alive, and he will.
Nice adjustment from Revenant XSpark, specifically from Antidote. The jumping judge out of heaven. Passing down his judgment. You know, when nothing works, judge works. Antidote was like, it's been a bit too much for me to, you know, with the rifle, I'm gonna just throw it all down. That was technically the play that made this entire round turn around on its head. Finally, that 4-round streak of SATUL being broken by RNTX, and they moved to double digits.
Man, it was like a god falling from heaven, striking his judgment. But there we go. Things once again spring as Miz is able to find the first. And even Techno is able to follow up with the second one. Revenant XSpark making the same mistakes they did in the past. And LF wants that crucial tool. 1v1's given by Revenant XSpark. This time the heroics won't work. But as long as George is alive, they can still pull it back. This man's been an absolute monster. Time and time proving himself and his worth. And King Kappa is just looking to execute a perfect lurk. Now he will be able to do so, but Aziz is still going for that recheck. Aziz.
Got Seekers.
This will be a white check coming from Aziz and his teammate, Georgie. He still somehow finds that pick on towards King Kappa. And now it seems like Revenant XSpark is just going to pull back. They're going to go for the save.
Yeah, they can't. They've got so much space to clear, and then Techno also has got the Viper Spit in his back pocket if push really comes to shove. SATUL bounce back so quickly, sending out the same ball over towards the A side, but this time running all of them out through the B main and catching the players up in heaven too. A big round to be converted as well, because the showstopper was baited out from Aziz, and King Kappa survived through all of that.
Looking at the ultimates, Georgie with Seekers available, Demolition in the hands of Venka. Revenant XSpark, they've got two massive ultimates available. Demolition can pretty much just give you the advantage off the rip if used properly. And Revenant XSpark into deep thinking on what exactly needs to be done. SATUL, they're starting to win series of round. A while ago, it looked like a complete one-sided map, but now SATUL, since they are starting to pull this entire game back in their hands, Revenant XSpark, they're starting to sweat. What do you think? Is Split an attacker-sided map or defense-sided map?
Entirely depends on composition, my guy. Entirely.
I know, right? And still, both these teams are making it feel like it's supposed to be an attacking-sided map.
Exactly, because that's what double controller technically brings you on the table. And the fact is that both of these teams, they like to play their own type of style on this one. Revenant XSpark, they heavily depend on that mid control. They like to play around that part of the map. While SATUL, when they are on the attacking side, extremities it's the entire name of the game. Certain times jumping in mid.
Yeah. SATUL's really good at set plays. And recently their communication as well. It's been fly! But what are you gonna do with communication when you've got a man like Aziz just tapping out skulls?
Can't
it's
do
just
anything.
unfair. It's unfair.
Aziz is. If there's Aziz in the opponent, that's already an unfair thing for you. This man cracks up like anything. And you can't afford to have one Aziz round. You can't afford to have one raw fuel round. SATUL will need to work together. And the Seekers are going to give so much information. The next two players are going to be pulled in over towards the B site as well.
Yeah.
They've still got 50 seconds to work with, so if they want to go towards the A side, then they absolutely can. But then there's another aim beast there, and that is Venka.
At the end of the day, both the teams stacked with good players. Mechanical gods. SATUL a little bit better when it comes to those set plays. But as I mentioned, what are you going to do with set plays and proper communication when you've got a man like Aziz popping off and Georgie able to win these duels in such an awkward manner? But still, it's doable. 2v3 to be executed. Hoax, he needs to find one more. That's the only way SATUL can still pull it back. And as you mentioned, it's a heaven plant. This flash will give away the position, but what a pick that was! On the back of that paranoia, they caused a perfect distraction. And they want to go for a double peek as well, and Revenant XSpark will make it happen eventually. Beautiful stuff.
The call was picture perfect. They realized where both the players were. And it's going to have advantage at what angle.
Yeah, in my opinion, SN2L should have backed away the moment they found the one man. That's it. They should have just backed away and played for the post plan well.
I kind of agree, but the only thing that I can reason with them standing there is the fact that Hoax was down to 30 HP, so they probably thought that maybe if we still hold this one angle down, we might be able to catch them off guard. And also there was a smoke right in their faces. It's just the fact that RNTX found a better way to play around with it. Not something we are accustomed to seeing, and still Antidote's gonna stick with his judge. This time it's out the B main though, but the main thing is King Kappa with the operator. He has been struggling this entire map.
Honestly speaking, I'm not a big fan of operator on the attack, that too on the map is split. I'm not a big fan of it. You need to be extremely aggressive to make that operator work. And since you have given the operator to a Cypher, I highly doubt he's going to be able to squeeze in as much value that's needed. And SN2L is already just falling apart. Down to just 2 players, the operator is way too slow to find any sort of value, while your assaulters are just falling apart. Eventually, King Kappa is able to connect that important frag, but at the cost of what? Losing your 3 players.
Here's the thing. This is a very, very passive cosmic divide. And that barrier mesh now being thrown as well, that he's got a ton of information to you. They're actually going to still push through this part of the map. It is going to be stacked up, so Aziz and Rafuel work in unison.
One enemy remaining.
Oh my
30 seconds
god.
left.
Disgusting. Rafuel. You absolute demon. Miss. And in the end, Hoax 2 falls apart.
Match point.
That's just rough luck. Now the game's starting to slip away from the hands of SN2L. Momentum wins in the sail of Revenant XSpark. While SN2L, they've got 3 ultimates available. But if they keep on losing to players, it's such a bad manner where they're not even standing a chance to fight back, then those ultimates are pretty much waste.
It was just a counter setup this time around from RNTX. And that was the reason why SN2L kept on losing to players. And the shot like this, if Aziz does... If he does things like this, you can't really blame anyone out there. Another wallbang shot. Hoax is lucky to be alive. A piece of metal saving his life there. And look at this mid control.
SN2L's already starting off with a disadvantage, but Techno is pushed up so deep. He's found so much control. Techno, look to your left. What are you doing, my man? SN2L, final 2 men standing. Hoax is taken down to barely any sort of HP. King Kappa is busy lurking as usual. He does get the intel. Hoax is blocked, but eventually teleports on towards the site. Is this really going to be a massive play? It might just be. Hoax is actually able to slip all the way towards the defensive side. But eventually now it just goes for the plant. 3 HP and a dream. It seems impossible. 1 bullet connection from the side of Revenant XSpark will seal the deal. And that's what happens.
Very decent shot by Venka as well. Moving all the way down. RNTX are not going down without a fight, ladies and gentlemen. We've got a series for ourselves. 13-8 win for RNTX on their map pick-off split. And they just had so much more control over towards the later stages of this map. And the fact that they were running that double sentinel composition down as well, right, Necro, that gives you so much more passive control, so much more information as well to play for some of those late rotates. And that is the style of RNTX.
True.
If they're pushing out aggressively on one part of the map, they really want to try and play a bit more passive towards the other part, and that worked out perfectly for their side. And I'm pretty sure if they continue that, yes, the next map could also be theirs. But you know, that's a different tangent of conversation entirely.
Yeah, I mean, no matter how much you try to glorify what has happened in that previous map, it's definitely less. SC2L, of course, there were a lot of cracks on their first half, and that's one of the main reasons why they pretty much lost on the map of Split. If they would not have given so many rounds away on the defense, attacking would have been much more easier. But since they gave away so many rounds initially, attacking just got a little bit more tougher.
I 100% agree. 9-3 half as well. But even after that, there was a sudden surge of recovery, which we saw when SATUL strung together about 3 to 4 rounds consecutively after converting their bonus 2. But then eventually, there was just another timeout, a bit of an adjustment from RNTX, and you know what happened, right? You know, Aziz just happened to pop off in 2 of those rounds, absolutely destroying SATUL, at least 2 or 3 players. So all the strategies and all the cooking was eventually put to waste.
Yeah, and that's the main problem, right? SATUL, it feels like, especially when it comes to closing things out, they're not able to close that clean. Yeah, the first map as well should be a prime example of it, especially when we thought that SATUL now has a massive advantage. And when it came to closing things off, SATUL struggled. Revenant XSpark pulled off a series of rounds in the first map of the series. Yeah, later on they did win the entire map, that's a whole other story. And even on the map of Split, when it felt like we were able to see that recovery, for some reason, in the late stages, SATUL once again starts to choke, which is not a good sign. And now since we're moving towards the third map, I generally do feel like Revenant XSpark will now have much more of a massive edge.
Because the momentum is on their side, yes, I agree. And Icebox is also a very momentum-driven map. And it's I kind of consider it to be a home ground for both Wenka as well as Aziz. So we'll have to see how things happen there, though. But I did like the ideas of SATUL, quite a bit of them. Yes, there were certain moments when there was a bit of hesitation, bit of confusion. Certain rounds where Techno, when he was trying to go for his own lurk plays, he was struggling a bit. But this man was the main reason why entire SATUL was struggling a lot and why we are moving to the third map. 8 first kills out of the 27 that he found. Aziz was a beast.
Disgusting stuff from the man. 27 frags in just that one game. Headshot percentage of 24.1. Aziz, at the end of the day, he's been the most consistent player in the entirety of South Asia. And once again, the man's proven why he's supposed to be one of the best players out there. And let's not forget, it was not just about Aziz, it was also about Georgie in some of those rounds. Even Georgie was able to contribute quite a bit. Even Antidote had his own playing style, and that's one of the main reasons why Revenant XSpark as a team, as a whole unit, they were able to win those duels better. SC2O, of course, when it comes to first kill, this time it's not really that big of a difference, but the previous map, man, it was a stark difference.
And the fun fact is they still had 10 out of the 30 rounds. This time at least they've got 10 out of the 21 rounds that we played, though. But looking at the post-plant conversions, you mentioned about that, how RNTX had 9 rounds on their attacking side. They were able to put the spike down 9 times itself and convert 8 out of those rounds. And in one of them, they just wiped out the floor of SATUL entirely. There's a big difference this time around in the number of frags itself. And we have seen that even in map 1, Necro, that in terms of kills, RNTX are always ahead. It's just in terms of strategy and team play where SATUL thrive. But this time around, the snappiness was just a bit too much for them to thrive on anything.
But here's the thing, right? This time around on the defense, SATUL felt like they were just not really ready for the takes that Revenant XSpark was bringing on the board. Majority of the time, SATUL was just backing away, constantly playing it passive, constantly trying to play it as defensive as possible, which just means that they did not really have proper confidence and proper intel to go for the take against the players of Revenant XSpark, which is, of course, not a good thing. Since you're one of those teams that is known to have good brains, that is known to have tactical nature, and if you're someone who's not confident enough with the intel that you have, it just means you might just be breaking apart mentally.
I 100% agree. We were constantly seeing those moments when normally SATUL would challenge it in a 2v2 or rather a triple peak as well. We were seeing not a lot of that happen to some of the underconfident moments as well. I think so those jitters are being carried from the previous map itself onto this one. So they really have to brush it off because Icebox is very momentum driven map. And the amount of attacking rounds that you can get just based on some of the early set plays that you can make, that's very, very crucial for the entire team. I really want to see how things fall onto that one, but I want to see if Revenant XSpark can pull it through.
Look, at this point, Revenant XSpark, they've got heavy winds in their sails, while SATUL, the way things are looking like for them, especially when it comes to the end moments of the map, SC2L is never able to close things out that well and that clean. So in my opinion, SC2L's start has always been decent, but on the previous map, a split, the start as well was messed up. In the mid-pack, SC2L did bring in that comeback, which of course means that now moving on towards the third map, SC2L will be struggling quite a bit with the confidence, because losing those maps in such a way definitely does not give them a good look.
I kind of agree as well, but maybe they might be able to pull it through. Who knows? All they need to do is just take a small break, take a small breather, and get back into that fun. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll also take a small break, and we'll be back with map number 3 on the other side of this break.
Here we go! What's this?
Why do they doubt the kid? I'm about to prove them all wrong again. I got a low tolerance, cause they don't even know what the problem is. It's me. Why do they doubt the kid? I'm about to prove them all wrong again. I got a low tolerance, cause they don't even know what the problem is. It's me. I ain't taking no loss, no loss, no loss. Look, I'ma always win. And I'ma do it again. Watch me win. Then watch me do it again. I'ma always win.
To live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
Welcome back after the short break, and now it's Shadow with me on the panel. Shadow, this game is way too intense, and at this point it feels like the intensity is through the roof. First two matches, it feels quite the back and forth. Now we move on towards the map of overall Icebox. What are your expectations?
I don't know. I'm not expecting anything in Necro at this point because the first map itself, for a second it looked like it might go in the favor of Revenant XSpark. Even in the start of the day, everyone was saying it is going to be a 2-0 clean victory for Revenant XSpark, but that didn't happen at all. So maybe we are up for a surprise in the last map as well.
Hey, I mean, we've got the map 3 data on the screen, right? And speaking of Icebox itself, Revenant XSpark, they have been indeed looking extremely clean. The second win that they got, we witnessed it yesterday. And now, as we move on towards SATL stat, even they've played the map twice so far, and they've won it both the time.
Of course, Revenant XSpark, they played on the map of Icebox against the players of Exe Esports, that too in the Grand Finals main event. And that was a 13-11 victory for the players of Revenant XSpark. So yes, if a team can win on a particular map on a LAN Finals, then they can definitely win their own online stage. So yes, the chances of Revenant taking the victory are pretty high.
Yeah, but even SATL has won it twice, so let's just say that the odds are even Steven matched, and both these teams are extremely closely matched as well. Looking at the first two games, yeah, the first game was way too close. We went to overtime after overtime. Second one as well. SATL was able to pull themselves back in the mid-pack, but initially, Revenant XSpark was just absolutely dominating. And this time, SATL just needs to make sure that off the rip, Revenant XSpark is not able to run away with the lead. We've got the Asian composition 2 on the screen, and this almost seems like a mirror matchup, and then you see Gecko being pulled out from Hoax.
Yeah, Gecko is definitely a wise pick on the map of Icebox. Those flashes, the wingman definitely help you out. So I like the agent selection of SATL, but Revenant XSpark, even their agent composition also pretty strong. A double initiator comp with a KO and Sova in the mix, a very stable composition when it comes to Icebox. So anything can happen composition-wise, agent selection-wise. Both teams have definitely picked very strong agents.
In my opinion, I'm a big fan of both the compositions, but I am tilted a little bit towards Revenant XSpark because I love that KO pick right there. The 0 point gives you so much value. The ultimate as well, null command, can be extremely crucial, especially when you're looking to brute force towards the site and when you want to nullify the utilities of the opponents. So KO is a little bit more efficient and viable, in my opinion, compared to Gecko, but let's just see. It really comes down to these individual players themselves and how they really do make the composition work.
And also about the timing. You have to find the correct timing onto the opponent. For now, Revenant XSpark on the attacking half going for a complete A hit. The alarm bot already giving a lot of information to King Kappa, who's the solo anchor towards the side, and he finds one already onto Aziz and raw fuel as well.
SATL start things off with an aggressive manner. King Kappa all by himself, just tapping on skulls. Getting a quick 3-piece on the board. Does get traded out in return though, but now the man advantage in the hands of SATL. Taking down with 3-on-2, and SATL, they will clean it out without any problems. Solid stuff from the boys. First round on the board.
Yeah, King Kappa, definitely the hero of the previous round, getting 3 picks in a single pistol round. And of course, that alarm bot also did give away a lot of information to the players of SATL. And Kappa was just ready with for the entirety of Revenant XSpark. And since SATL, now they have got the pistol round, better weaponry in their hands, should be an easy second one as well. But that sheriff, 2 sheriffs from the side of Revenant XSpark, maybe we can see a thrifty conversion, eco conversion.
Revealing area.
Recon dart out. LF. And Miz. The off angle. Miz comes up with a lot of surprises. And one of them is going to find Aziz off the rip. SATL looking a bit more confident on their defense this time around. Revenant XSpark getting a real check. 4 players still standing for Revenant XSpark, and these 4 players, they've got 3 sheriffs available on the board. Make that 2 actually. Fenka does get the first contact, but is not able to find the pick that is supposed to bring in the equalizer. SATL is constantly keeping themselves on the advantage, and SATL is not even going for any sort of silly peeks. They're playing this pretty well coordinated, which is of course the exact thing SATL needs to do. Revenant XSpark now slowly and steadily traversing towards the B site. There is an outlaw available to try and stop them in the tracks. The Marshal is able to find the first pick, an important one too.
30 seconds
Snake
left.
bite utilized. Second shot missed out, but it's completely fine. Georgie will get that plant. King Kappa, important pick. And an important pick coming through from the side of Venkatu, but it's not going to mean anything.
Yeah, an easy round conversion for the players of Exe Esports. And since it was only Techno who was killed in this particular round, so the bonus is also going to look pretty strong for the players of Exe. But also now the pressure is on the shoulders of the players of Revenant XSpark because they can't afford to lose the buy rounds. Instant pivot came from the side of Revenant XSpark, but they had no weaponry, nothing. The only thing they got out of that particular round was the plant credits, nothing else.
Yeah. I mean, just looking at the way the round really kicked off, right, let's just be honest, at the end of the day, it was an eco round for the players of Revenant XSpark, so you cannot really expect a lot.
Yeah.
Which makes a lot of sense, too. Weaponry advantage is something that will be massive at the end of the day. And now, looking at the screen, SO2L, once again, Techno positioned around that same angle. This time the Marshal might just not be able to find a lot of value, and since they're playing on the bonus, this Marshal at least needs to find the first skull. That can put the advantage in the hands of SO2L. Weaponry advantage in the hands of Revenant XSpark, though, and that will be a massive advantage, too, that they can rely on. Beautiful snake bite. Venka is not able to find himself. That's secured. And Helif instantly cuts his head off. An important pick that came through from SO2L to bring them the advantage in the hands. And now they've put themselves a little bit more on the higher spot. Venga taken down. The entry's not there anymore. Revenant XSpark, now it's time to dial in for those individual heroics and find the first pick. Hoax with the Guardian. Helif once again starting to tap. Techno as well. He does not shy away. The Sheriffs, they're finding some insane clicks. Final two men standing for Revenant XSpark. Not a lot the boys can do, but still, Rawfield's doing a lot of damage. Eventually, Georgia 2 follows up. This might just be another 2-on-4 conversion. We've seen a lot of that in the first map. But Revenant XSpark, can they replicate it once again in this map? It might just not be possible as the Guardian of Hoax will find both of them.
Those 2-4 conversions were from the side of SA2L, at least on the first map. And SA2L once again converting the bonus round. It was not the operator or the rifles. It was the sheriff shots from the side of SA2L Esports that did give them a lot of value. And Revenant XSpark losing on the buy round is something, let's just say, a very bad start for the decider map. And Revenant XSpark is also not trying to explore the mid. Every single time we see Techno loves being around that yellow, and he maintains that yellow control to the team. Maybe this time we can see any sort of mid play from the side of Revenant XSpark.
Yeah, let's just put it this way, right? Split 3's been filled up with a lot of astonishing moments. And I guess yesterday as well we witnessed one, but speak of astonishments, Revenant XSpark replies back with a major one themselves. Players starting to line up, SO2L starting to lose their grip. Georgie, the man's already sneaked up way too deep. And Techno's got no clue where Georgie is. Miz with the operator up close and personally finds an important pick too, but he's constantly getting tagged up pretty low. There was a knife in the hand, but Venka now pulls out the Vandal once again, and he strikes down Miz. Just like that, sight back in their hands. Techno wants to catch a loose straggler. Georgie's there. Techno's position noticed, and he can't really do a lot. SO2L, now they're starting to fall short. But once again, speaking of the astonishments, right? Yesterday we saw Asterisk taking down Reckoning Esports. None of us saw that coming, even in our dreams, but that happened. And if today SO2L does manage to take down Revenant XSpark, that will be another highlight.
That's highly possible as well. The way the players of SA2L Esports are playing, it's highly possible that yes, they can take a victory against the players of Revenant XSpark. But speaking about this particular round, this time Revenant XSpark went for that mid exploration. The mid play was there. All the three players of SA2L were also positioned around the kitchen area, around the tubes, but despite that, Revenant was just prepared, and that first round went in their favor. A good recon from the side of SA2L, but not much information has been passed on. But Still holding on to the ground, trying to get as much information as much possible. Because if you notice, few of the players of Revenant XSpark are also outside the main. They are trying to create few question mark, but that owl Ron gave all the information to SATUL now.
Major scan. Info gathering utility not left anymore, but 5 more seconds and he will have to draw a dart up once again. And Helef, man's not going to wait even for a second, instantly utilizes that recon dart. And Venka gets a little bit too ahead of himself, instantly gets cut off. 4 players standing on the board for Revenant XSpark, and these 4 players now need to start threading the needle towards the A site, but not when you've got players like Hoax and Helef standing. And even Techno towards mid shuts down any sort of possibilities.
Complete mowdown is what really happened with the players of Revenant XSpark. They came one by one and were taken down one by one by the players of SATUL Esports. This time SATUL was just prepared. They have got the Hunter's Fury for this particular round. Even Thrash is also just 1 point away. Lockdown 1 point away. A major ultimate which can really help SATUL to go for the 5th one. Revenant XSpark, even their ult progression is also looking very promising. But the duels, the aim duels is something where Revenant is lacking at this point.
Got the Blade Storm up, so Vedka can definitely squeeze it as much value as possible. But since the man's got his hands on the Vandal, I highly doubt he's going to try to utilize it. It's going to be a secondary option when the economy is just going to be completely down the drain. And it will be if they keep on peeking out like that. They know there's an operator available. Still they give those dry peeks. Helef, this man is not missing a shot anymore. Constantly cutting down the supplies, getting rid of the players. Revenant XSpark, no matter what they try to do, they're still in the dirt.
Right here.
King Kappa finds another important frag. A 2 versus 5 left. Revenant XSpark with the major disadvantage, and once again, SATUL is just able to bring in those trades. They're just so good.
A 5-1. 4-round advantage to the players of SATUL Esports, and Miz might have been whiffing on those operator shots on the map of Ascent, but on Icebox, he's very crisp and clear with that operator, and a timeout should be on the way from side of Revenant XSpark. And yes, a timeout is there because they have got 3 major ultimates. Even the Viper Spit is also just 1 point away. They need to find a way to pair up those ultimates and the utilities so that rounds start coming in their favor, because a few extra round goes in the favor of SATUL Esports, the chances are there won't be much left to stage a comeback in the second half.
Hey, but look at the brighter side of the spectrum. Now they've got the lockdown available. And Revenant XSpark, they know exactly why they've taken the timeout too, because they want to discuss how they want to utilize the lockdown. This timeout will be extremely crucial, but here's the main question. Do they have enough economy to back it up? And the answer probably will be no. And if you remember, before the game even started, I clearly mentioned this point. On the map, a split, SATUL lost those initial rounds, and that was one of the main reasons why SATUL was not able to make a comeback that well. And now, since SATUL is gaining the pace off the rip, that just means the late game might just be a little bit more forgiving for SATUL.
Let's see if the timeout really works in their favor. And yes, they have enough courage to go for a scrappy buy, not a full buy. A Bulldog, a guard, 2 Bulldog in fact, a Guardian and a Sheriff in their hands. Venka will be sticking to the Blade Storm completely. Let's see how the lockdown is going to be utilized. But there is also lockdown available on the other side towards SATUL. Kappa having his own. Even the Hunter's Fury is also there from the side of Helef to counter Raw Fuel's. Georgie's lockdown, and Techno gets a force pick onto Venka. Every single time we have seen Techno around the yellow, there is no counter coming in from the side of Revenant XSpark. Why?
3 players standing for Revenant XSpark though. Another round which is on the verge of being completely put in the dirt. Georgie could have been extremely valuable, but since he got picked off the rip, now that lockdown's pretty much denied. Revenant XSpark. All the eggs in one basket. Now it's time to rely on the instincts and individual plays. Hunter's Fury used. Man needs to squeeze in the most amount of value. 3 bullets in the mag of this Guardian. And those 3 bullets need to be counted, but not when you peek out like that. Before the flash even popped, Aziz peeked out, instantly got cut off. Wingman used, and that's going to give the position away. What a perfect wingman that was. Unknowingly, it was tossed to perfection.
Too many problems for the players of Revenant XSpark. And I think the two teams, Necro, I think you'll agree with me on this. Both the teams who have qualified for the Ascension qualifiers, there is a major dip in their performance. Be it Velocity Gaming or Revenant XSpark. And if you are going to play in the Ascension qualifiers and maybe after that for the Ascension, you can't afford to have such sort of mistakes.
Maybe you just answered your own question. Since they know they've already qualified, maybe that's why they're letting loose. Who knows?
But at this point, in this particular stage, they can try experimenting, they can try preparing more for the Ascension qualifiers and the Ascension itself.
Maybe the experiments are failing.
Now you have got a point.
And okay, well, that's going to be the important catch. Operator down instantly. Good read, though. And a great spam. For the first time, Revenant XSpark has found themselves in the advantage off the rip, but that advantage can be stolen away by Techno. This play, it will be monstrous. Crosshairs placed to perfection, but Techno, too many players in the front. The man was not able to deny the odds. And now it's taken down to a 3-on-5. B-site's going to be in the hands easily. No one's going to stop the players from taking it in their hands, and the B-site plan will be coming through. Alarm bot triggered. Man knows the Killjoy is pretty close around that same territory. SNTL now going for the retake will be extremely tough, but it's crucial too if they want to maintain that same lead and if they want to maintain the average. King Kappa drops down into the Viper's pit, gets taken down. And what a shot that was, Hoax! Blindly connecting that shot. And since Helef is the only man standing now, he's going to pull back. And he will retreat and play for the save.
Yeah, he knows there is no point going for a 1v4 fight when the Viper's pit is already there. And as long as the pit stays, there is no chance for SA2L to convert that round. But Revenant XSpark on the back of the Viper's pit did manage to get the second in their favor. They still have got the lockdown, Null Command and Hunter's Fury. So there is a possibility of converting the third round itself. The good thing is they have managed to break the momentum for the players of SA2L Esports. But here it is. The operator once again coming from the side of Miz. And since 4 players of Revenant XSpark are on the half shield, this is a major buy.
But Revenant XSpark, they've got 3 major ultimates available too. Look at that. That's going to help them secure the round. But even the players of SN2L, yeah, they've got 4. It really comes down to those timings, right? And those initial picks. If SN2L is able to pick off Georgie, that's going to give him the advantage and might just give him the round too. And that's what exactly happens. SN2L, they find the first pick on towards Georgie. This should be a round that falls in their hands. But there is still the null command utilized. That's going to suppress everyone out towards the site. That means the Killjoy cannot even go for the lockdown placement. Such a crucial null command. And he's still going to stay around that same territory as he's somehow finding that frag, which was crucial. And since they don't have the lockdown available, now this is going to be an easy take for SN2L. They toss in their lockdown. Revenant XSpark, no other option left than to respect it, and that's what they do. They back away, and here will be an easy defense. An easy retake to go for the defuse.
An easy round conversion, like you said, for the players of SA2L Esports, although the null command was executed from the side of Aziz, but nothing coming in the favor of the players of Revenant XSpark. And here is the thing, Icebox has never been the strong map for the players of Revenant XSpark because they haven't played Icebox even for once in Split 1. In Split 2 also, they played only one time against the players of Revenant Esports. So they don't have much strategies around this map. And that is why maybe could be a possibility that SA2L is shining the most. Especially in the first half, at least they are. And now they've got the Hunter's Fury and the lockdown available. Revenant XSpark, the only 2 win conditions which they have. But can they use it to perfection? Because this time SA2L, they're actually going for the aggressive play.
Oh my god, Helef. Disgusting stuff. But there's still the jet. But Miz is holding that corner. Miz knew. He read the play like a book. SA2L. 3 quick frags on the board. Such a deadly burst of action. Georgie, he has the lockdown available, but how are you going to use it when you just don't have your teammates? Oh my god, he hasn't found a proper way to use his lockdown even once. And S2L, what are these reads? Insane stuff. They knew they will try to go for the lockdown, and that's why S2L played it proactive. And once again, denied all the possibilities of a play on the back of that lockdown. Antidote, all by himself, spots out Miz, but that also gives his own position away. Hopes he's on top, and he will spot out him. And just like that, it will be an end for Revenant XSpark.
They are getting thrashed by the players of SA2L Esports. 8-2. Are we going to see a 10-2? Because now I don't think Revenant XSpark have got enough creds to go for a full buy. At least a half buy is there for this round. Becomes a prime importance to the players of Revenant XSpark. If they lose this one, maybe there is a possibility we can see a 10-2 swap. And staging a comeback from such a scoreline is going to be an uphill task for the players of Revenant XSpark. Once again, they can try to go for the mid exploration, and they're not going for that. They're going for a direct side hit, which is not really working in their favor at all.
Rawfuel's playing with a massive gamble. He does not have a shield, but he has a Vandal. This might not work out. The operator misses the first shot, instantly falls back. The contact wasn't good enough, and that's why he backs away. But still fine, though. That contact gave him a lot of intel. And S2L once again playing on the off angles. Look at LF.
You should run.
This will be an off angle that might just give him the advantage. Now he knows lockdown's placed right in front. And he really does want to break it too. He's got the itch. But they didn't realize it's not a good option. Instead, just back away. Give him the sight. Respect the opponents. There's also King Kappa moving in from the back lines. Hunter's Fury utilized to try and stop or do as much damage as possible. But that Hunter's Fury is not able to find any sort of damage. Revenant XSpark, they easily walk in towards the site, find a lot of value. And now it's taken down to a 2-on-4. Massive advantage in the hands of Revenant XSpark, but this flank will be crucial, will be essential. The flank gets spotted, and Venka cuts him off instantly. Revenant XSpark, solid stuff. They finally get a chance to use those abilities.
And they were able to take down the pit of Techno as well. It was so important to bring the pit down. And after that, everything just started falling in the favor of the players of Revenant XSpark. Because for a second, when the moment Techno did use his Viper Spit, it looked like the round might go in the favor of SA2L Esports. But Georgie, along with the boys, was able to win every single duel. The aim was crisp and clear. Seems like the direct sight hit is finally working for the players of Revenant XSpark, but they need one more round. This last round should go in the favor of Revenant XSpark, because 8-4 is still a possible scoreline from which Revenant XSpark can try to redeem themselves in the second half. But once again, a direct A-hit coming. Miz is just ready with it operator.
This operator
Here.
is finding the off angle, does find the arm too. It's spotted. Just love the way they've got each other's back. Miz instantly find the first contact, backs away. Successful 1-2. Aziz, the guy who was supposed to do a lot of damage, is not there in the game anymore. But Venka too, he's now doing the same thing. Shock Dart was good enough. Venka's taken down to just 35 HP. The Blade Storm utilized from the man. Miz taken down extremely low too. Miz behind this box. Position not compromised yet. But still for SA2L, things can be brought under control. Venka, man's looking to exceed himself, and Techno, those important frags on the back of Miz, they desperately needed those two, and Miz, he's an unstoppable beast, as they cleaned it up in the end of the 9-3 first half.
Switching sides.
Miz is absolutely lethal on the map of Icebox. Be it those operator shots or the rifles, every single time. He's getting everything converted in his favor. I don't know what really happened to him on the map of Ascent. He was whiffing so many operator shots, but this time, the guy is actually top fragging. And that too with operator, a 13-5. Pistol becomes extremely important, but are we actually going to see a 9-3 curse? Because in split 3 and split 2, the curse was not actually prevailing.
We might. But generally speaking, so far, with the way things are going, SA2L's team play just seems superior straight up.
Yeah.
While Revenant XSpark, it feels like they're just trying to execute some normal and classic strategies, which are not really working out. While SA2L, they're always playing on the contact. And it's been working out pretty well. They've got each other's back. They're always playing for the trades. And SC2 was able to win those major duels. That's the most important thing. 9-3 first half in the favor of SC2. That just means that the second half will be extremely forgiving for SC2. And if they end up winning this pistol round, that will be the nail in the coffin.
Oh, Venka. Finally.
First important picks. And SC2L, once again, they spring back to life. Entirety of A site in the hands of SC2L. Antidote and his teammates. Now they need to do the unthinkable, the impossible. But is it doable? Oh, that's the question. Antidote, he finds the first one, opens up the floodgates. Aziz as well on the back of it, he finds another one. But SC2L, they once again spring back to life with a two-piece of their own. And Antidote will be the cherry on top of the cake.
He certainly will be, but Venka was having such a good position. He was holding onto the off angle, and the way the entire team of Ascent was coming in, it looked like Venka might actually pop off not just one, but more than one head for the plus of Ascent Esports. But that didn't happen at all, and immediately had to dash away from that position. Otherwise, he would have been a dead man. And Ascent Esports on the 10th round. This pistol was really important for Revenant XSpark, and seems like we are going very close to a 2-1 in the favor of Ascent. They just need 2 more rounds.
Scanning ahead.
Indeed do. Good recon dart. That's going to give a lot of intel. 3 players were spotted on the back of that recon dart. But SC2L, since they've got the weaponry advantage, everything will be looking good and dandy. But Revenant XSpark this time around, looking to push the limits. Looking to play extremely aggressive. And this aggressive playstyle, if it does work out well, then Revenant XSpark will be able to find a lot of value. And they might just save the sinking ship. But just the way it feels like the ship has already sank way too deep.
Yeah. Should be a done and dusted.
Yeah, should be. On paper. And looking at the way SC2L's playing too, it definitely does feel like it should be done and dusted. But the moment you say so, somehow RNTX, they bounce back with just the classics. They're able to find some insane value. Outlaw close and personal, but he's not able to get a lot done. The Sheriff's definitely starting to click, but now it's down to just Hoax. And it's all by himself. 2 bullets in the magazine, and that will be a thrifty round converted. Revenant XSpark. What did I just witness? On the back of those classics, they just completely mowed down the lawn.
Especially Aziz, this guy was so crisp and clear with that aim, getting a 3K. And if just me saying that Ascent is winning is going to reward Revenant XSpark with thrifty rounds and round wins, I'm going to repeat my sentence every single round. I want to see a nail-biting, a very close scoreline on the decider map, because for now it is looking complete one-sided domination of Ascent Esports. And now Ascent Esports, they are on the save round. They don't have enough creds, so that is, it should be a 5th one for the players of Revenant because of the weaponry advantage. And this time Ascent is finally going for that mid control.
Scanning ahead.
Oh, the recon dart's being used, and that's going to give a lot of intel. Revenant XSpark, they were able to burst through with a clean energy, but still that's not enough. And Georgie from the back is now starting to collect those souls. Miss 65 HP and a Vandal available. But it's still a 1v3. Man advantage heavily favoring the players of Revenant XSpark and Miss. Does he really want to go for this contact? He will. And what a frack that was. Out of bullets. Switches over to a Sheriff as well. But this Vandal, it's able to do more than enough. They were still able to take away 3 weapons from Revenant XSpark. So at least that's going to keep the economy humble for Revenant XSpark.
Although the round goes in the favor of Revenant XSpark, but I don't see it a very good victory. It was not at all a clean round, as it were. Like you said, they were on the eco round. It was a save round. So many weapon drop were not supposed to be allowed for Revenant XSpark. That should have been a very clean round for them. But at least a round win is there, and that is what Revenant needs at this point. And finally, once again, we are going to see operator investment from the side of Venka. The good thing is, Georgie's lockdown is just 2 points away. If he gets 1 kill and 1 odd point, he can definitely use that lockdown.
Yeah, the man's invested quite a bit.
Back to me.
Now looking at the way, once again, Revenant XSpark, they have set themselves up. Revenant XSpark is ready for a B take. But SC2L, they've got different plans, and what a shot this was! Techno, you disgusting man! Just tap it on the skull. And it's quite unfortunate that Aziz just walked into that tap. Man advantage in the hands of SN2L. If they manage to get the 11th round on the board, that will be the extra bit of confidence. And what? Antidote!
One enemy remaining.
Just with that spam, he's able to find some important picks, but the Techno! He finds 3 of his own! What am I watching? Techno, this man's an absolute demon! And it will be an ace-2 to close things off! Techno, you absolute animal!
A murder! It was a complete annihilation from the side of Techno. This round was going in the favor of Revenant XSpark. Everything was perfectly lined up. But Techno comes out of nowhere, gets 1, gets 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and an ace. These sort of plays we are witnessing from the side of Exe Esports, not just on Icebox, it was happening on the map of Ascent as well. A 2v4 conversion, 2v3 conversions. What is happening wrong with the players of Revenant XSpark? Are we witnessing a different Revenant today?
Definitely does seem like it. But Revenant XSpark, once again, they start things off. The spark is still burning bright. 11-5 is the scoreline, and if one of the men from Revenant XSpark does get caught, it's not going to be a good thing. Georgie! Even he replies back, Revenant XSpark, how do they spring back to life? Still keeping themselves in the race. Not out yet.
One enemy remaining.
That's what the boys are saying. Killjoy's position noticed, and he's trapped. Nowhere to go. A flawless round conversion from Revenant XSpark instantly after that setback.
But the problem is Revenant XSpark, they take 1 round and give away 2 rounds to the players of Exe Esports. And this time, a timeout is being called from the side of Exe Esports because they know Revenant XSpark is one of those teams. If they start showcasing a comeback, they have the capability to push the entire series to an overtime, or maybe just take a victory, because that is exactly what they did on the map of Ascent as well. And this time, since Revenant is also having 2 or 3 ultimates, so Exe Esports need to be very careful. They have got the Viper Spit, Techno's Viper Spit. We know what happened in last time. They got the victory in that particular round, but this time Exe Esports, they really need to discuss with the coach that how actually they are going to counter the ultimates of Revenant XSpark and pair up their own ultimates.
At this point, Revenant XSpark just needs to make sure of one thing, that SN2L does not win the rounds. That's it. And SN2L, they just need 2 more round wins to actually seal the deal and move on. But as I mentioned a while ago too, SN2L, they have been struggling to close things out. Every single time when it's the late game phase, SN2L chokes. And this might just be another replication of that. But if SN2L does manage to close things off in a flawless manner, that will definitely be a good look for them moving on forward from the upper brackets. Taking down a team like Revenant XSpark will be a major statement that will make the split 3 ground shake. And as of now, SN2L, they've got a lot of ultimates available, and on the back of those, they can actually take the cake as well in this round. But since they do not have proper weaponry, I want to see what sort of a game plan is now going to be activated.
If they get the spike down, they have got the Viper Spit, and that should be a major win condition for the players of Exe Esports. First, they need to breach into the defense of Revenant XSpark and get the spike down at any cost. But that itself is a big challenge, especially the way Venka is popping heads off, catching miss, and having a lot of information onto the players of Exe, and thanks to that initiator utility.
Yeah, Aziz. The Dizzy is able to get one of the spots, but still, it's not enough. No command popped out as well. Revenant XSpark now definitely does have a massive advantage. The plant gets denied too. Things are starting to fall apart for SN2L. This round, they did not really have a proper buy, and SN2L was maybe ready for this setback.
Yeah, like you said, maybe Exe was just prepared that this round can go in the favor of Revenant XSpark, but now they need to be very careful because the operator is still there in the hands of Venka. Georgie has finally started popping off. A 16 and 14, a lockdown is there. At the same time, Raw Fuels Hunter's Fury is also there. 2 major ultimates in the hands of Revenant XSpark and an operator. Too many win conditions for Revenant to get the 8th round in their favor. But Exe Esports, the lockdown is just 1 point away. They need to find a way to pair up those ultimates. But a good read coming from the side of Revenant XSpark, because look at that operator. It is all the way towards B, and that is exactly where Exe for now is thinking to execute.
Yeah, the spike sort of tilted towards the B. So it definitely does feel like it, but SC2L, in my opinion, should be prepared for this operator. And yes, they are! The win condition taken away from the hands of Revenant XSpark. And keep this thing in mind, if SC2L does end up winning this round, this will be the match point for them. SC2L slowly and steadily making their way towards the site. As the operator has been cut off, they can actually retrieve that op and play for the post plan well. SC2L slowly and steadily zoning things out, clearing it out as well. Just want to go for the plant. That's the only thing that's saving them. And just look at the amount of territory control they've found. Walking all the way towards the snowman, but Revenant XSpark is still somehow pulling things back. Hunter's Fury shut down in the midst of it. A 3v3 to be executed still. This post plant's extremely important, but Georgie from the back is still able to shut him down. Georgie might just be taken care of soon. But Georgie's just really good in converting these duels every single time. And Georgie this time will be shut down though. Now it gets taken down a 1v1. Miz, what a dash that was. Somehow saved the day for himself. Does he know the opponent is not sticking the defuse yet? Miz, he just wants to waste the time as much as possible. He gets him off the defuse once again. 8 bullets in the magazine. Miz will go for the peak this time. And that will be the match point. And also the series point for SC2L.
Just one round away, SC2L Esports to getting a victory for themselves. A 2-1 victory. Revenant XSpark under tremendous pressure. The second half is looking much better for Revenant XSpark, but still they are few good round deficit from SC2L Esports. This time also Revenant XSpark was able to get the initial few good picks onto the plus of SC2L Esports, but since the plant was quite in the open and Miz had a clear line of sight, even if the opponent was sticking to the defuse, Miz could have easily picked him off, and that is exactly what he eventually did as well. Once again going for a direct A hit, a recon goes in, but no information has been passed on. Venka once again was an aggressive angle with an operator, and in the close range he gets taken down. A big mistake from the side of Venka.
Oh no, SC2L once again starting things off with flying colors. But Aziz, now the man's got a Herculean task to try and convert. His position's noticed. Aziz is somehow winning the duels. How is this possible? One single man, single-handedly bringing things back in their court, and the man's got so much confidence that he's not even repositioning himself. Opponents are scared to peek out Aziz, and he's still on top, but eventually he does get caught. Trades happening back and forth, and Antidote with the flank lines him up. Revenant XSpark still in the race just because of this one man, Aziz. He's now starting to be a real pain. SC2L needs to find a counter to Aziz.
Not just Aziz, Necro, Antidote as well. These two guys are actually refusing to give up. They refuse to face any defeat against SC2L Esports. They want to stage a comeback, and that is exactly what they are doing. After Aziz popping off those heads, it was Antidote's job in the end to deal with the last 2+, and that lurk of Antidote did really pay him off. Can easily go for the 9th one as well, because now SC2L, they don't have the weaponries. It's only pistol eco round. And Venka once again towards the E-main with an operator, gets one onto Helef. A good clear shot onto Helef and Miz as well.
Oh, they needed that, but still it's quite the back and forth. Venka's taken down at just 27 HP, one shot! And that's going to seal the deal, and that's what happens. SC2L still somehow thriving inside of the game, but they've got their hands on the operator too. Wait, no, not yet. The operator's not retrieved. If they would have gotten their hands on the operator, things would have been so better. And now with this out drone, it's confirmed they do not have the operator either. So for Revenant XSpark, still they can go for these risky plays. King Kappa will not be spotted because of that recon dart. SC2L once again staying towards B, not really making a lot of moves, just trying to fiddle with the enemy mines, making them think that maybe they have rotated. King Kappa's position noticed. Even Revenant XSpark, they're quite the brilliant bunch. Wingman used to go for the plant. Easy plant will be taken, and what a shot! King Kappa denying more possibilities. Viper's Pit being used too. And now it just gets even tougher for Revenant XSpark to go for this conversion, but Raw Fuel, this one single man is doing too much. Just the sheriff in the hands of Hoax. Can he really do it? Yes, he might! 61 HP. Even George is taken down real low, and Hoax connects that shot! What a win that was from SNTL, especially in the last round. This time they converted with not a lot of struggles.
Yeah, the revenge which SHL wanted against the players of Revenant XSpark, the revenge has been taken. It was a slow and steady growth as compared to Split 1. Every single time this team comes back much stronger. And this time they were just prepared for the players of Revenant XSpark. And seems like Split 3 is showing us too many surprises. Yesterday it was Team Asterisk, today it was Exe Esports taking down the champions of Split 2. It was not at all an easy job for Exe, but kudos to them. Every single team is looking much prepared for Split 3 now, Necro.
Yeah, Split 3 is definitely filled with a lot of astonishments, right? Just a while ago I mentioned this. Asterisk taking down Revenant Esports yesterday, and now another highlight move. We are seeing SNTL defeat Revenant XSpark, which has never happened in the past. So, of course, it's quite a massive thing that they've achieved. And in my opinion, now it's just a bright thing for Split 3. It just means that the competition's amping up day by day.
That itself means that grand finals are going to be much more intense, because it's not going to be so easy. In Split 1, we were very sure that, yeah, let's be prepared that VLT and Revenant XSpark are going to compete in the grand finals. In Split 2 also, everyone was just expecting that, yes, Revenant XSpark and VLT will again go up against each other. But first major disappointment came in, Reckoning 1. And Split 3 from the very start is showing so many disappointments.
True that. I mean, just having a look at the highlights, too. This is how the action kicked off. Off the rip, it was SNTL who was able to consistently find the advantage, and let's not forget, SNTL was running away with a series of rounds, and that's one of the main reasons why SNTL as well just came through victorious, right? As I mentioned, even in the previous map, a Split, the only reason why Revenant XSpark came out on top, it's because of the initial aggression and the initial rounds they got. And in this map, it was SNTL who got a lot of rounds initially, so pretty much it's a simple thing that needs to be done, and that is to deny the early game advantage.
That SHL did perfectly, but Revenant XSpark is also known for their eco conversion, and they were certainly getting those few of the eco rounds converted in their favor. SHL Esports was also not that far behind. Eventually, they also started getting those thrifty rounds converted in their favor. Those ultimates pairing, the utility pairing was on point, especially Miz. I have to say, this map victory, thanks to Miz, because those operator shots was so very important. Every single time this guy was holding on to the aggressive angle, especially with that operator, he was getting the first kill every single time, which was not happening on the map of Ascent. But thankfully, it was happening on the map of Icebox, and this is the time when it was much needed.
And in general, at this point, it just felt like Revenant XSpark on the map of Icebox were not prepared that well. And if you're not prepared that well on a certain map, you should have just banned it before, straight up. So Revenant XSpark, one thing is for sure, now they've got another thing that they need to prepare before moving on towards the Ascension qualifiers, and before moving on towards the upcoming stages in this split itself. The MVP of that previous game is going to be Miz with 20 kills and the ACS of 251, and getting first frag 4. So of course Miz was the main playmaker.
He certainly was getting those first kills, 20 total kills. Headshot percentage is also pretty high, 37.8%. Damage per round 160. This guy was absolute beast with that operator, and he was definitely getting those first kills. But Revenant XSpark, the thing with them is they do manage to get those first kills, but the mid-round conversions has been a problem in the all three maps today, be the Ascent, Split or Icebox. And the first kills this time for SHL are 13-8 for Revenant XSpark. The post plant is fantastic for SHL, not that clean for Revenant XSpark. Out of 6, they were able to convert only 3 rounds.
Yeah, I mean, for Revenant XSpark, at this point, look, it was a one-sided game no matter what. Revenant XSpark, yeah, once again, in the mid-phase, we did see a bit of that sign of life, but that's not enough. SNTL was just dominating through and through. Since the start, they started things off, just getting a series of rounds. For a moment, I thought Revenant XSpark might just have the momentum walking in the map of Icebox, but no, that was not the case. Instead, SNTL off the rip just started dominating, and none of us expected this. And looking at the stats as well, it's equally matched. The only man who was not able to perform that well was Rawfuel.
But he's the initiator. He has got the assist, 9 assists. So that means the initiator utility was on point, at least from the side of Rawfuel. But yes, he also needed to step up, because on the other side, Helef was definitely getting those kills. 12 and 14, 159 ACS. Every single guy was performing really good from the side of Exe Esports. But the major reason that Revenant XSpark was not that prepared for Icebox is because in the entire 3 splits. They haven't played Icebox much. Only one time in split 2, second time today in split 3. So they're not so much practice, or should I say they don't have too many strats on the map of Icebox.
Yeah, probably, right? They just need to prepare, and that's what I mentioned. Now they've got another task they need to execute, and that is preparing the map of Icebox a little bit more better, since Icebox is one of the classic maps, and it will be picked in a competitive pool over and over again. If you're someone that is not too good on Icebox, yeah, in my opinion, it does not sound too good. So you need to be prepared for Icebox. You need to be better on that map. It's a great map. The match MVP, Techno, with 54 kills in total and the ACS of 215. Techno has been a consistent performer. He was also someone that did clutch out some of the major rounds.
Especially with that shorty. If you remember on the map of Ascent, Techno was definitely getting those kills with that shorty. The way he was quickly switching those weaponries, first getting a kill with the shorty, then with his rifle. Every single time this guy was fantastic, especially around the heaven towards the A side. The way this guy jumped and took one pick towards the generator, and after the second one with the rifle, he has been amazing with that shorty play.
Yeah, of course, he's been great. Techno in general has been the man who you can rely on. There's been just a few games where Techno's not able to perform. Other than that, he's always been the consistent performers that you need inside of your team. And let's not forget, SNTL as a team, they were just much more better compared to the players of Revenant XSpark. I mentioned this a while ago too. The communication just seemed better, and even the set plays, the team play was much more better compared to Revenant XSpark. While Revenant XSpark is one of those teams that likes to rely on aggression and a lot more when it comes to their mechanics.
The thing is, fear makes a wolf bigger than what it is actually, and seems like all the bottom teams have finally realized that Velocity and Revenant XSpark, they're not that great that we can't defeat them. Be it Asterisk or Exe Esports, they have finally realized you just need to have a good read, a good strategy, prepared against the big teams of our country, and you can easily defeat them. Exe has already proved that, and I would love to see Asterisk also doing the same thing in the second VO3 against Velocity.
The main thing is about controlling your nerves and those decisions and all the plethora of thoughts that are going through your head. It's about choosing the right thoughts. It's about keeping yourself calm under those precious moments, especially if you're one of those newer names that is making over here for the first time. If you're someone that does not really have a lot of experience, and when you're facing off against an experienced and a known name, it's understandable that you will have a lot of pressure. But as you mentioned, right, if you're able to keep yourself calm, cool, collected, and if you're just know what exactly you need to do and do what you're prepared for, you should be able to come out on top. You should be able to do at least good enough for yourself.
And that is what exactly .exe also did against the players of Velocity Gaming. It was not a clear dominating victory for VLT, and I'm really happy to see that actually the bottom teams are starting to give tough competition to the top teams. I would love to see two different names this time in the grand finals of Split 3.
Hey, let's move on towards the brackets and find out how the updated ones are looking like. And we have already got the qualified teams on the screen. It's going to be SNTL, the first team to qualify, and Revenant XSpark now pushed down to the lower brackets. Who would have thought that Revenant XSpark will be seen in the elimination bracket at least once in a split?
I think this is the first time when we, not just we, anyone who saw the groups, Group A and Group B, everyone was like Revenant will be the first team to be in the qualified teams, but now they are in the low bracket. I don't remember Revenant had to ever face any low bracket match, be it split 1 or split 2. This is a first for them. I'm happy to see that.
Yeah, now at this point, since SNTL has kept themselves extremely calm, cool, and collected, I'm pretty sure moving on towards the lands, they're going to be looking even better. Hopefully the land pressure is not going to get to them, just like the way they played against Revenant XSpark. They just need to control their thoughts, need to control their emotions. I understand the nerves might just be shaky, things might be jittery on the first day, but at the end of the day, SNTL, they have got experienced players, and I'm pretty sure on the land as well, they can do extremely well. But looking at the players of Revenant XSpark and the way they performed, yes, it's looking a little bit shaky, and as you mentioned too a while ago, right, it feels like as the days are passing by, these no names are just dropping down their performance bar, which of course does not seem that great. Velocity Gaming, they were not able to single-handedly dominate. Reckoning Esports yesterday lost to Asterisk, and now we are seeing Revenant XSpark lose to SNTL. It just means that overall structure in this split 3 is looking a little bit weak for the no names. But let's move on to the short interview.
अच्छा फीलिंग गुड स्ट्रेस लग रहे थे क्योंकि हम लोग बहुत थ्रो कर रहे थे राउंड्स हम लोग बहुत पहले ही जीत सकते थे एंड वही जस्ट खुद को ही हम पांचों मिलकर खुद को स्ट्रेस दे रहे थे
I mean, वो आई थिंक बीच में 2 राउंड्स हुए थे जब आपने मिस को आगे भेजा था पाइप्स की तरफ ड्यूल लेने के लिए, ही गॉट पिक्ड ऑफ और इंस्टेंटली फॉल बैक करते थे बार बार। बट अभी फिलहाल फर्स्ट मैप पे आते हैं, जो असेंट आप लोगों ने खेला था, दैट गॉट वेरी क्लोज मैन। उसका थोड़ा ब्रेकडाउन दे सकते हो हमें?
एसेंट तो लास्ट टाइम भी हम लोग ये लोग के साथ आई थिंक हार गए थे, सेम सिचुएशन था, हम लोग 12 समथिंग अप थे। एंड मतलब एसेंट का डिफेंस आई फील लाइक हम लोग थोड़ा सा मतलब क्या बोल सकते, थोड़ा डर गए थे, मतलब थोड़ा पैसिव हो गए थे कि पिक्स नहीं देने, पिक ऑफ नहीं देने। एंड लाइक वो लोग शॉट सेट कर रहे थे अपना, जो लोग वो कभी कभी करते हैं, तो वो इसीलिए थोड़ा क्लोज गया। बट लास्ट मोमेंट पे थोड़ा इंडिविजुअली हम लोग ने थोड़ा स्टेप अप लिया, थोड़ा सबने कॉल करना चालू किया। एंड होक्स भी बहुत अच्छा कॉल कर रहा था, अभी के लिए होक्स कॉल कर रहा है, मैं नहीं कर रहा हूँ। तो या मैं मिड राउंड पे हेल्प कर रहा हूँ, पर अच्छा कॉलिंग हुआ हम लोग का लास्ट में, हम लोग क्लोज आउट कर पाए। अच्छा हुआ कि पेशेंस था हमने में।
नोटेड। पहले वंस अगेन बहुत ही परफेक्टली, शायद टेक्नो है मोस्ट प्रोबेबली, बट इंपॉर्टेंट चीज ये सेकंड मैप के अंदर थोड़ा सा चीजें खराब हो गई थी, और तीसरे मैप के अंदर आपने बहुत ज्यादा परेशान कर दिया रेवेनेंट एक्सपार्क को। सो हाउ इट एक्चुअली कवर्ड, राइट? क्या चेंज करा, क्या बात करी हेल्थ रेंजर से, व्हाट वाज द स्टोरी?
आई मीन स्टोरी एज इन वैसा कुछ नहीं है, बिकॉज सेकंड मैप पे हम लोग वो लोग एक ही चीज किए जा रहे थे, और हम लोग पता नहीं डम बोल सकते हो, पर एक ही चीज से बार बार पनिश नहीं हो सकते। बिकॉज वो लोग जैसे खेल रहे थे, लाइक हम लोग को वो इजीली सेकंड मैप पे खत्म करना चाहिए था, पर हम लोग थोड़ा सा आई फील लाइक अडेप्ट नहीं कर पाए। और जब फर्स्ट मैप और जो थर्ड मैप चालू हुआ, वी वर लाइक रेडी। हम लोगों को सिर्फ मतलब हम लोग ने बात किया, हेल्थ रेंजर ने भी बोला कि सेम चीज से पनिश नहीं होना है, कॉन्फिडेंटली खेलो, आउट एम कर दो, बस वही किया। खड़े थे वो लोग, आ रहे थे, मार रहे थे हम सब।
ये काफी अच्छा ब्रेकडाउन था आइसबॉक्स का, खड़े थे, आ रहे थे, मार रहे थे।
सेकंड गेम देखोगे तो वैसा ही था, कुछ एक्स्ट्रा।
आई एग्री मैन।
काफी देर तक वैसे चला था, बट वो सेकंड हाफ के कुछ क्रिटिकल राउंड्स थे जहाँ पे यू ड्रॉप्ड बॉडीज, और लास्ट राउंड पे अगर आए तो जिस तरह से शुरुआत हुई थी, आपके 2 प्लेयर्स अर्ली शट डाउन हो गए, उसके बाद क्या कम्युनिकेशन चला था टीम्स के बीच में? कुछ वो राउंड काफी डिफिकल्ट हो गया था आपके लिए, बट वहीं पे गेम खत्म कर
दिया। हाँ, मतलब एक्चुअली मैं मारा, फिर आई थिंक मिस मारा, पर मिस ने कॉल दे दिया था कि जेट लो है। देन आई थिंक व्हेन वी गॉट एंटीरोड का पिक ऑन येलो, तो जेट भी येलो दिख गया, तो वी थॉट दैट वो राउंड हम लोग कन्वर्ट कर सकते। तो अभी जेट का पिक मिला, फिर होक्स ने कॉल दिया रुक जाते, फ्रीज करते, बिकॉज किलजॉय इन्फॉर्मेशन नहीं था। बस मैंने बोला होक्स को थोड़ा डीप प्लान कर, बिकॉज किलजॉय मोली हो सकता है। एंड वो प्लांट हो गया, वो लोग ने केओ का मोली भी फेल कर दिया, और बाकी कप्पा भाई ने तो वॉल के थ्रू जाके ठक ठक, और फिर लास्ट में होक्स भाई का क्या बोल सकते हो, वो सिग्नेचर, लाइक ही डजंट लूज दोस।
या
1v1 क्लच करना है तो कर लेंगे पिस्टल से। एक और सवाल मेरा ये, एक और राउंड के लिए, हेलो, एक और क्रिटिकल राउंड था गेम में, इट वाज द एस दैट वी वांट टू टॉक अबाउट एवरीवन, बिकॉज़ वहां पे मिड पे काफी देर तक टेक्नो को तैनात कर रखा था। यू गाइस स्टार्टेड पुशिंग बी मेन, और ऐसा लग रहा था कि भाई थोड़ा सा शायद स्लिप आउट हो जाए, बिकॉज़ जब सेकंड मिड से प्लेयर्स आए येलो पे, आप लोग अटक गए थे, एंड देन टेक्नो जस्ट केम आउट ऑफ नोवेयर मैन।
Man, I mean that was insane. Like maybe I think I died that round and I was spectating him, and उसने जो 3K मारा is like insane. That's why I think he's one of the best. Huh?
They didn't show it in stream.
Oh, he's just complaining that
गुस्सा है भाई टेक्नो।
NODWIN didn't show it in the stream, but it was insane.
It was insane. अब मेरे पास एक सवाल है, ठीक है? इन गेम्स तो हमने बहुत पूछ लिया, राउंड के अंदर क्या हुआ, क्या होने वाला है। अब आप पहली टीम हो प्लेऑफ्स में जाने की, ठीक है? कल हमने देख लिया कि एस्ट्रिक्स ने क्या करा है रेकनिंग के साथ, तो अब आपको क्या लग रहा है, आपके अलावा 3 और कौन सी टीमें होंगी जो प्लेऑफ्स में आपको मिलने वाली है? एक्सपेक्टेशंस, प्रेडिक्शंस।
ऑफ कोर्स आई फील लाइक आरएनटी आएगी, लाइक वो लोग अच्छी टीम है, अभी भी जीते लास्ट पे, एक मैप हार गए तो क्या, बट बाकी वो साइड से वीएलटी, एंड आई फील लाइक डीएक्सी और रेकनिंग का विनर आ सकता है, एंड आई एम सपोर्टिंग डीएक्सी बॉयज, बिकॉज मैं ओल्ड लाइक डीसी माटावेली, दे आर ओल्ड टीम्स, एंड या तो होपफुली डीएक्सी आ जाए तो अच्छा होगा।
मतलब ये तो मैचेस के बाद पता चलेगा कि आपकी प्रेडिक्शन कैसी चल रही है अगले ग्रुप की। बट हेलेफ, कांग्रेचुलेशंस ऑन दिस विन, एंड कांग्रेचुलेशंस ऑन मेकिंग इट, बीइंग द फर्स्ट टीम टू मेक इट टू द प्लेऑफ्स। वेल प्लेड टुडे टू यू एंड द बॉयज, एंड बेस्ट ऑफ लक आपके जब प्लेऑफ्स में आप पहुंचेंगे उन मैचेस के लिए। थैंक यू सो मच फॉर दिस कन्वर्सेशन। बाय बाय।
I'm pretty sure the man is extremely happy reaching the playoffs, but now he clearly mentioned that he's also expecting Revenant XSpark, Velocity as well, move on towards the playoffs. He's a little bit confused between Reckoning Esports and .exe, but he's personally supporting .exe since he knows the boys.
Well, he certainly is. Well, Exe Esports, they have given their prediction that which 4 teams they are anticipating in the finals, in the playoffs. But the second BO3 is between Asterisk and Velocity Gaming. We've already seen one disappointment in the first BO3. And the way Asterisk played yesterday, Necro, there is a big chance that Asterisk can replicate the same performance today against the players of Velocity Gaming.
Yeah, but it's Velocity we're speaking of, right? But then you look at the split 2 stats, and you look at Velocity losing to Reckoning Esports as well. So there's a big possibility Velocity can actually lose against Asterisks, and Asterisk did defeat Reckoning Esports in this particular split. But you know what? Generally speaking, I highly doubt that's going to be happening. I think it should be Velocity Gaming steamrolling through Asterisk. Yeah, I do understand they did win against Reckoning Esports, and yes, the odds of them actually replicating that do seem quite high. But Velocity Gaming, I think they have probably learned from their mistakes.
But there's one more thing which you are not taking into consideration. That is the prediction of our co-caster Scared Yet. Every single time this guy has been jinxing the teams. He was the one to say Revenant is going to 2-0 the players of Exe Esports, and he was the one to say Velocity is going to win. So I'm sure you know what's going to happen now.
Yeah, as much as I do want to believe it, but generally speaking, I'm not really someone that likes to believe in a lot of superstitions. So, you know what? I'm just going to leave you guys on a cliffhanger, because for now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys do not go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Here we go! What's this?
Hold up. Why do they doubt the kid? I'm about to prove them all wrong again. I got a low tolerance, cause they don't even know what the problem is. It's me. Why do they doubt the kid? I'm about to prove them all wrong again. I got a low tolerance, cause they don't even know what the problem is. It's me. I ain't taking no loss, no loss, no loss. Look, I'ma always win. And I'ma do it again. Watch me win. Then watch me do it again. I'ma always win.
To live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
ahead of this. You don't know the half of it. I've been truly looking up, eyes that can get. Nothing feels like how it feels to know these things are on my head. The weight of everything, and everything's just through. Sometimes I'm trapped inside and I don't know what I'm gonna do. But to take on the world is the only thing that we know how to do. I've got dreams of finding out what all of this is for. It's you and me, and everywhere we go it leads to an open door. Made our mistakes, the good and bad days, but nothing really breaks if I got you. Look at the sky, you go outside, and know there is nothing to keep me back from you. I got dreams of finding out what all of this is for. It's you and me, and know there is nothing. And everywhere we go, we lead it to an open door. Keep me back, keep me back, keep me back.
The unthinkable has happened, ladies and gentlemen. SAQL will continue their journey in the upper bracket and becomes the first team to qualify already for the Split 3 playoffs. But who's going to be the other team that's going to join them? We will find that out in the second series between VLT and Asterisk, as we will witness that in OMEN VALORANT Challengers 2025 Split 3. I'm scared yet. Joined alongside with me is going to be Bhavna, back again on the action. Shadow, that was a banger series going to the third mapper. But what do you think about this one?
I already gave my prediction. I really want to see Asterisk doing a 2-0 to the players of Velocity Gaming, because this has to be the day of disappointments and surprises. I really want to see. But also adding to the fact that you already gave your prediction that Velocity is winning and you said Revenant is winning, so we know what's going to happen. And you called me Bhavna, so that means you were actually missing me on the desk.
Your math is blowing my mind at this point. But you know what? It's absolutely fine considering your favorite character is Darth Vader. But here's the thing, you know. Right now, I think so, considering the fact that VLT are just another powerhouse that you can't really take on so easily. Asterisk have got another big hurdle in front of them. They were able to move forward from the first one, that was Reckoning Esports, and that too when they were down in the series 1-0, so it was a reverse sweep. So I think so we might see some surprise, but it's a long shot to call it a 2-0 series in favor of Asterisk. We know how strong VLT have been, and the fact that Damara, Madeline, yes, they had their LAN jitters. I'm not pretty sure if that still is going to continue when they're sitting all the way back in their comfortable boot camp, as their performance is absolutely not dipping.
I agree. A 2-0 series is highly unlikely, and that too in the favor of Asterisk is double highly unlikely. And Velocity Gaming, looking at the stats, SK Rossi has been getting the highest kills, 40 total kills, Lightning Fast with 39, Damara with 39, when we have got such great players who are top fragging and actually getting the first kills. SK Rossi with 8 first kills, Damara with 13 first kills, even Bedlin with 7 first kills. Perfect stats are being executed, and Lightning Fast with headshot percentage 46.3%. If I'm not wrong, that's the highest in Split 3. Not just Split 3, but Split 2 as well.
Probably one of the highest out there, yes, I agree. And this team showcased their class against .exe, where there were certain rounds where we thought .exe might actually steal that map of Lotus, and maybe the series might be pushed on to that third mapper. But this is how we've known VLT to be, right? I remember Spartus constantly giving me the updates about this one. He mentioned it's .exe, you've got a pretty solid advantage. I'm like, yeah, I think so. We will see VLT on that defensive side have that strong hold, and we saw that happen continuously. There's every single stat that is a good stat except for Madeline having 7 first kills, being on that initiate. I'm not quite sure if that's the best one out there, but I am pretty sure with Rinsat dropping so many bonker kills in those series, you would really want this guy to pop off on that cypher again.
But just look at the headshot percentage. Yash with 40.6%, Rinset with 35.8%, Goransh with 38%. They are so very close to the stats of Lightning Fast. So I'm very sure, 100% sure that Asterisk is definitely going to give a tough competition to the players of Velocity Gaming and maybe steal a map or maybe a 2 map also from the side of Velocity Gaming. ACS also looking pretty strong for Yash and Rinset. This cypher is also getting the first kills. 11 total first kills for Rinset, 9 for Yash.
That's the best part about this team. Yash and Rinsat, these two were the dynamic duos that actually worked in unison yesterday. And they were the big 2 pillars and the big 2 reasons why Asterisk were able to move forward against Reckoning and pull that series off in a reverse sweep. Specifically on that second and third map, you know. And the fact that they mentioned they haven't really, you know, practiced Icebox a heck lot. It's like it came out in front of them and they were like, alright, you know what, we're already down in the series, we still have to play this game. You know, let's give our best, pick our own comfortable picks, and out here. That's why we also saw that Reyna coming out in the hands of Rinsat. We have seen that man so very confident on that agent, and that had translated into this cypher too. And to be very honest, he was one of the most selfless Reynas that I have seen, because he was setting up Yash so well in that series. But the question is, the maps that you won previously on, apart from Sunset, the other 2 maps are where VLT are looking untouchable. So I think so you can't really go on the Lotus, you can't really rely back onto Icebox as well, because we have seen VLT very solid on that map. That brings Sunset, which VLT technically bans out. I'm not quite sure as the Veto if it could go in their favor or not.
I actually want to see the map of Sunset. I want to see Yash on Damara. I'm sorry, Yash on Neon and Damara also on Neon. These two Neons going up against each other on the map of Sunset is something I really want to witness, because it's going to be an absolute bloodbath, complete Neon show. From which side, I don't know.
I really want to see a quiz right now. And guess what? I think so. The people back in the back end have heard me. Which player has the highest headshot percentage in OMEN VCSA 2025 Split 2? All you need to do is scan the QR code to answer. Was that Deathmaker, Lightning Fast, SK Rossi, or was that Aziz? We've got all cracky players out there, man. And to be honest, I'm pretty sure I kind of know the answer to this question. But yeah, I'm not really going to steal the chance away for all the people to grab some of the VP and get their favorite skins out there in their Valorant account out though. But you know, one thing that I really like to constantly see is the fact that I like to see those upsets, Shadow. I loved the previous one too, and I want to see an upset in this one. But in order to see that, we first have to witness the map Veto. So let's quickly have a look at it and see what are the first 3 maps that we will potentially see.
You love upsets, that's why you jinx the teams. And already we are witnessing an Ascent ban coming in from the side of Velocity and Split ban, and Asterisk has gone for a Haven and Pearl ban. So that means Lotus is going to be there, which is a strong map for the players of Velocity Gaming. But I'm sure you also witnessed what really happened against the players of .exe. .exe gave a very tough competition to Velocity on the map of Lotus. So there is a high chance Asterisk can also do that. And my favorite, Sunset, is also there. My prayers are being answered today, Scared.
Hopefully your prayers of Asterisk closing the series 2-0 out as well are also going to be answered. But looking at the stats of the first map, they tell an entirely different story. VLT have played it 11 times and they've won 10 out of those 11 times. While for Asterisk, they've only won it 1 time. Their attack and defense win rate is again 51% each. While VLT, 60% solid on their defense, 66 on their attacking side. Wasn't really the story yesterday though, where they were actually struggling on attack a bit and then won a lot of rounds on defense in the unison to try and close that out. But the big thing about this entire lineup is that chamber, of course. We know that one star agent of SK Rossi, who he always performs on. Asterisk, with that one default composition, technically the Fnatic composition. Now my question is, how will they deal with SK Rossi? A lot of teams have struggled in that previously, but they need to find a way to do that.
For sure, they need to find a way to do that. But Velocity, like you said, also sticking to the same old composition which they have been playing from a very long time. Chamber, SK Rossi has been fantastic with those Headhunters, those Tour de Force, and this is SK Rossi's map, to be very honest. This is where he shines the most. But on the other side, Asterisk also sticking with those Seasonate combos, the Raze, the Fade combination is there, Vice also in the mix. So yes, Velocity do have a slight upper edge on the composition of Asterisk, because Asterisk composition, every team knows how to counter that composition. They have got counters prepared, but they can also go for the fast executes, fast retakes, all thanks to Damara and the Neon pick. So let's see how Asterisk is actually going to counter the players of Velocity Gaming.
Gotta be wary of that breach stun every now and then from your Russ. If VLT decide that they want to fight for a space, they've got a lot of utility to bombard through all of that. The relay bolts as well, stuns, haunt, paranoias. You've got to be a bit more careful behind that. Asterisk on the other side. And the special round now, Shadow. They're catching double ghost in their hands. Lil Boy ready with double smokes in the paranoia. With the half shield. So standard stuff from both the sides. Nothing out of the ordinary. The only thing is that Asterisk don't want to play for an early fight towards any space. They want to just hold and maintain the passive control. Specifically this crossfire setup entry.
At this point, Velocity should directly go for the site hit instead of going through the tree, because like you said, the crossfire setup is really not going to help their case. But the Vice Wall itself creating a bit of a hurdle in the path of Velocity Gaming, and now they have been forced to pivot all the way through the tree. And that is where the players are just ready. But actually, VLT is not going in that direction. And they're going through the door towards B. Little boy was just there to find a pick out lightning fast. But a 2-1 trade. Velocity still maintaining the numbers advantage. And the jumping raise is there to find SK Rossi. Yash, a good shot towards SK Rossi.
Couldn't really answer that quickly, but Madeline maybe. Find something. Doctor unknown. Not expecting him to be there. Since the plant is already there, going to play the post. Some impeccable positions as well, and on the back of these utilities, they're just going to hold a lot of those angles down. Madeline, the longer he stays alive, the worse it's going to be for Asterisk. Rather, Rinside is able to catch one. But if HP being chipped down now, there's a couple of players out in front of him, fully flashed out. Yes, 19 HP. My man has to stay alive. It's down to a 1v2. The fight being brought to us, and it's a knife in the hand! A knife to start things off, and 0.25 on the spike. What a conundrum of a round! And it's still Asterisk to come out on top through that chaos.
Do you finally agree with me that pistol round has never been strong for Velocity Gaming? And it is the attacking half, by the way. For once at least agree with me.
Today I have decided if you tell me that the sun is magenta in color and it rises from the south, I will agree.
You just refuses to call a spade, right?
I will agree to everything that you say.
Force buy from the side of Velocity Gaming. And Lil Boy already finding a great opening frag onto SK Rossi. This is a big major investment from VLT, and seems like this investment is not going to go in their favor as Goransh and Rinset gets 2 onto the plus of Velocity Gaming. That means Russ and Maitland in a 2v4 situation. What is happening? A force buy. Velocity is losing a force buy.
Because they eventually decided to push out B without testing the things around them. That was the big thing. Connector door was already broken, so the support was provided quickly. Having a perfect angle as well. Make sure the Omen TP over the Wise Wall is stopped.
No more thorns activated.
Goodness, Winsat. Those are some uncanny misses from the man as he'll now eventually stay back. Perfect bait setup for Lil Boy. It's all down to Madeline. He's blinded up. Paranoid out in the open. It's only the chip damage that they could eventually manage. Round going in for Asterisk. 2-0 start, a comfortable one. We can technically make it a 3-0 start as well, because the previous one was the force buy. Now that was on the back of the plant that they got in first round. Not really the case for the previous one, so we'll have to fully save down on it.
No, I agree with what Necro actually said, that Velocity and Revenant XSpark, maybe they are actually experimenting and the experiments are failing. Last we saw VLT going for the force buy was against .exe, and that went in their favor. Otherwise, every single time in the eco round, they go for a Bucky in the hands of the Mara, and all the remaining players stick to the pistols. This time, things are not really going in their favor. The Mara gets one with a Bucky. Doxa gets an instant trade onto the Mara. The trade game of the opponents of VLT has always been strong. I'm not going to criticize VLT. The opponent has always been strong.
Finally. We're both on the same page now, but it seems like Asterisk and VLT, they both are on the same pages as well. It's still being hold. Crossing smoke, Kevin SK Rossi pops out of it, pops the head, gets the second as Yash. He's not able to land that shot, or rather, leaves Rossi on that 10 HP. Seems like the round in which they invested in pistols, that's where the headhunter is actually coming in clutch. Right, lightning fast, spotted. Some chip damage being done out there. Russ is still going to stay alive. And for as long as he is, that fault line is going to be a problem. Rinsat. He's not been hitting shots with the Guardian just like yesterday, but can he do that today again? On the back of that contact, there's going to be a peak, or rather the fault line. And Rinsat's going to be taken down. A Thrifty being converted by VLT. And it's all on the back of SK Rossi and his headhunter shots.
And they also get free weaponries as well, not just 1 but 4. It was only a bucky investment which they came with, and now they are walking away with 4 weaponries in their hands. Velocity, a good recovery after losing the force buy round. They are converting the eco round. And now Asterisk, they don't have enough crest to go for a full buy. Few players sticking to the stingers and 2 players on the half shield. But the good thing is, the showstopper is just 3 points away. Once again, VLT going for a fast execute towards the A, but 2 players, 2 side tankers are already there towards 3 with a good crossfire. The Razorwine is there to delay the push coming in from the side of VLT.
Yeah.
But for how long?
It's the exact same setup, Shadow, that was there in round 1 for Asterisk. Because it was not really tested. When you saw Doxer there with a snake bite, and he's just landing it again. Now the previous time the call was to quickly break the connector door and move towards the B. VLT fumbled in the post plant. This time they have created tons of question marks and are just silently walking over towards the seaside.
Oh. Yash. Already there. The Prowler and the Paranoia pushes him back into the side, and the Mara goes aggressive, finds a perfect timing on to Yash towards Waterfall. Goranj with the Prowler trying to delay the things, but Raj going for the plant. And Rossi was just prepared with an Outlaw. Yes, yeah, Goranj as well. 3 players remaining. A 3-5 retake for the players of Asterisk. And Rossi once again. Oh, did he really miss the shot?
Nope, it's a 140
No.
tag again.
Yeah.
Winsat down to just 10 HP, and the rest 2 players as well will be falling down. I'm pretty sure the call should go to save these weaponries now. There's absolutely no point in going for the retake. Ultimates, no utilities, Lil Boy. Going to land in 1 more shot though. But I'll have to say, it's that one Prowler that eventually got the better of Yash. Not a single proper bullet being landed on that. That was unfortunate for him. Normally at least 1 or 2 of his strays could be landed there. Yeah, he's just going to hold that angle. It's absolutely fine. I don't think so he's going to push it. 915 is bank account as well, so it's not that healthy.
Just like my bank account?
No, he's still got 950 in his account.
Oh, so that means just like your bank account. Moving on, an equalizer has been established by the players of Velocity Gaming. I do love those moments where you're speechless. But for now, Medlin has got the Nightfall, and Eskerosi Store the Force was also just 1 point away. The Mara's Overdrive also just 1 point away, and again the A execute coming in from the side of VLT. In fact, a fast execute, and this time we have a solo anchor towards A, and that is Rinset, the MVP of yesterday. But Eskerosi needs to be very, very careful, and he was not. Doxer finds a timing onto him. On the other side, Marin also deals with the side anchor towards A, so that means it should be an easy plant for the players of Velocity Gaming now.
Tabara is up close. There's nothing to flush him out as well from this angle. Lightning Fast will also be there. The Prowler being sent in. A ton of utility, but none sent in towards Damara's way, and that's the Paranoia answered back instantly by the relay bolt to hold it down. And there's ton of utility as well for the support by Russ. Try and make sure that this team holds this position. Lil Boy just steeping out of there. No HP Goranj with an answer on to 1. As the rest of the player move in from side. Lightning Fast still holds the angle in heaven. Doxer is good for 1 though. For how long can they hold it down to a 3v2? The retake is here, and Madeleine spams it down. And has he bought enough time? I think so, he absolutely has. There's not much left, and Doxer will succumb to the spike. VLT by the clock in their post plant.
Yeah, a 3-2, and Velocity finally in the lead. They've got 2 major ultimates as well. Russ, Rolling Thunder also just 2 points away. That single ultimate, Nightfall, did help VLT convert that round in their favor. And now Asterisk, they don't have enough creds to go for a full buy. Few players sticking to the Marshall. In fact, the only win condition which the players of Asterisk are having right now is a showstopper. And that's it. Nothing else.
You want to play? Let's play.
It's time to play now. The Tour de Force is out of the bag. The ready to try and blow some skulls apart on the other side. Asterisk are either ways on a scrappy buy. It's only a glass cannon hero Vandal in the hands of Doxer inside. Little boy holding on to those sheriffs as well. Just a door being opened up, and look at the contact play. Asterisk, every single one of them have moved towards the A side. They want to try and gamble stack onto this side. But VLT, they're just rinsing and repeating what they've done in the previous 2 rounds. It's either hit A or just fake A and hit C. It seems like it's the latter again in this round. So the defense is thin. But these 2 razor wines can eventually buy a ton of time for the team.
Let's see. The 4th lane is definitely there. On the back of it, Yash gets the Mara.
Send
Showstopper
it!
comes in, but the Showstopper gets nothing. Eskirosi, lightning fast, dealing with every single player of Asterisk, but Rinset's still trying to get something. But good for only one. Russ and Madrian deals with him as well. It's only Doxer remaining in a 1v3 situation. Should be an easy plan for the players of Velocity Gaming. Should be a 4th one for VLT now.
Oh my god, Russ still gonna be taken down though, but not a problem for VLT. SK Rossi land another nasty shot with the tour de force. If only Yash would have sent out that rocket shadow, it would have got at least 2. And maybe this round would have been very different, but they did not anticipate lightning fast TPing on top of the box as well, just to dodge all of those thorns under his feet. VLT doing much better in their attack today as compared to what they were doing yesterday. Already on those 4 rounds now, and tried to hit B, that did not work out, so they're just keeping it simple. They're going either towards the A side or towards the C side. And now Rossi has also got the operator mining all of that up. That means he can be anywhere around the map. And if you're Asterisk, you can't really peek any of those choke points blindly.
The thing is, VLT is having 2 major ultimates in this one. They have got the Overdrive and the Rolling Thunder on the back of it. They can try to convert the 5th one, but seems like Damara just needs the Vandal as he finds Gorange, deals with the side anchor. Should be an easy plant. Russ already going for it. And the operator always gets a value when in the hands of SK Rossi. Rinset already being picked off. The Aftershock getting nothing at all. Yash goes with the pain shells, trying to clear a few more angles. The blast pack. But SK Rossi, little boy, finally! That was a mistake, little boy, and he gets punished instantly by SK Rossi. But Doxer trying to find something, gets only one, gets taken down. A 5th one for the players of Velocity Gaming, and also they managed to save both the ultimates.
No big difficulties for them whatsoever. Having the right read as well, the Wise setup was not on this side. A crucial timeout for Asterisk. Seems like we've got to pump these brakes now, and Shadow, this is one of the most important timeouts for their first half because they don't have the buy for this round, so they will be discussing as to what to do in the next round. And by that time, VLT should, according to the script, reach to 6. That means if they're not able to implement what they're discussing right now, that would mean the half is just going to snowball out of control for them.
I don't think that's going to happen, Scare, to be very honest, because let's be honest, Asterisk, they are in the defensive side. As long as they manage to get 4 to 5 rounds in the defensive side, I think they are good to go on the map of Lotus, and they already have 2 rounds, and their ultimate progression is also looking very promising. Maybe they don't have grades for this round, but they've got 4 ultimates. There is a possibility of Asterisk at least getting 2 more rounds, and maybe 3 rounds. And if they get 3 rounds in their favor in the first half, I think still it's a win-win situation for them.
I don't really feel like 3 are going to be enough, specifically against this defense of VLT. Considering the fact that SK Rossi is just always going to stand on mount. You know where this one player is going to be. Pushing him out of that place, that becomes very difficult now again. Inside is just trying to run his way out of that. Damara But the magical fingers still trying to catch in the damage. Already done. 8 HP down in the hand. SK Rossi is able to land at the shot. That is not the start Asterisk wanted.
Oh, SK Rossi. Doxer, be very careful. It's all about the timing, not just one. 3 players are there and Tamara gets reset. Little boy and Doxer as well goes down to the hands of SK Rossi. It's a complete move down and a flawless round conversion for the players of Velocity Gaming. 6-2.
Just judging his way out all the way through Waterfall and then towards the spawn. It's like VLT, yeah, they're controlling the map entirely. And Asterisk are facing the exact same struggle they did yesterday in map number 1. Very confident out here, struggling on the back of Util as well, giving a lot of respect to VLT. Look how fast, or rather how much space they take just on the back of the contact play. You're not supposed to take this much space on Mount by just one flash. Look at that. They've got every single thing left for the side execute.
Yeah, the Razor Wines stopping the aggression of Damara for now at least. The waterfall control is still with Doxer. He has got the Steel Garden also available. And Rinsen finally gets SK Rossi, lightning fast going for the plant. The thing is, Asterisk, they do have the numbers advantage for the retake and they do have a lot of util also for that. But few flashes are also available with the players of Velocity Gaming to play for the post plant. The snake bite, the nightfall finally being invested from the side of Asterisk. On the back of it, lightning fast trying to do something. Gets one, Damara gets one. Back and forth trades are coming in. The numbers advantage still maintained by the players of Asterisk. And Lil Boy is actually sticking for the defuse. Hard defuse done. And made a little shorty. Gets Yash. And Dogs are actually going for the ninja defuse. The Viper split is also there. A heavy round. And finally, no! It was denied! What did I just witness? It looked like it went in the favor of Asterisk.
Every single thing being done right, and then everything that could have gone wrong went wrong. They dropped all that they had and yet could not close it out. Doxer tried to stick it down. If only he would have stood up on the ledge. Or if only Lil Boy would have if only Lil Boy stood in front of him as the bodyguard. None of that just happened, and now Goransh and an island out there left alone. Yash is there with his own judge to answer back onto what Damara sent out his way. I'm pretty sure that's not going to work out either. The discipline from this team is impeccable.
I still can't process my head what really happened in the previous round.
So here's the thing. VLT had the full mount control and all Asterisk needed was
I'm
to
not asking you to break it Barney style.
send it push out, man.
I'm in shock.
They just needed to take the mount space, and again, this is the same problem that they faced against Reckoning. If you're giving too much respect to your opponent, then they're going to take a lot of space out of you. Not going to use a ton of utility. That's what they did. They were giving too much respect to them. So VLT just stood on mount and went in for the spam, and they're rinsing and repeating. But as long as this site is not going to be defended or retaken perfectly by Asterisk, VLT will continue to hit it.
Scared. Asterisk invested 2 ultimates in the previous round. And that is what 3. Oh my god, that makes it more costly for the players of Asterisk. When you are investing 3 ultimates, you can't afford to lose that particular round. But if they win this one, still a win-win situation for them, as Russ is the only man standing going for the plant. 2 players to the side of Asterisk. There's still a possibility, but it's Russ we are talking about, and seems like the Russ magic won't be there for this one. And now Asterisk finally getting the 3rd round in their favor, but still 3 ultimates wasted in the previous round. I'm sure that is really going to hurt the players of Asterisk.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think so. They're going to stick too much to the past now. What's gone is gone. Bygones are bygones. And I guess converting that thrifty round was very crucial to saving their half. And they have now built up almost towards that showstopper as well, just 1 point away. So finally, the C hit that was working out so very well for VLT has been stopped. Why? Because of that early flood on the site.
Satchel out.
Good delay as well on the back of those razor vines. This time it's going to be a full-fledged push out towards the rubble, and it is explosive.
Damara being Damara gets 2. I love when Damara goes for that Damara style, aggressive style, and gets the value and doesn't get traded off. He still has got the forward right though. 3 players remaining from the side of Asterisk, and seems like should be an easy round for the players of VLT. A pivot is coming all the way towards C, where we have got the entire setup of Doxer. And even he's also trying to show some proactiveness. Those razor vines are definitely going to delay things. Nightfall being invested just in case if anyone is present in the side. And Rinset actually was there. He gets the timing onto Damara. And we get one more.
Last player standing.
My goodness, Doxer had so many targets in front of him. This could have been a nasty round conversion for him if he could have got that pick onto SK Rossi and then turned around to get the second. Maybe that's a bit too much to ask of him. 8-3. Another hit over towards the seaside, working in unison, working in together now. Asterisk broken by yet again last round of the half. The best they could hope for would be an 8-4 if we had to do something reckless. Does not seem to be happening again. There's the Neon running it all the way down. DK not that much though still. He had a lot of success with the magical fingers in the previous time. He used up this time yet again. Showstopper sent out. Yash is able to shut Damara down. An ultimate for an ultimate. The whole world is still going to lose its limbs because Rossi and Yash firing on all cylinders. Both the people on the flank and Madeline is hearing every single thing.
He certainly is, and definitely having a good position as well. But finally, Doxer hiding behind that air rubble. A wide swing, and SK Rossi and Madron deals with both the players of Team Asterisk. A 9-3 swap.
Switching sides.
Not something to work around with. If Asterisk had got one more round in their favor, there could have been a possibility of a comeback. But staging a comeback from 9-3 is really difficult. But let's see if they can really do so. But the thing is, VLT's defense has always been strong on the map of Lotus.
But whose headshot percentage has been strongest in OMEN VCSA 2025 split 2? We've got 4 options. People quickly scan the QR code to answer. And the one who answers it correctly, and one who answers most questions correctly though, throughout the entire week, will eventually win, I believe, 5,000 VP. That's enough to get your favorite skin, get your friend one of his favorite skin.
There. My ult's not ready.
That makes 2 skins for you.
There.
I just really want to know your prediction, not because of any other jinx reason,
VLT.
because I just want to know. Quickly. I think VLT is winning.
VLT 2-0.
We both are on the same page, at least for once.
Yeah, that has happened.
Again,
so many times. It's happened so many times, Shadow. But it's absolutely fine. This C hit has also happened so many times, and Rossi is super good in terms of dealing with it.
Yash gets one, little boy. Getting one more. Pistol has never been a strength for the players of Velocity Gaming. A 2v2 situation in front of Asterisk. They can take this pistol round in their favor, and seems like they are so very close to doing so. As SK Rossi, the only last player remaining. And little boy will convert a 3k deal with the last player. The pistol once again goes in the favor of Asterisk. But VLT is known for those eco conversions. And if they again go for that Bucky, yes, the Bucky is there towards the side of Damara. Remaining players with pistol, there is a possibility of VLT doing at least the eco damage towards the side of Asterisk, and that is also going to cost Asterisk a lot, because if they really want to stage a comeback, they need to convert the bonus as well.
Remind me of the fact as well that the only few rounds that Asterisk had in the first half were the pistol and the anti-eco, and then a thrifty round, Shadow. They have not won a single proper rifle round in this entire map till now. out of the 13 rounds that we've played. And we've had plenty full of rifle rounds for that. So that is a big fault in terms of the macro for the team. And reading the entire flow of the game in general. So you've got to be pretty careful about what you're going to cook, because VLT like to answer back really well. And you mentioned it perfectly. VLT, they have the potential to convert the eco round for themselves too, and if that happens, that means they'll be on the double digits, and not just on the double digits, we'll potentially see an 11-4 into making. So every single round from now is basically a do or die scenario for Asterisk.
Agreed. Taking a win against VLT on the map of Lotus has always been an uphill task for all the teams, because Lotus has been one of the strongest map for them, only because of SK Rossi and Damara and Lightning Fast, basically the entire team, but SK Rossi maintaining that C mount control, anchoring the entire C site, closes down so many avenues for the attacking team, because it's not easy to go for a C execute and just deal with SK Rossi without facing any casualty. B is always known for this close range fight that leaves only A side, and that is where Velocity always amps up their defense. So definitely is going to be a big challenge for the players of Asterisk to go to a very close score line. A 9-4 is currently where we are, and Damara back again on the Bucky. This should be a 5th round for the players of Asterisk, because they have the weaponry advantage. They just need to deal with Damara. Shut down Damara in those eco rounds, and the round will be yours.
Where are you?
Last time Damara had a Bucky was all the way back in round number 3, which he was able to convert for his team after finding the opener.
I have the spike.
Opportunity presented itself in front of Asterisk. Could not really grab onto it. SK Rossi ran away. Scathed, yes, but still alive, still kicking. 3 bullets in his headhunter. C is not the prettiest sight for Asterisk. It's a stack shadow, and it's technically going to be a 4-man stack there.
SK Rossi can also go for the lurk play. That's also a bit of a problem for the players of Asterisk, but Doxer finds Raz. Damara gets one with a Bucky. Every single time this guy shines with a Bucky. Gets a second as well, a third as well. Damara, what are you doing?
Enemy remaining.
Walking away with murder. SK Rossi on the lurk gets one. Lightning Fast deals with the last player. It was an eco round of velocity.
That's why you do not rush in on the sides, which have got anchored players down there. And if round number 3, 2K Bucky was not enough, Damara does one better. Gets a third as well in this round. Look at that. Watching it in slow motion as well. Bullets spread, ricocheting left and right.
You know what? I really want Damara to just stick to Bucky. This and SK Rossi to whatever he wants. As a chamber, he can play on the headhunter as well, or marshal, or outlaw, or operator, or Thor the Force, anything. And I think these two guys will still top frag.
It's also how VLT in general enables Damara and how they fight together as a unit. While on the other side, if you're looking at Asterisk, you know, yes, there have been moments when they equalize the numbers, but there have been isolated solo plays. They haven't really been playing together as a team. And again, we talk about this entire structure of Viper Omen on this map. You have to smoke off certain parts of the map, dissect it, and then take control of the rest of it. But for now, we're going to force the fight on B.
They certainly are, and Russ was anchoring that side. They got one, but good for only one gets got very wrong. A 3v3 situation, but a complete move down once again. Damara, Lightning Fast are on fire. It's always Lightning Fast on the map of Lotus. On C, if it is SK Rossi, or towards the A side, it is Lightning Fast who is always there. Asterisk really struggling in the attacking half. Once again, a half buy. It's not just about practice, kid. It's just that VLT is really strong on the map of Lotus.
It is. The scope card was showing that as well. 11 times picked up
I'm out of here.
and 10 times won.
Shocking.
The only time that they lost was to Reckoning all the way back in the lower bracket finals of Split 2.
Bring them down.
I feel it was more of a land jitter scenario for Madeline Tamara, the rest of the players as well, because they're just able to wrap everyone up in an instant like this. It's just a slaughter at this point.
Match point.
And another walk in the park for VLT probably. I'll have to say though, it seems like it takes at least one map for Asterisk to wake up. And then they get warmed up, you know, the thing that this Faris mentioned yesterday, the locomotive engine.
Could be possible.
It's the sweet time.
Could be possible. But you saying that Velocity do have the land jitters, I don't agree with you completely on that. Because yes, they lost against the plus of Reckoning. But that could also have been the exhaustion. Because let's be honest, VLT had to play 2 BO3s on that particular day. You do get exhausted. But SK Rossi never gets exhausted. He was performing on that day as well with 39 frags. And again today, a 3K in this particular round. Should be the 13th one for the Class of Velocity Gaming. But Little Boy gets one. Russ and Lightning Fast will seal the deal of 13-4 one-sided domination by Velocity Gaming. If anyone had any doubt on VLT, seems like Velocity has answered back in style.
Drink water, stay hydrated. Or milk. That's what Damara is showing right now. But yes, solid domination from VLT. And they made it like a walk in the park, like every single day. Every single time, whenever we see this team play on any other map. And this is what I like about them, right? Because always happy, all those happy vibes out there. They don't really try a lot of things out of the blue, right? Whatever's working for them, they're just going to stick to that. And they're going to make it work for as long as it's working. We see that in the entire first half, their attacking side. Let's go away. Alright, they're able to stop us. They've got the vines set up. We don't want to deal with that. Let's go see. They've got another vine set up. Don't worry, we're going to brute force after the vines go off. And that has worked for the entire round. And they've done the similar kind of execute throughout that with just a few tweaks and changes. Now, until and unless you're able to read these kind of plays, right, you will not be able to stop their execute because their firepower is impeccable. And Asterisk yesterday were able to work on the back of Rinsat, Yash and their momentum setup. I'm not quite sure if VLT will allow the same thing to happen today. So, yeah, things are going to be pretty difficult for them if they're not able to read onto what VLT is doing.
One more thing is, VLT on the map of Lotus, Damara is always in the go-go-go mode. So that means fast execute, fast retakes are always there from his side. That also strengthens the entire team of Velocity Gaming. Because on the back of it, SK Rossi is always there to trade. Lightning Fast is also ready with his paranoias and smoke every single time. So yes, the entire roster, the entire agent composition of VLT is looking really strong on this map at least. But Asterisk, now they have a lot of pressure on their shoulders because, let's be honest, they were completely thrashed by VLT on Lotus. So the next map is going to be a really important map for the class of Asterisk now.
Yeah. I would really want to brush it off though, but we know how quickly can they brush things off. We have seen them do the same thing yesterday. But it falls down to how quickly can they adapt, and it just as well specifically to the pace of Damara Shadow, because we haven't really seen anyone else who's so fast on a Neon. It's like Damara's Neon is a different kind of beast. So there are many scenarios when you're not able to anticipate where he would be at what timer on the map. And eventually get caught by the surprise. And that happened to them many times in this one. Specifically with that Bucky itself in a couple of rounds. So you've got to be very careful. Very wary about that too. Let's have a look at the MVP of this entire map right now, because it actually feels, yeah, it's going to be SK Rossi. 5 first kills for him. 21 in total and 338 ACS Shadow. We can basically crown him the king of Lotus.
As long as he is playing Chamber, Yes, he certainly is. That is one of those agents. If Damara is one of the best Neon, SK Rossi is one of the best Chamber. Let's be honest. 330 ACS, damage per round 207, headshot percentage 35.7%, 5-4 skills. So SK Rossi was definitely stealing the show in the attacking and the defensive half both.
Indeed was. Asterisk almost down to half in that first skill department as well. VLT with 11. And the fact that they only got to get the spike down once. One of the big reason for that is because they didn't really have a lot of rounds to play around either ways. They lost quite a lot onto their own defense itself, and 11 times VLT were able to get that spike down. 9 times they were able to convert that round. That stat shows as well. 1 clutch and a thrifty for each of these teams as well. But it's just a one-sided affair for VLT. Let's have a look at all the player stats itself. Nox, the only man who was able to get something in double digits apart from Lil Boy, but every single one apart from them, yeah, they were struggling a lot.
They most certainly were. Doxer, if your controller is top fragging with 11 and 14, that also makes me question Yash. 9 and 15, 168 ACS. There should have been a better performance from the side of Yash as well. Those blast pick entries in the attacking half were not there from the side of Yash. The showstopper was also not getting any value. So nothing really was working for the players of Asterisk on the map of Lotus. But let's be honest, it was such a strong map for the players of Velocity Gaming. We knew what's going to happen. So I think Asterisk, now they need to play the next map. Maybe they can also get a victory. If I'm not wrong, Sunset is not that strong for the players of VLT.
Yeah, absolutely. We also saw them struggle a lot against the side of Reckoning, and we have seen this team perform against Reckoning themselves. So I'm pretty sure we might possibly see Sunset. If there's any map that I personally feel would go for the side of Asterisk, then it is the map of Sunset. Because, yeah, the struggles have been there, and I'm not quite sure if VLT would have had enough time to, you know, prepare some of their strategies up, or maybe fix some of the problems that they were encountering all the way back when they were playing against Reckoning. So I think so there's a big possibility we might see the third map in this series. But if Damara and SK Rossi are flowing in such a manner, you know, getting so many frags in their back pocket, then I don't know if that's gonna happen. But will Rinsat rise up, or will we see SK Rossi still doing his Rossi things? We'll find that out in this after this short break, ladies and gentlemen, on the map of Sunset. Don't go anywhere.
Here we go! What's this?
Holla, why do they doubt the kid? I'm about to prove them all wrong again. I got a low tolerance, cause they don't even know what the problem is. It's me. Why do they doubt the kid? I'm about to prove them all wrong again. I got a low tolerance, cause they don't even know what the problem is. It's me. I ain't taking no loss, no loss, no loss. Look, I'ma always win. And I'ma do it again. Watch me win. Then watch me do it again. I'ma always win.
To live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
If it's necessary, I'ma go and come and ride with it. Let me welcome you to my legion. If you mess with us, we gon' put you on a t-shirt. Never take a day off for some leisure. Squad's always up, this teamwork, stream work. Chalo fera, jao sare, ek mara fera, wale gare. Sare mere bantar bawe, Registan mein bhi hum nadiyan baha de. Chalo sale de man bahane, wala tana mat jab hum aa jaye samne. Aur kare tere wale, mere meri team, mere piche kya karega kuch ab. I said I got your back, 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 back. I said I got your back, 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 back. I said I got your back in my team. team, we adapt. We a family from around the world. We are back, you can never take us down. And that's a fact. All we do is improvise and adapt. हम खड़े से यहीं ऊपर आसमान नीचे जमीन पूरा है अब हमें यकीन बढ़ते रहना आगे और चढ़ते रहना ऊपर साथ मेहनत है और हमारा जमीन तुझे होना कमी जीत की तरफ है बढ़ते जाना लड़ते जाना कभी माननी है हार नहीं we work hard and we play hard चाहे जितना भी दिखे हम गंभीर चलो करें मजे I said I got your back and my team, we adapt. We a family from around the world. We are back, you can never take us down. And that's a fact. All we do is improvise and adapt. All we do is improvise and adapt.
Here we go! What's this?
The big boy is back in action right now, and yes, I'm talking about the man who's sitting right next to me, while the big boys are having their blast against Asterisk, which they will take on to the next map of Sunset. Ladies and gentlemen, you are watching the OMEN VCSA 2025 Split 3 is the second best of 3 of the evening, and VLT are one step closer to qualifying for the Split 3 playoffs.
I really don't want to be a believer and say that this might just go 3-mapper, but there's a difference between losing and getting absolutely slammed. And Asterisk, they have been slammed on the first map against Velocity, and now moving on towards the map of Sunset, I generally do think Velocity should be able to close things off without any problem. Yes, I do agree with the fact that they did defeat the players of Revenant Esports yesterday, but scared, I generally do feel like it's once in a blue moon type of performance from the side of Asterisk.
I mean, if it's going to be once in a blue moon performance or if it's a rinse and repeat stuff for them, we will figure that out right now. But I agree that it makes us sound like more like a broken record that we're repeating the same thing again, because we were discussing the same point when I was there with Spartas, as mentioning as to the 13-1 against Reckoning was absolutely mental breaking. But bringing yourself back from the brink after that and then dominating your opponent on their map pick and then closing out on one of their strong map pick which they won against VLT, I think so that's a big motivating factor for this team, and they rely a lot on momentum. The question is, can VLT stop that momentum from building up, because they did a very good job in the first map.
Look, generally speaking over here, it just feels like Velocity is much more better when it comes to having the mechanical skills on that instant scenario. And Velocity is just really good, not really cracking under that pressure. They know what they need to do. They are really clear with their mindset too. While you try and compare the same stuff to the players of Asterisk, let's be honest, there's a lot going in their mind right now. And they might just crack under that pressure too, and that pressure might just not keep them at their peak performance.
It's highly possible. And right now, you need more than your peak performance in order to win against this stacked lineup of VLT. Have a look at the map, Veto, one more time. Lotus, 13-4. Now it's about Sunset. That's going to go down. And then if things go for the side of Asterisk, we'll move on to the map of Icebox. A lot of times this map has been played. VLT have got a 50% win record. That same goes for Asterisk as well. But if you're comparing the win rates a little bit, Necro, we've got a slightly better defensive win rate for Asterisk, given how they played against Reckoning, but there's a humongous difference in the composition. Not a humongous one though, only one agent. One side is Breach and the other side is the Gecko.
It really depends on which teams these guys played against. And since Velocity, yes, there is one of those losses too. I do believe Velocity, they have probably lost against someone that is extremely strong inside of this split, which makes a lot of sense too. Velocity, they've had their ups and downs in the previous split too. Even inside of this split, .exe was someone that gave a tough fight off the rip. But now as they're facing off against Asterisk, I'm pretty sure the pressure is not going to be that much on top of the players of Velocity, especially after winning a completely one-sided map like that. And now as you move on towards Sunset, Velocity is going to be much more confident in their set plays, in their combinations, and also their mechanic itself. As we do have the agent composition on the screen, Gecko pulled out from Little Boy, and we see Russ on Breach.
There's no change in this composition at all.
Yeah.
Everything else being kept exactly the same as it was. And the fact is that now Asterisk have got that one silver lining, that one boost in their morale where they did a very solid job against Reckoning yesterday. And most of it was on the back of them making the proactive plays. And I want to see them do that today itself against this lineup of VLT. Because pistol is crucial for them. And they have won both the pistols in the previous map. So I'm pretty sure that they can have that burstful start here too, while they're starting on the attacking side itself, and 4 goes in their hand. That's a bit of an interesting play there, but it seems like they just want to run it down towards the A side.
Shadow always likes to say this: Velocity is never good on their pistol round. They usually do tend to lose it. So let's see. If Asterisk does kick things off on a great note, that might just be the momentum setter for them. And if Velocity does end up losing that pistol round, it might just not be that great of a thing. But once again, Velocity is one of those teams that is used to losing these pistol rounds too, so I highly doubt it's disrupting the momentum too much. Aggression from Tomorrow this time around does do a lot of damage, but that damage is not able to find the important frag, as Velocity now a man down. While you try and look at the players of Asterisk, 2 players down extremely low. Lil Boy just on 22 HP, the same thing can be said even for Yush. Both the teams still, in my opinion, even Steven on the board.
The read is absolutely good for VLT. They're diligent re-clearing towards the elbow as well. This is where the next fight will break.
No, Little Boy's taken down low. What will it seal the deal? Even that shock dart's gonna be the icing on top of the cake, but they do not even need it! Velocity just holding this choke point, single-handedly choking the players of Asterisk. And all the risks the players of Asterisk took, it did not work out. Velocity smooth glide in the first round itself. It's not a great start for Asterisk.
Absolutely good call from Russ. Reading it to picture perfection. The teams, when they take the tile control and they win out a fight out there in mid, tend to lean towards the A side. They saw that, called in for it, out-rotated the members of Asterisk, and they did not anticipate them to be so up close. And then SK Rossi as well, just quickly retaking the space that was lost over towards the BN mid.
Yeah.
Outlaw in the hands though, only a Bucky for Yes, trying to pull some Damara shenanigans. The question is,
interesting.
My camera is able to do that. Maybe he can though.
Velocity, they've got the weaponry advantage. This should be an easy stop for them too. The man's ready with the paranoia. The first contact instantly tosses out the paranoia. He's only got his hands on the ghost, and that's the only reason why the man's facing the opponents up close. Even if the ghost does drop down, it's not really something that the players of Asterisk will be happy to retrieve. Both the players from Asterisk just pinned towards mid, and what a find that was. Russ clips the first man, takes him down. Lightning fast with that ghost, will shut down Yeshtu. No slides this time will be allowed. Tamara as well, just sliding directly on Ritsat's face as he shuts him down. Bulldog able to find a lot of value. Tamara on this side, man's got it on lockdown. Asterisk, no matter what they do, they're just getting snuffed out.
I mean, questionable decision out there yet again. Lil Boy should have waited for the smoke to bloom properly and held on for a second, because his Gecko Dizzy was so very important for that market push.
Hey, it's fine though. It was just an anti-eco, right? So
they had a lot of space being taken out there, and at least they should have got one with the Bucky. Now that's the main thing.
Fine, I guess. But I still think you're being a little too harsh. It was just an eco round.
Fair enough. If that rocks their boat, maybe. Judge yet again. Shot in by Yash, and it's Guardian on the other side, and he has a Prince at, and it's a fast A hit though.
This time, I love the confidence from Asterisk. Literally forcing the players of Velocity moving back. But that's a great smoke, great timing. That's going to deny at least the vision for a bit longer. But Velocity, they need to counter-react as soon as possible. There is a lurk coming through from the Cypher. SK Rossi needs to go huge. That lurk from the man needs to find the maximum value, and he will be someone that can squeeze it too.
Here's the thing.
Slowly and steadily moving from the spawn itself. The Judge, it might just find the value, but tomorrow, once again, so quick with the slides. And this man's left click is insanely strong. But even Asterisk, they reply back with a 3 of their own. Guardian in the hand of SK Rossi, and now the man's looking to cut those heads. Asterisk, there's someone they're feeling themselves. A 2-on-3 man advantage in the hands of Asterisk, but SK Rossi still yet to reveal himself. But SK Rossi gets cut off instantly. Asterisk, they win this round. Great stuff.
Solid one indeed, specifically from Lil Boy with that mosh pit after Yash fumbled on with the Judge. Sent it all the way out, and then lovely peaks from Goranj. Did not really give up a lot of his body for those shots by Madeline's Outlaw. And even though SK Rossi was hopping in on the late flank though, but that one tripwire, you know, unless you are Omen or someone who can technically updraft and move out of that range of the trip, you will be getting caught there. Good communication coming in. Winning out a crucial round, but here's the thing. I haven't really seen a lot of buy rounds win for Asterisk throughout that previous map, so this is where they can set the momentum. This is where they can start their comeback story.
Comeback might just be too far. As of now, just focus on the present instead of directly diving towards the future. Velocity, someone that's not going to let loose at all. And look at these angles they're finding. Able to squeeze those important frags, and that's really keeping the players of Velocity on the advantage. And somehow able to find themselves on the advantage. And what am I watching? Tamara, you blink it and you miss it. A quick 3K on the board to save the day.
The amount of util bombardment on site was absolutely unreal. And Asterisk did not see that coming. I love the positioning of both of those tripwires because they were to stop Asterisk from pushing further deep into the side. They were planted in a way that they will force them to be there. And it was such a diligent re-clear. Recon into the paranoia with the relay bolt and the concuss. Everything sent out there except for the kitchen sink.
Nowhere to run. Gotta love it. Sometimes the slide headshots, they just seem unfair. And now look at this. Once again, he replicates it. Russ on the back of that instantly saves the day, and Russ is now starting to connect a series of headshots. Look at your right. Russ completely forgot that there was someone still peeking towards main, but this Sheriff is not going to be able to find any more value.
A couple of rifles being carried forward for the next round, and it's a market out there. Pick up your favorite skin.
I mean, come on. These guys are like the professional players. They've already got a stacked inventory, so I highly doubt they care about it. They're not broke like us. Come on.
There are moments, you know, when you're either using a Gaia's Vengeance Vandal, you switch to a Reaver Vandal, you start hitting a nasty shots.
I'm out of here.
Why not?
Fine, I guess. Fair enough. But judging on
one
that
thing,
statement, I think you're one of those guys in competitive lobbies asking people for skin drops.
I don't actually. That's the main thing. Yeah, that's the difference. I don't really like to ask for the skins. If I find someone that's out there, and I'll probably pick it up if it's Gaia's Vengeance. Apart from that, nah. Not too
Wait,
much.
am I the only one who's not a big fan of Gaia's Vengeance?
Oh yeah.
I don't know, man. I actually love that skin for some reason. But hold on to that thought.
Okay, well, I guess the skin conversation was a little bit too deep, since even the players of Asterisk, they're not able to find themselves deep in. They've already started to make the march of death. 2 players down for Asterisk. Velocity, just a man down. Madeline, this man's holding the off angle. Waits for the man to peek at his crosshairs, and that's going to be a perfect peek too, but Madeline gets snuffed out. The relay bolt was placed to perfection. Moshpit's going to be enough to play lightning fast for a while, but at least that's what he thought. Spike grabs down, lightning fast, the man's done his job.
30 seconds left.
Delaying the plant for as long as possible, and SK Rossi in the end to put the cherry on top.
Yeah, it just seems like it's a very different Asterisk that we are seeing today. I don't really see that confidence which they brought back up yesterday, and they're just way too confused. Russ is having so good calls, and he's having such a fun time calling against the young lads out there. Rinsat as well. Saw one, did not anticipate the second layering behind that, and Madeline all the way out there in mid, holding that one angle. And as soon as that mosh pit was sent down, I just knew that Lightning Fast is going to move through that. It does not really do enough damage for the early few ticks to stop anyone who are already on the way from pushing. So some plays not really being anticipated, some utility being disrespected, and that is the VLT way. Asterisk, time is ticking for them to adapt to this style, and if they take too long, then the Hunter's Fury and the Overdrive on the other side will be a big problem.
Let's see though, I mean, at the end of the day, for Velocity, they've got a massive momentum, and Asterisk, they just need to find a way to break through this momentum. That's it. Simple. I know it sounds pretty simple, but if you keep yourself in the shoes of Asterisk, I'm pretty sure there's a lot going on in their head, and that's one of the main reasons why Asterisk is not able to perform. Overthinking majority of the scenarios that they're not supposed to.
Cover going out.
And at the end of the day, it felt like yesterday they just achieved that flow state. Today, that flow state's missing.
Isagi Uichi.
Look, I'm not really a weep, so I don't understand what you just said. But I assume that's a name.
Yeah, it actually is. I'll tell you the lore about it in a while.
Right there.
I don't want to try and figure out what Asterisk want to do yet again, exploring the mid, like one of the previous rounds.
There.
Yeah, there's also a drone utilized from VLT. So now they know there's not really a lot of presence towards A main. So that call's going to be extremely crucial.
Yeah, but I pinged out B. They think that it might actually be B, but you know what? They don't really want to force any of those avenues. They're waiting for Asterisk to walk into their crosshairs. Look at this off angle from Lightning Fast.
Yeah.
Russ is ready with a stun.
I'm never a big fan of this strategy. It's like the players are going to be walking into a meat grinder soon. And no! Lightning Fast! Timing works against the man, but Hunter's Fury utilized to try and delay that pounce. And Velocity, they completely close the floodgates, eliminating every single player that stands on the fray. Final man of Asterisk still not spotted. Rinsat will be able to catch one, but that's all he's going to find. As in the end, it will be Madeline to put the end.
Go, go, go.
They tried so hard.
I'm out of here.
Didn't really get so far though, but it still does not matter. They're struggling out there a lot. Asterisk again. Not a bunch of util being thrown out here and there. There's the big thing about this kind of push. You need to smoke off at least one part so that you do not get caught in the crossfire. They found a perfect timing out of Lightning Fast the second he pulled out his smoke. But then again, Russ on the other side was just able to land that fault line and peek on the back of it with a bunch of utility combining with the Hunter's Fury as well. That is all they needed. Is he being taken care of? And Damara, he was just so ready for Yash.
Once again, even the Rolling Thunder initiated.
I'm out of here.
And Velocity gaining back the control that they lost a while ago. But there is still a man deep, and they need to be careful off that guy. That one person can definitely disrupt the flow of Velocity. Wingman chasing down Russ, the man's concussed, but there is still his teammate available. And is trying his best to keep Russ still inside of the game. And here comes Tamara once again, shining through. Lining up the bodies, stacking them up on top of each other, and Tamara just making it look like a piece of cake with that overdrive.
7-1. And it's absolutely unreal. that this was the same Asterisk which were thrashing Reckoning on this map in the attacking half itself. A very different ball game here right now. And look at the pairing of the utilities. Rolling Thunder was sent out early on to push back the members of Asterisk, and then stun ready, paired up with the Paranoia, blinded, concussed, not a damn visual available. And Asterisk do not know what they got to do. They had so many good ideas last time. And all they're doing right now, is just dry peeking through mid. That's all.
Yeah, they're doing the same thing over and over again. And velocity for them, this is literally heaven. They're funneling in so many frags because they know Asterisk. It just feels like they're not putting enough efforts in the team play. And what was that fight? Disgusting. It's quite unfortunate that Damara got taken away like that. Asterisk, it's a 3-on-4. 2 players chipped away extremely low from velocity. Still doable. One shot from Guardian can actually put an end to either of these players.
Even Stinger and a Sheriff can do the same thing.
Yeah.
But look at the positionings. Look at the positionings. Yeah, yes, I'm pretty sure he's not catching anyone, but he himself will be caught up by the people on his right.
30 seconds
There we go.
left.
He's actually clearing that. And it's done. Yash, he thought that he's going to come up with a sneaky play, but it's only going to work in a normal ranked game, my friend.
Cage triggered. One enemy
Not going to work over here where the players are extremely aware. And the team play is the most important thing. Doxer's got no other option than to just walk out. And he will be hugged by the death.
What are the chances that this might actually end up being a 13-1?
Hey, I mean, yesterday we saw 13-0, now 13-1.
We also saw 13-1. Just was not
this is a
right on this map.
Yeah.
Yes.
But yeah, again, we've been talking about that multiple times. It just falls down to the same category where Asterisk just giving too much respect to VLT. They're taking the space, doing whatever the heck they want around this map. Be it pushing down mid, taking the control of A. Haven't really pushed B that much though, but doesn't really need any kind of exploring now, does it?
Oh, that's such a great spot! He got so many players' numbers right there.
Yeah, true, but here's the thing, you know, it's a minute and 20 seconds on the clock itself, so they can go anywhere that they want to. But it's still, again, a dry contact push out in mid.
As long as it works out, though, scared, so it'll be fine. It does work out, but the man instantly pulls out the knife. It's one of the worst habits to have. And that's why the man gets instantly punished. Velocity, though, still in the race. They've got 3 players standing for this particular round. And Damara's position is now going to be noticed too. And what a tap that was. Ritset. Disgusting stuff. 2-on-4 to be executed from Velocity. Is it possible, though? Damara, what was this? He still spots out Doxer, and Doxer cannot do anything. Hands tied up there with that concuss. Beautiful stuff. Takes it down to a 2v3.
How and why do you even expect someone there? That is nasty.
I think it was just lucky to actually spot him like that. And here comes another man who is completely blinded. But this time, Damara will single-handedly take care of the foes. 3-piece on the board, looking to convert it into a 4th one. Oh, but he looks away at the wrong time, and Lil Boy just squeezed this round away in the nick of time. But still, when you look at a scoreline like 18-2, then you start to believe that yesterday's performance just could have been a fluke.
Maybe just one lucky day where every single person was hitting every single shot. But it's not just about that, man. I mean, the ideas are just so very different, you know. When Asterisk were on the attacking side, we saw multiple rounds where they went in for that market pinch. And that too with the proper utility. We were seeing those A hits as well where they would take the backside control and then try to push back the defenders all the way from spawn, giving away one part of the map, stealing the other part. None of that is happening right now. Why? Because it's just down to the confidence now.
Just can't believe this man's playing like a duelist. But in the end gets taken out. But
Bit too
still,
much.
neural theft did enough. And because of that, now the players of Asterisk, they need a reroute. Need a pivot back. And probably they are going to try to execute that mid-strat once again, I guess. They do have a lot of time left on the clock, so they can easily move towards B and then rethink what they want to do. But I'm pretty sure Asterisk themselves do not really have a proper structure planned out. So they're going to be walking into this one completely blind and hoping for the best.
Big question.
Madeline still is posted towards mid, so I guess that's an important...
Yeah.
That's an important information that is still being converted.
Thrash is gonna go out, dealt with way too quickly. Lightning fast. He's got the paranoia, so should be safe for now though. And the rest of the people going in for the flank, but that's a good place by Goran.
Oh my god! Tap it away, fights the second one too. There's still Russ in the back! And even Russ gets dealt with! This guy is single-handedly helping the team to convert the round. Asterisk not out yet. They're trying to prove that yesterday's performance was not a fluke, it was their heroics. And they do it. But Goranj was the man. Because of whose heroics they won this round.
Can they pull things through? Can they end up at an 8-4? And can Rinsat repeat what it did yesterday on the defense? A bit of an overzealous maneuver by SK Rossi out there though, and that operator eventually turning the tides for Asterisk in that round. It's going to be an op versus op. Goranj versus Damara.
An operator on the defense, I'm a big fan of it. But on the offense, not so much.
Deploying
I'm a very big fan
Gets
of it.
tough to find pick.
enemy map.
Because since the defense will be extremely held back. But a player like Madeline, this man's now starting to get over-eager. Doxer, he's got every single piece of his kit available other than that recon dart, which will be back in 15 seconds. Velocity, they're at least trying to get as much intel as possible. They have pushed up pretty deep too. They're trying to position themselves as much
ahead
for the information as they can. And luckily enough, Madeline is able to dodge every single beam of that Hunter's Fury.
Not a single one connected. That's a bit of a problem for Doxer.
Oh, what was that? That was such a great peek, and on the back of that, Yash instantly pushes up and dismantles him. Relay ball was placed to perfection. SK Rossi pushed back a little bit more. Now he needs to play it suppressed. Velocity, they need to respect the opponents and let them have the space. Slowly and steadily, Asterisk starting to clench their fists, but even Velocity is replying back pretty hard. And here comes lightning fast in his shenanigans. Velocity!
10 seconds.
Playing in tandem, it's working out perfectly well. Time's less, and it's off the Ascent. A fake tap from Garage. He will be caught soon. There's a man on the back and even on the front. Garage shuts him down, and Russ peeks out at the perfect time. Velocity, they thread the needle as they get the 9th point on the board.
What a lovely hold on that backside. Again, not really giving a lot of space to the members of Asterisk on the side. Just forcing them to be claustrophobic there. That was such a nasty maneuver, and it all fell down to this one play from Lightning Fast. Small jiggle on the back of it, Madeline finding one, and then moving forward, shutting Yash down as well. A bit of a questionable decision there from Goranj to stick on the operator, even though there was a phantom right under his feet. Right next to the spike as well. But whatever's happened now. You've got to brush it off. This is the defensive half, and they want to try and make it very offensive.
Yeah. Asterisk. Oh, Yash. This man's playing with fire. I'm not a big fan of what Asterisk is doing. This stun's gonna be perfect. Velocity, they're reading this like a book. And what was that burst? Damara, how did he find that frag? Even that stun to back it up from the breach was perfect. And Asterisk, yes, they do have all the intel. But this burst from the smoke might just be able to find a lot. Asterisk, they're still being held. There is SK Rossi, spots out the first man, but he still shuts him down in the end. And SK Rossi also gets the number on Garage. Asterisk is able to find the individual picks, but still the man advantage heavily tilted towards Velocity.
What the heck did Madeline do there? Jumping over the Jenny into a classic headshot onto Rinsat. This is such a bonkers round out here, man. Both the players who were playing ahead in A-main wanted to play over the stun. They wanted to dodge that perfectly, and they did that too. But it did not even matter because of the slide and full-fledged burst out through that one-way smoke. Every single player not stunned up by the fault line, but stunned up by what VLT did.
Especially
Asterisk. Absolutely.
But now once again, back towards this round. B-side is completely open. Velocity. This is heaven. This is paradise. Walk in the site, get the plant, play for the post plant without a lot of trouble. Probably the best possible circumstance the boys could have asked for, and what a snap. Snaps him in half. Yush down. Paranoia utilized. That's going to create the space that the boys need. Asterisk once again trying to play it as passive as possible. But once again, Asterisk, they really do need to give it all. But this
Standing ahead.
player, Madeline, he can be the table turner. Velocity's just holding every single angle. They're keeping their eyes pinned on every single possibility, every single opening that can be there. Even Dizzy gets shut down.
It's already done now. Nothing's gonna happen in this one round, and VLT are gonna keep every single weaponry. Maybe almost. Amara able to get one. Rossi!
Oh my god. That felt like target practice.
It actually did, and that is again a decision not a lot of teams will make. Most of the teams will just decide to either go towards the CT or go towards their own B mains towards the spawn, just to make sure that they keep the weaponries up. But VLT decided, you know what, we need those orbs. We need to hunt all of them down.
Yeah, just want to point out something that's not too important. A while ago, we saw Doctor's camp, and his energy drink is more visible than his own face, so it's technically energy drink camp.
I'm out of here.
Hey, you may never know. He's cosplay.
I guess. Cosplay
Oh my god!
And that's why maybe the performance is missing.
Fair
But
enough.
if you're able to fight through like that, look at SK Rossi, such a cheeky guy.
Spike
If you're
planted.
from Asterisk, you will be pissed. 3 players still standing. And in the end, Velocity, they're just trying to line them up. Now it looks like an absolute graveyard.
Shocking.
Velocity just makes it look so easy. The relay ball was perfect. And Velocity, out of the round 1 on the board. This should be it.
Match point.
Wrap him up in the sheet and send them back to the elimination bracket where they belong.
Reminds me of a different song right now. I'll tell about it to you a bit more later, but yeah, this series seems to be done and dusted now. Really happening anything apart from that? I'm calling it. I'm saying it. I guess it's 13-3 now.
Yeah, Scaredy are literally copying our producer. Our producer said it in the ears. He said it's probably a 13-3.
Hey, you're not supposed to reveal a magician's trick, my man.
Someone who makes a lot of Instagram stories, so I can't. But you know
Yeah.
what?
I know exactly.
Velocity. At this point, once again, they've started things off with the advantage. Not a lot that can be said in this particular round, since Velocity, once again, they've got the control of the site.
Spike
Even the spikes planted, and now to execute this post plant, Velocity is just way too primed. They've got the crossfire set up to perfection. Yush knows exactly where the man is too. That's going to be free fire, but unfortunately for Yush, the man's already moved and repositioned himself. Lightning fast. This guy's so brilliant. Yush walks out into a trap. He instantly gets cut off. Velocity, they start to light him up. And within a blink of an eye, the round gets concluded. Velocity eliminating the players of Asterisk and sending them down in the elimination bracket.
And also boosting themselves up as the second team who will move up in the Split 3 playoffs. We had SATUL from Group A and VLT from Group B. A new name, and a name well known. You always love to see that. This is again a very dominating performance out there. I don't really feel that there's so much more to talk about. The fact that VLT were having all the confidence in the world, they knew what's happening around the map, and they know what they really needed to do. Just sticking to their game plan, working around with it, taking control of the map itself, having that momentum on their defensive side itself on this map, and eventually closing things out as well. And here's the big difference, right, Necro? Yesterday, we saw the entire team of Asterisk make those mid plays, make those market crunches, sends out the paranoia, sending out those dizzies to take that space, going for the B splits. Not a single time out of the 12 rounds we saw the same plan out from them onto that part of the map. And the homework that VLT did, super perfect. They knew where Rinsat liked to play, and they created a counter play for that, and they executed it on their attacking round instantly as well. And that's the big thing about this team.
Look, jokes apart, Asterisk, there's someone who does have a lot of mechanical skill. It is also a team who does pack a lot of punch, but the main problem is, as you mentioned, right, we're not really able to see a lot of those set plays. We're not really seeing a proper communication. We're not really seeing those combination plays coming through. It seems like an individual play more than a team play from the side of Asterisk. Or at least that's what happened in the previous game. But if Asterisk, if they definitely do want to level themselves up, in my opinion, team play is the way to go. They need to have each other's back, go for the quick trades, and just try and pretty much play with each other. The way Asterisk was playing, they were playing with a lot of risk. Constantly aggressing towards mid is not the way you're supposed to do, especially against a team like Velocity, who's insanely cracked and who does have a lot more confidence compared to you. In my opinion, they should have utilized their utilities better. They should have had the info gathering utilities being utilized at the perfect time, know exactly where the players of Velocity were positioned, and then think of what they want to do.
I also feel at the same time that it's more about giving a bit too much respect to the other side though. Even though, yes, the other team seems like they're mechanically gifted, you yourselves are the same. You are the same ball game out here. And with the performance that they showcased yesterday, like considering the fact that Reckoning were either ways able to win out against VLT, yeah, there was a high possibility for Asterisk to control that, but it's absolutely fine. Some young lads out here, not really having control over their nerves, but the man who's holding his own nerves, his own wrist, was able to lead the team in the similar manner. 21 kills for Damara, with 6 of them being the first kills. Finally, we're having the same Damara back that we always saw in Split 1 and Split 2.
Pretty much. Damara, the man was just feeling himself. It felt like the man was in his own home turf, and he was easily able to just glide through smoothly no matter who was standing against him. Even the headshot percentage, look at that, 38.7, almost achieving that 40% marker, which is absolutely insane.
I really want to see the number of times they were able to get the plant down though. Look at that. VLT have played less rounds on the attacking side. If anything, they played 4 rounds on the attack, and they've planted in every other round. Rather 5 out of that. While if you're talking about Asterisk, yeah, not so much. The maximum times they could get the spike down was 3, and that too in 2 of the times were in the last, or rather the last 3 rounds. So, it clearly shows you the momentum was in favor of VLT. Nothing was really working out for Asterisk as well. Neither in the first kill department too, 6 to 10. Pretty much telling the straightforward story of how VLT were just outgunning Asterisk.
Yeah, I mean, look at these stats too, just completely one-sided, right? At least Asterisk has 6 first kills, which is of course holding up a little bit to the standard of Velocity. But then you look at the other stats, and yeah, it just feels like Asterisk, once again, they were completely one-sided, one-handed, dominated by the players of Velocity, just manhandled them. As we move on towards the stats too, in the end, you've got Goraj, the man, the only reason why he's able to be there at the top is because of the ace that he got in one of the rounds.
Yeah, he was able to get a lot of picks on the back of it. Absolutely. Something working out for him apart from nothing, so it's one good thing. But VLT, I mean, this team is looking back into their prime form now, and they seem to be easily smooth roll, move forward out here, man. I want to have a look at the match MVP this time around, though. I'm pretty sure it should be Damara, by the way how he was constantly playing. Yeah, there we go, 11 first kills. This has dropped a 40 bomber in this series, man.
Yeah, I mean, Damara was disgusting in this one, man. 40 frags, ACS of 327. And the fact that he's only played 2 games, and that too, quite the quick games too, and he's still able to get 40 frags, that's insane. A shot percentage of 24 combined both the games. Yeah, Damara was the man who was, of course, popping off on a different level, but we cannot really forget those impactful frags, even from SK Rossi, and even the rest of the boys from the side of Velocity were doing extremely well. But once again, speaking of Asterisk, as I mentioned, when it comes to individual prowesses, when it comes to mechanical skills, yes, they're extremely good. But when it comes to playing as a well-knit unit and playing as a team, now that's where they lack by a margin. It felt like everyone was just busy making their own individual plays, and they did not really try to execute any of the fancy or advanced strategies. Instead, they were just trying to play with the basic one, move on towards mid, get the mid control, and then go from mid to A. That's it. That's the only thing they were playing for.
And the fun fact was, it was not really a full-fledged mid control. It was just the part of the map VLT were really giving them on the silver platter. They're like, you know what, here's the path down the red carpet to your death. If you want to walk that, please be my guest. And they were always walking onto that part too. So that's a bit of a rough patch for Asterisk now, being brought down to the lower bracket. There was just one win away to be qualified for, to be honest, in the top 4 for the split 3, but it's absolutely fine. Sometimes there are moments when you've got to pick up the tough road, and right now, the road that has been not that tough is for these players, specifically for Revenant XSpark, man. Look at the nasty stats.
Deserved, absolutely deserved. I mean, Aziz currently sitting at top with 104 frags. You've also got Georgie right there with 93. But what happened to Revenant XSpark today was definitely a major disaster, and Revenant XSpark needs to find a way to try and recover from that. SN2L just completely humbled them, but as we move on towards SN2L2, there's also Miz from SN2L with 88 frags, King Kappa 2 from SN2L. Both these teams, without a doubt, they did extremely well.
If anything, I believe these are the top 4 teams right now that we technically have. Velocity, SATUL, Revenant XSpark. The 4th one, I'm pretty sure I'm going to still give it to Reckoning, but Asterisk can really steal that up close and personal. But the fun thing is, 5 players in the top 5 list. And all 5 of them are from the teams that were playing in Group A. 3 of them from Revenant XSpark, 2 of them from SATUL. Now that clearly shows you the growth of SATUL, which I have been singing the praises of since what, like past 3 days now. While Revenant XSpark on the other side too, it's not like this is a weak team. They still are a very strong team, and their fraggers are literally out-fragging everyone else out there. But in terms of how they really need to adapt and adjust onto their opponent's playstyle, that's where they still need a few tweaking out, and maybe that's going to help them. Now they've got to wait for the result of Global Esports Academy and Exe IND to face their opponents, and same thing could be said for Asterisk, who will eventually face to either, you know, match up against Exe or maybe Reckoning, depending on their matchup. But all in all, I'm pretty excited for what's going to happen in this lower bracket one.
Yeah, generally speaking, I'm excited about the matchup of Reckoning Esports and .exe. I think that's going to be an extremely close affair because Reckoning Esports, they have shown a lot of cracks in their armor. And you speak of .exe as well, they pretty much just lost the first matchup that they played in the Split 3, which is of course not a great thing. That means it's going to be affecting their momentum too and their mentality a little bit more. While Reckoning Esports, it feels like they don't really have a lot to lose. Reckoning Esports, yes, don't get me wrong, they still need to be consistent inside of this split, still need to qualify towards playoff if they do want to move in towards the Ascension qualifiers.
Now here's the one fun thing about that, right? Since you mentioned about this Ascension qualifier slot now, VLT has at least secured the top 4 spot. Right? In the worst case scenario, they will end up at the 4th spot. That still means that they've got enough circuit points to qualify for the Ascension playoffs. I'm pretty sure I can say that it's the first team to have qualified for the Ascension playoffs. We can't say the same for SATUL right now. They really need that top 3 position as well, and they need to make sure that Reckoning is not there out. So I'll still bring it back to the same convo. It's going to be VLT who's basically become the first team to move in that Ascension qualifiers, and one of the big reasons for that is this guy on our screens right now, the Omen God, Lightning Fast.
Of course, once again, Lightning Fast just proven why he's one of the best players out there in the South Asian region. And yeah, back towards the conversation that we're having, right? I think you forgot Revenant XSpark too. They're also extremely close to that qualification marker. They might have just qualified too.
To be very honest, you know, I know they've got enough circuit points out there, but I still probably want to see as to where they would exactly stand. I don't really want to talk about them getting eliminated so early on, and then, you know, that I'm pretty sure that 165 should be that cutoff mark, which we all were discussing that day, and I think so that Revenant XSpark have also crossed that. we still need that one more silver lining on the back of it to confirm that yes, they definitely have though. But the other teams, the competition is getting so much more tight, right? Because it's do or die for all 4 of the teams who are now down in the lower bracket and who will play their matches tomorrow.
Absolutely. Tomorrow's day is also going to be stacked up with a lot of disgusting matches, since Global Esports is going to be the one to kick things off, or Global Esports Academy, not bad.
Yeah.
And then we're also going to move on towards .exe versus Revenant Esports. I think the second matchup of the elimination bracket is going to be extremely close. But hey, we've also got a nice interview lined up right now, so let's have a look at it.
और कुछ
Man of few words, feels good.
आप लाइटिंग फास्ट हो गए सबके लिए, तो इंडियन फैंस के लिए आप गोलू हो. सो गोलू जी, आप ये बताइए कि आप ये जो क्रैक्ड हेडशॉट परसेंटेज रख रहे हो, उसके पीछे का राज क्या है? लॉट ऑफ एम लैब्स ट्रेनिंग, या डू यू डू समथिंग डिफरेंट?
Nothing, to be honest. If I am body shotting, I'm probably whiffing. So the only time I'm killing is when I'm only headshotting. इसके लिए it feels like कि मैं ज़्यादा headshots मार रहा हूँ, but to be honest, if I miss the headshot, I probably whiff the shot. So it's just headshot percentage ज़्यादा हो जाता है इसके लिए. There's nothing more to it.
But you know, heading first, this has been a concern for me, क्योंकि see, everybody, I'm not gonna lie, was rooting for VLT. सबको लगा था कि split 2 LAN easy peasy, you're just gonna cruise through, you had an unbeaten run. What went wrong over there? And उसका transition, उसके बाद आपने क्या क्या चीज़ों पे work किया है कि split 3 तो अपना बनाना है, Ascension तो जाना है?
I mean, ऐसा कुछ particular है नहीं. There was a lot of things we worked on थोड़ा करके. It's not like this particular thing we have to work towards. There's a lot more micro decisions. Macro was good overall. It was mostly towards micro, and in a lot of maps like Sunset, we worked a lot on the macro example. Yeah, that's all.
And I think वो जो माइक्रो की आपकी मेहनत आप कह रहे हो आज नजर भी आई, because there were very important duels जो बहुत cleanly आप जीतते हुए नजर आ रहे थे. But apart from that, I think now this journey has gotten you to playoffs so far. एक बहुत ही default question रहता है इस point पे आके, सबसे बड़ा threat क्या लगता है playoffs जब start होंगे तो कौन हो सकता है? क्योंकि अभी आप और SATUL दो teams, दो नाम हमें मिले जो आगे जा रहे हैं. Who else can push through, and who do you think will be the biggest challenge if they make it through?
I don't know. At this point, it feels like all the teams are on the same level, like RNT, SA12, to some extent RG, .exe also is very good. So ऐसा कोई threat नहीं है. They all, to me, feels like they're all on the same level, and on a given day, they can all beat us. So it's for us to not be complacent and keep our heads down and just realize that if we just give our best, we're gonna win.
Okay, I mean, there have been a lot of whispers. There have been a lot of rumors, Lightning.
Yeah.
Changes in your roster, we have heard it, we have seen it all. When does it get implemented, or does it not happen at all?
I don't think it happens at all, to be honest. Unless and until someone gets sick. That's all I think. It's just there.
That's the only reason.
Yeah.
I think Lightning Fast also got confused. कौन से rumors? क्या बात चल रही है? मेरे को नहीं पता अभी.
I don't know.
He's just playing safe. That is a PR. Like, I don't know. It has come out. Twitter पे बवाल चल रहा है.
Yeah. Sorry. That is for real, not a PR answer. That is the truth, the fact. Actually, if we
okay, ठीक है. जब जरूरत पड़ेगी अब तक सब सही चल रहा है.
Yeah, if you want to change, why would we change like in the main tournament? Why won't we just change it in split 3, right? So
exactly.
It's just there's nothing going on. It's just there. कुछ नहीं चल रहा है ऐसा.
I mean, अभी जैसा आप लोग खेल रहे हैं वो तो बढ़िया चल रहा है. Your performance is going very well, Lightning Fast. Thank you so much for joining us for this interview, and best of luck for your playoffs journey, man. Hope to see you on LAN again. Hopefully मैं भी वहाँ पे पहुँचूँ.
See ya. Bye.
See ya. Bye.
Well, my boy at least was able to brush off quite a few rumors that have been going around in the community at least, right? And also mention about how they're absolutely fine. Everyone else is on the same level. And then there are we. If we play our best game, then we are absolutely winning it.
I mean, look, he put up a fair point, right? If he said if we really wanted to make any sort of switch-ups, if we really wanted to bring in those experiments, Split 3 is probably the best time to do it. We're not going to try and implement any sort of changes later on. And yeah, let's have a look at the Group B bracket 4 now. .exe versus Revenant XSpark is going to be the matchup that will happen tomorrow. But Asterisk, after losing out against Velocity in a completely one-sided manner, they moved down to the elimination bracket as well. And they will be facing the winners of the matchup between Revenant XSpark and .exe.
And my question still stands, Necro, and I know I haven't asked it to you yet. I'm pretty sure that you probably feel it in your bone already. Who do you think is actually winning in both of these matchups tomorrow?
Honestly, .exe and Revenant XSpark, that is probably the toughest one to say. And I genuinely am extremely confused, and I'm probably going to be taking a shot in the dark by saying Revenant XSpark. The second matchup, though, I am definitely a bit confident towards Global Esports Academy.
Yeah, I'm actually going to stick with the same predictions as well, because I feel Reckoning, they are the ones who are a bit more strong there. While on the other side, I feel that Global Esports Academy, yeah, they should be the ones who should have that priority a bit out there. And to be honest, I'm pretty sure that we might potentially see both of these teams move up, and then it's somewhat of a rematch between Asterisk and Reckoning, and see if they are able to repeat the same things out there as well. But it's going to be an exciting lower bracket run, though. A do or die for all of them, because they all need at least a spot in the top 4 to make it to the Ascension playoffs, Ascension qualifiers. And if that does not happen, yes, it's going to be a heartbreak. But the season has been pretty rough for a lot of these teams, but the resilient will eventually prevail.
And once again, I really do want to see a lot of improvement from the side of Global Esports Academy. It's one of those teams that has shown us a lot of improvement over time. And I do believe tomorrow we might just see a completely different Global Esports Academy, since now their head's literally on the swivel.
It's going to be a very crucial one indeed, though. But all of that for the next few days, ladies and gentlemen. We'll catch you guys tomorrow at the same time. Thank you so much for tuning in on the OMEN VALORANT Challenger South Asia 2025 Split 3. It's me, Scared. Alongside me, Big Boy Necro. We also had Shadow and some of the dudes from Hindi Desk. I don't know who they are. We'll catch you guys tomorrow. Have a good night.
Hello and welcome to the OMEN VALORANT Challenger South Asia 2025.
That's it! Velocity crushing. Virtually no velocity moving, right?
और हाथ में एक शरीफ एंगल ऐसा बट बैठ है एक बड़ी अंडरस्टैंडिंग लगाई बट की जस्ट पुशिंग इट डाउन एक करके फ्रैग इन्हें हमारा सिचुएशन कंट्रोल जरूर करी है लेकिन जी पकड़ेगा शाउट स्टेप के अंदर कंटिन्यूइंग परफेक्टली एक सेकंड में कामयाब
What do you see? I'm more than average, man. I'm a maverick. I can grow flowers on a barren land. Break a mountain with my bare hands and step back and cause a literal avalanche. Should've won about traveling. अष्टभुजाएं मेरी जैसे मैं tarantula ना है कोई तोड़ मेरा जब से पूर्वजों का ज्ञान मिला मेरे जैसा मिलेगा कोई ना तू और चाहे